Hi everyone, welcome to the second segment, well, the third really, of our 24-hour mental health marathon in aid of Nightline, Norwich Nightline, and we are fundraising for them. And I think we should have a clip from Teddy Bear Hospital Society now to show for you guys, so I hope you enjoy that.
Thank you so much for joining us today. So for those who don't know, I'm joined by some of the committee members from Teddy Bear Hospital Society. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Hi, so I'm Emily. I'm a third year SLT student and I'm the current president of Teddy Bear Hospital Society.
And I'm Desara. I'm a third year medical student and I'm the vice president of Teddy Bear Hospital.
And thank you so much for taking time out of your evening to sit and talk to us today. And it's really lovely to have you here. I know that we've worked together on various different occasions, and Desara is actually my med daughter. So I've seen her grow through her medical career. But so yeah, today we're here to talk about Teddy Bear Hospital. So do you want to tell us kind of what the society does for anyone that doesn't know?
Yeah, so Teddy Bear Hospital is a scheme run by loads of different universities around the UK. And it's basically where healthcare students volunteer to go into different local primary schools to the area and run kind of workshops the aim is to reduce their anxiety around healthcare environments and healthcare professionals. So we run different stations for all the kids. They all bring their teddy along, and it's a really nice. We try and make it really fun for the kids and really engaging. And I mean, as a member, I find it just as fun as the kids probably. So yeah.
Yeah, it's an amazing scheme, and I think I remember. Was it last year that you made it on the national news?
Yeah, onto ITV News. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
really
good.
So you said it's something that's at loads of different universities around the country. That's quite amazing. You feel like you have kind of made a difference in young people's lives?
Yeah, I think so, because the whole principle is that influencing their attitudes towards health from a young age is so important, because it will ultimately change how they view healthcare in the future and their approach to healthcare. And starting off young with anything it's really good, and you can kind of see how much of an influence that you can have on kids as well. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, and it's lovely to hear when we go into schools. We've had so many teachers that come up to us and say thank you so much for doing this, it's really great, the kids have really enjoyed it, they've learnt so much. And afterwards getting emails from teachers, it's so rewarding.
Yeah, it sounds lovely. And you mentioned that you do different kind of stations. What kind of things would you do on a typical day?
We have different ones. So we have healthy eating station. We recently have bought a new station at the end of last year, which is about oral hygiene and cleaning their teeth. Hand hygiene.
We've got stethoscope making as well.
Yeah, and then there's also one where they bring their teddy along, and we kind of do it as if their teddy is ill and has something wrong with them. So they might have a broken arm, we put a little plaster on it. Or sometimes there's things they'll say they've got a broken heart, so we prescribe them hugs and kisses.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. And I mean, I kind of came prepared with my own teddy.
Lovely.
This is my microwavable pug, and in the winter it is the best companion when I'm sitting down and it's freezing and I need something to keep me warm. But also lovely to have a teddy. You're never too old for a teddy.
No, never.
Definitely not.
And so yeah, we were talking about things that we've worked on together, and I kind of wanted us to showcase what work we've done. So do you want to, instead of me talking, tell us about the workshop that we've been running together?
Yeah, so it was the Headucate and Teddy Bear Hospital collaboration. We started it off a couple of months ago, so a lot of work has gone into it actually, and essentially we wanted to try and combine the element of mental health and incorporate it into the stations that we have. So that did mean that we had to change up some of the stations from like what they typically would have had to do, and especially going online as well. So we had to change the interactions and like in the whole scope of how it would have run. But essentially, we wanted to spread the message of mental health in a kind of digestible way for young kids. So not have the sort of complex terminology that we would, associate and learn and teach older kids, but more for like 5 to 7-year-olds, that kind of thing.
Yeah. And I was lucky enough just over the weekend to be witnessing the first ever running of the workshop with a group of Rainbow Scouts, and it was so lovely. Like, I haven't worked with kids that young before in my career, so it was my first kind of experience of working with them, and I was maybe a bit worried that they wouldn't want to engage as much, especially as we had them online, all signing in from their own from laptops and everything. They warm to it and they do enjoy it, and if you give them the tools to like interact with it, they'll get involved. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what more we can do together, and we've got at least 2 more workshops booked with different primary schools over the next couple of weeks. That's amazing. And talking of kind of the impact that we're having, and we were talking about COVID and the fact that we've had to move all of our webinars online for the schools. What kind of impact do you think COVID has had, particularly on younger children?
I think it's had a major impact on them, especially on like their mental health. The fact of, not being in school for months when we had lockdown, not being in like a normal routine of things, and at home as well, having to work from home and look after children. It's just major, yeah.
And as Emily says, the lack of routine, and also I feel like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but younger students and like primary school children, they're so much more they're so much more like more technical than us. Like, they know all the phones and games and things. I'm a granny anyway, but like I feel like they would have spent a lot more time on social media as well, and that I feel like that's a major contributing factor for mental health and mental health problems. So yeah.
I agree that definitely during lockdown there was a lot more time spent on social media, whether that was because people like weren't going out and there was less to do, or whether because there was more going on social media and people wanted to be keeping up with the news and everyone had an opinion and something to say about it.
And it's like we haven't really been through a pandemic at this scale in a very long time, and I feel like the last one was happening when we were very young as well. So I feel like now it's like nobody knows how to deal with it, and we're just all taking it a day by day kind of thing. So for kids who can't really understand all the scientific stuff that's happening in the background, it's really important that we kind of spread the message of mental health.
Yeah, and even now, like, we're out of proper like lockdown as how it was before, but it's still, everything's so uncertain that I think that really affects children with kind of the not knowing.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's really put me in a state of like unrest, not knowing what's going to happen. Looking forward to going home at Christmas.
Hopefully,
yeah. So for anyone that hasn't gotten involved with Teddy Bear Hospital Society before, tell us like how you can get involved and what kind of things you're getting on with this year.
So this year we've got instead of going into schools, because obviously we can't currently do that, which is like really sad that we can't, but we're making the most out of it and going online, like with our Headucate collaboration. And we're also doing a workshop online, just Teddy Bear Hospital. So if people want to get involved, head on over to our SU page. And we advertise each week, well, like a few weeks before the event, we'll advertise so people can get a ticket for it. And then beforehand, we'll give people the script and a presentation, have a run through of it, just so people feel confident. And like you said, children are still engaging online, which is so rewarding to know that all the work we've been putting in is worth it.
Yeah. I was going to ask, is there any training involved to be able to run the workshops?
So we've got because we're online and safeguarding has to happen, we have mandatory training with outreach, and because our schools are outreach based, that means that when the online workshop is happening, we will have a member of outreach on the panel there with us just to monitor everything as well. But additionally to that, you will need mandatory training. But all of that stuff will be available, and all the information on our social media, on our Instagram page and SU and Facebook as well. But as Emily said, there'll be 4 places available, 4 tickets available for each session, each webinar, and Emily and I or somebody from the committee will run through the presentation and show you how to use Collaborate. So don't worry about that. Don't let that scare you, like it scared me. But yeah.
And is it open to any students, even if they're not healthcare?
Yeah, you just need a DBS check. Yeah. And if you have a DBS check, come along and help out. We would love to have as many people as possible, really.
And membership is £2.50 this year. So yeah.
And you mentioned your Instagram. What is your Instagram handle, just if people wanted to find you?
I think it's teddybearhospital_UEA.
Yeah.
Amazing. And so we're doing this 24 hours in aid of Norwich Nightline, and we're talking all about mental health, as we've discussed. So do you have any takeaway final tips, any personal tips or positivity things that you would like to share with us?
Emily, do you want to go first, or shall I?
You can go first then. Go on.
I would say it's always important to check in with yourself and with others, and particularly take a break. Like, breaks are so important in anything you do, and doing something that you enjoy will make you feel less overwhelmed as well, even if it means just walking around, having a stretch, or dancing to your favorite song, which is all things that I do and recommend. Yeah.
Amazing. I agree with the dancing around the room. I like singing maximum volume to musicals so that I'm really annoying my flatmate.
Yeah.
How about you, Emily?
Yeah, everything Dizzy said, basically, I really agree with all of that. Like every single day I go for a nice walk around the park if I can. It's just nice to clear your head, get a bit of fresh air. And yeah, just be kind to people. A little smile can go a long way.
Yeah, and say hello.
Yeah. And also I think it's worth mentioning that Children's Mental Health Week is the 1st to the 7th of February 2021. So yeah, look out for things to do with that, to get involved, and yeah.
Thank you for letting us know. You heard it here first. So that's February, and I'm sure that we'll be looking forward to celebrating it with you guys somehow.
Yeah, definitely.
So thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
Zara and Emily, it has been an absolute pleasure, as it always is. And I hope that you will be tuning in for whatever is left of the 24 hours here and there and find out what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And remember to donate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you so much to Teddy Bear Hospital for that clip. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Next, we should have some original songs by Nav Bansel. She was actually part of the Headucate committee last year as well. Before we go on to that, I just want to remind everyone to please donate to Norwich Nightline through their SU UEA page. Every little helps. It's really appreciated. The work that they do is amazing, and we want to keep them going as long as possible and keep their services up as much as we can. But yeah, we will go on to the original songs now. Hope you guys enjoy.
Hi, my name is Nav, and I'm a fourth-year medical student at the University of East Anglia. Today I'm going to be singing a few of my original songs. I post them under the name The Lemon Police, which you can find me on YouTube. There's no gaps in that, just The Lemon Police. So I like to sing about mental health, as well as a bunch of other topics, but I'll focus on the mental health ones for today. I think it's really important to talk about mental health and break the stigmas associated with it, so I'm very happy to be a part of this today. Without further ado, here are some songs. So the first song I have for you is called Cough Syrup. Okay. Count me out, I can't play. These feelings are here to stay. Trick or treat, tricking me with colours like fever dreams, or fever dreams, or fever dreams. Oh, I feel anxious about weird things, family meetings, public speaking. I know that this feeling's coming. Thought by now I solved this problem. I feel anxious about strange things. Fall in love and say there's no strings. Fall apart and then reword it just so you don't see me burning. Count me in, it's so right. I'll stay up another night. Seasons change and people sleep. Wake me up from this fever dream, oh fever dream, oh fever dream, oh fever dream, oh fever dream. Thank you. Some nights I stay up trying to find a song to describe how I feel. Some nights I stay up trying to convince myself I'm real. It's hard to forget the stories in my head. Don't know who to be unless I'm in distress. your hair then you wanted to grow. People don't think that much about me. I am grateful and I am angry. Sometimes it feels like everyone's falling in love while I'm just falling apart. People don't think that much about me. I am grateful and I am angry. Sometimes it feels like you're falling in love when you're falling apart.
Great, so thank you very much. That was Hair. I hope you enjoyed it. So this next song is called Sleep and it's about intrusive thoughts. I think I'm very open about the fact that I've struggled with depression for many years, and the way I like to cope is to write songs about it or make some form of art, because there's never enough music to describe how all of the feelings that there are in the world. So this one is dark, as I said before, so if you do want to not watch, that would be fine. And don't worry about me because I'm completely fine right now. And I just couldn't find a song that really resonated with me, so I made one. So here we go. It is called Sleep.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I'm sick of hearing this. I'm not fine, I'm in decline. I hope that you get it. Oh, take off your innocence. I'm not buying any of it. Oh, you're not doing anything at all to me. Don't know what you want from me, and you should be asleep in bed. You should be asleep forever, and you should be asleep in bed, and you should be asleep forever. I don't think there's any point in getting up today. I'd rather just pretend I don't exist. It's how it was at school and how I expected to be. Now people look at me as if I have some kind of consciousness. Something little, something strange, something to distract the rain. Somewhere in the distance, hope that I don't miss this. Something little, something strange, something to distract the rain. But what if rain distracts my brain? Does it sound cool to just down it? Same 3 chords spreading my sound. I hope I don't get bored. And actually same 3 chords spreading out my sound. I hope I don't get bored one day. And actually you should be asleep in bed. Oh, you should be asleep forever, and you should be asleep in bed. Oh, you should be asleep forever, and you should be asleep in bed, and you should be asleep forever, and you should be asleep in bed. Oh, you should be asleep forever. It's the same 3 chords spreading my sound. I hope I don't get bored one day. Hope I don't get bored. Oh, same 3 chords spreading my sound. I hope I don't get bored one day and actually do it.
So yeah, thank you so much for having me in this 24-hour live stream, and thank you for watching and supporting this 24-hour live stream for Headucate.
Thank you so much to Nav for those songs. They were so amazing. She's so talented as well. Next, we have a musical by Showchoir that I think you guys are going to enjoy as well. Again, just a quick reminder, please make sure you're donating to Nightline as well. And And be sure to check out Nav's social media and Nightline's social media as well, along with ours as well. But yep, we're ready to go.
Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun, and I say, it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling,
It feels like years since it's been here.
years since it's been. Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun, I say, it's alright. Little darling, the smiles returning to their faces. Little darling,
It feels like years since it's been here.
years since it's been. Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun, I say, it's alright. Sun, 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 here it comes. 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 Little darling,
I feel that ice is slowly melting.
little darling,
It seems like years since it's been clear.
years since it's been. Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun, I say, it's alright. Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun, it's alright. It's alright.
Thank you to Showchoir for that. That was amazing as well. Thank you for lending us your talents. Next up, we have a spoken word segment. I believe that we have two artists for this one. I think you guys are really going to enjoy this one as well. And yeah.
Growing up, this house depresses me. It's dark all year and my feet are always cold. In coldness and shame, I stifled myself for 18 years until I left, only to be drawn back again. It's a miserable cycle that I can't leave. Who we are born as is who we've got to be. Hard to believe I was once a baby. Me. So complex, sad, once so full of dreams. I keep looking in the mirror, expecting to find a reflection, shocked when there's none, the floor covered in broken fragments. I find it hard to stay awake within these walls. My coffee is the same colour as these empty halls. It's funny to think I'm walking barefoot on ground that has killed so many memories. No wonder I have no energy. Every time I think I've found my big break, the brakes screech to a halt and say, sorry, you've still got to wait. Am I going to wait for my entire life? I'm getting old. I'm getting old. Time hands me the knife. My dad comes home as I contemplate the hurt. I hide my fag butt under my foot. It burns. It fucking kills, but hurts less than his raised voice. Not the disappointment, but the harshness of his words, even when he's placid, watching TV. Oi kid, come here, look at the screen. Like a prisoner in shackles, I drag my bare feet to the room he dominates, where he lives and eats and sleeps. Painful decisions make proud memories. At least all these cock-ups were instigated by me. I can deal with my own shit. I wish he could see. It's other people I can't live with, people hurting me. I made all the decisions, chose all the right paths. My cigarette butt burns a hole in the grass. At least in the garden, the sun shines on me. On the western horizon sits the constant oak tree. I often think that oak tree is me, so rooted and stuck, only its head is free. As it blows in the wind and rustles its leaves, it's getting old. I'm getting old. And I have nothing to show. And each oppressive day makes me feel like a ghost. Take me back to my body that I never owned. Take me back to my home that hurt me the most. But I am grounded in tiny cold feet. And the land I live on is the soil feeding me. Uprooting and rerouting is shriveling me dry. But sucking arid soil makes me lose my fucking mind. So feed yourself with kindness and supplements of love. We'll uproot again soon, but you've got to grow strong. The promised land is coming, so please don't give up. Just try to make the best of growing up in dried out mud.
I hope you guys enjoyed those spoken word segments. They were so amazing, so powerful. Next, I believe we have a segment called That Time of the Month with the Bloody Good Period Society. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so we have another spoken word segment. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this one as well.
I've got to be better. I've got to do more. You paint small paintings and I'll paint a wall. I need to be better. I need to make more. I must be creative or else I'm a bore. And all of these pressures swell up at my joints and I just can't focus to make me seem poised. And everything's blurry as if I have choice and everything's choking me, even my voice. I've got to be better. I've got to do more. You've seen 20 countries, well me 24. You've got a good grade, even a degree. Just sit here and watch while I tell you in glee that I've had more houses and I've got more cars and I've had more boyfriends and I've touched a shark and I've snogged a stripper and I've met the queen and I've seen the things that terrify me. But maybe I'm lying, maybe it's false, maybe I'm ordinary, it's just a pulse. It's all that we are, it's all that we'll be. There's truly not much that separates me. There's nothing that's better than thinking you're best. There's nothing that's worse than trying to impress and pining for greatness and wasting your life with elaborate lies from unholy mind. It's stupid to care and it's easy to fight, but what if all I want's hugs at the end of the night? And it's easy to suffer, but I struggle to learn, and I count all my blessings as if they are burns. and it's scalding my mind to recount all the goodness, because I just want to tear off all of the sutures. And yes, this sounds crazy. I'm rambling thoughts. When have I been sane? Not for years, I'd have thought. And if everyone's crazy, they hide it so well, behind masks of confusers and bullies, and well, I can't find my place. I don't really fit in. And sometimes I wish I was my only friend, and I'd take me away from everyone, and maybe then I'd be happy and enjoy what you people call fun. And I just want to write, and I just want to scream, because things in my mind make people seem so mean. And I just want to travel, and I just want to learn, but what's the point if we end in an urn? Maybe that is the answer. There's no confliction. Your knowledge is power we use to make fiction. So I'll tear me apart, and I'll suffer for days, and you'll draw open curtains, and I'll think that I'm saved. So, thank you very much. That was a poem called Enough that I wrote. It's up on Hello Poetry, a website under the name The Lemon Police. You're welcome to look at it. I write a lot of poetry about depression, anxiety, and a lot of mental health issues, as well as just, you know, normal adolescent relationships kind of things. Poetry's helped me so much. I really recommend it for anyone who's struggling to deal with their thoughts. But that specific one was really about just competition and unhealthy mindsets and depression and just all of the intrusive thoughts that I had. And especially when depression comes in waves and comes and goes, it's just, I don't know, it's just a lot to deal with. But I find poetry helps. But anyways, I hope you enjoyed that, and thank you for listening.
So I hope you guys enjoyed those spoken word segments. Before we move on to the next one, which I may have given a slight spoiler for, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has donated so far, and to encourage people to keep donating if you can. Like I said, every little helps. You know, the work that Norwich Nightline do is so amazing and is so vital at this point in time as well. So if you can, please keep donating. Even if you can share our links, please do that as well. Everything will help. But next we have a segment called That Time of the Month by the Bloody Good Period Society, that I'm sure everyone will find very interesting.
Okay, so I'll just start off by introducing myself. My name's Tasweeb. I'm a second year business management student. And today I'm just going to be conducting an interview with Rachel over here, who is the president of the Bloody Good Period Society. And we'll be talking about and discussing the female menstrual cycle and how that can affect mental health. So thank you, Rachel, for joining us for an interview today. So if you just start off by introducing yourself, what you're doing, where you're from, and why you essentially decided to join this society.
Okay, so like I said, I'm Rachel. I'm from Exeter, and I am a postgraduate student studying social science research methods in human geography, which always sounds really dull. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm the president of Bloody Good UEA this year. I actually helped co-found it last year with some of my friends. It was my friend Katie. She messaged me over the summer last year just saying like, oh, I found this really good charity, like I really want to do something with this. And so we started the society for it. So Bloody Good Period are basically a national charity who help to tackle period poverty. So we do a lot of work around that, and this year we're kind of, as a society, focusing on kind of breaking taboos and things around periods.
Oh wow, so it's a pretty recent society then. I didn't know that. I thought it'd been established for a while, but that's pretty cool that you're like the founding member of that. So in terms of mental health and how that's linked to periods, what effect would you say periods have on female mental health?
They have a absolutely massive effect. In terms of like just your hormones alone, your hormones vary massively throughout your cycle. I mean, everyone's really kind of heard of PMS, which is the period before your period actually starts, your premenstrual syndrome it's called. And that's basically when your estrogen levels drop, and that's also linked to a drop in serotonin levels. So it can be linked to kind of low mood, increased anxiety, kind of a lot of different like mental health issues. And then on top of that, you also have all the other things you're dealing with PMS and your periods, like cramps, bloating, like just stress of like, am I gonna leak everywhere? Trying to deal with your day-to-day life on top of all of that, which then has a knock-on effect on your mental health. So you find a lot of people, well, 80% of people suffer with PMS, and that includes low mood and anxiety and things like that. And then you have a higher increase of like people suffering period poverty are much more likely to be suffering from depression or anxiety or lots of other mental health issues. So it does have like a really big impact on female mental health.
So what effects would you say, so do you believe there is enough education around this topic of periods and mental health in general, even in today's day and age?
Definitely not. Obviously, we all know there is a massive stigma around mental health, and there is also a massive stigma around periods. So when you link the two together, people just don't want to talk about it. And also on top of that, things like PMS, and then the more kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a syndrome called PMDD, which is premenstrual dysphoric disorder, which is basically like a kind of more extreme version of PMS. And because these areas are really like under-related, and they really have a massive impact on people's mental health, under-researched, that's what I meant. People don't know even like the cause of it, let alone kind of how to tackle it. So there's definitely, it's not, I mean, it's the same in kind of all female reproductive health. It's really kind of under-researched. And the knock-on effect to people's mental health is just kind of not really known about, and we just not know how it can affect that and the full extent of that. So it's something that really does need to kind of be talked about more and researched more.
How do you, leading on from that, how do you think we could improve the taboo and uncomfortableness surrounding this topic of periods? Because obviously it can be a pretty uncomfortable topic to talk about, especially for, you know, like for guys to talk about with girls and stuff like that. So how do you think we can improve that tabooness that's surrounding this topic?
I think a lot of it is definitely about kind of education and just talking about it in general. It starts really young in terms of the taboo kind of around periods. Like I remember in primary school when we were learning about periods, we were kind of like, all the girls were taken away into a separate room, and that's where we learn about it. And the boys never even really kind of heard anything about it. So it starts like then we start kind of putting it in our minds by using terms kind of like, like she's on the blob, or like the painters are in, or kind of all those things. It's kind of sweeping it under the carpet, like it's hiding, it's creating more and more of a stigma around it. So the kind of the changing the language we use and kind of focusing on education from a really young age is really important. And also just kind of things like, so Bloody Good Period run this, what's the word? I don't know, run this thing, can't think of the word. Where basically they kind of work with employers and like workspaces to make them more friendly to periods and less, like break the stigma down. So when a woman's on her period, you know, she can kind of just back out for like a while, goes in a dark room if she's got like really bad cramps or like migraines or anything kind of goes along with that. And it's about, if we do things like that, it really starts to tackle the stigma around it and breaks it down. And the more we talk about it and the more we educate people, is just going to have a massive impact, and then have an impact onto kind of the mental health as well.
That leads me perfectly onto my sort of final question, which is, what stigmas or false or inaccurate stereotypes would you say surround this topic of periods, and how would you say that may further affect mental health, if at all?
I mean, there's so many kind of stigmas and like misinformation around periods, especially in a lot of other countries and kind of what are considered less developed countries. There can be a lot of stigma around periods. Women can be made to kind of go and sit in huts for a week. They're not allowed to socialise. They're not allowed to go near anyone.
Wow.
There's some, like, I can't remember what country it is, but there's one country where it's really kind of well known that if a woman like cooks on her period, then she's gonna like poison the people that she cooks for.
Really?
Yeah, so there's like a whole load of like absolutely like just mental like ideas that go around periods.
That's it.
Kind of less so in like this country, but there are still mental ones. And you do hear like a lot of, obviously, like, oh, she's really moody, oh, she's like kicking off, she must be on her period.
That's a
like
classic.
that, which is just, yeah, which is just so like unhelpful to the situation, and it kind of really like downplays the actual mental health issues you can face on your period, because they can be really like debilitating to some people. Sorry, that was a bit rambly.
No, it's absolutely fine. Like I've personally like learned a lot, like the fact that they'll poison people. That's an interesting one. I do have one final thing to ask of you. Could you, just for a bit of fun, give us an interesting fact about periods that you think like people won't know about?
There's quite a lot, really. One thing I find really interesting, which isn't necessarily like a fun fact, but I think it is quite interesting, is that during your kind of like menstrual cycle, it's known that kind of pre-existing conditions a lot of people have can get worse at certain points. So things like asthma and like epilepsy and things like that are actually worse at certain points during your menstrual cycle, which is interesting. A bit rubbish.
I didn't know. I think I learned quite a bit, but thank you so much, Rachel, for joining us today. I really appreciate that. And yeah, that conducts the interview. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you to the Bloody Good Period Society for that very insightful clip. Next, I'm going to hand over to Shay, who is going to take over for this bit, but I'll leave you in his very capable hands. Okay, so you're gonna have me for a little bit longer. But yeah, so like I said, thank you to everyone who has donated so far. It does really help a lot, and we all appreciate it. So for anyone that's just joined, I will reintroduce myself. So I am Mariam. I'm Headucate's workshop lead this year. And I work quite closely with Anna, who is the other workshop lead, who, if you were here earlier, you would have seen her. But we work together to deliver and put together the workshops that we deliver to primary school students as well now, as well as secondary school students, which is what we mainly focused on before. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. I hope you guys are enjoying the live stream so far. And if you have tuned in earlier today, I hope you enjoyed what you watched earlier as well. With the donations, like I said earlier as well, anything can help. It might not seem like much to you, but it does a lot behind the scenes, a lot more than you would think. We have quite a few interesting things coming up later on as well. So next we have a little quiz that I won't give too much away about. I'll let Shay introduce all of that. But then after that, we have a little bit about body image. We have a segment about people of colour and mental health as well coming up at around, I want to say 8:15. So stay tuned for that as well. We have Headucate Takeover from about 11. And we're going to have hopefully a bit of the committee come on and say hi to you guys as well. Later on, well, tomorrow early hours, we're gonna me, Anna, and Becky are gonna be here early hours of the morning, and we are gonna actually have a baking session at about 5 o'clock in the morning. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that as well. But before that, at around 2:30, we're gonna have a little bit about insomnia. So you know, it's the right time for it. If you guys do want to tune into that, then be sure you tune into that as well. Also, just want to say well done to everyone who has actually taken part in this and who is making this live stream happen. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that you guys won't know about, but everyone's working really, really hard, and hopefully it will pay off. I believe we have a little bit left to go before I can hand over to Shay. Just trying to think of what else I can fill you guys in on. If there's any like behind the scenes things that I can tell you guys about. If you are watching, please make sure you're joining in with the conversation that we have going on social media. You can tag Headucate UEA, you can tag UEA TV as well, and use the hashtag MH24 live, so we can see all of your posts and tweets and stuff. We'd love to hear what you guys have to say as well. But yeah, this the live stream is really important, and I think it's really amazing how many societies and just guests we have taking part in this, because I'm sure you guys all know just the importance of mental health, especially right now, especially with the current pandemic going on. But yeah, I think we might just cut to a song, another song by Nav really quickly, to give you guys something to listen to as well.
This song is called Midnight.
Light stars and all above us. Taken before they've even begun. Feels like the same road all along. Isn't it all because they wanted something more than what we got? The tension running through my hands, and I see my reflection. Feels like an extension. Don't take the night, don't take the night. It's just another day. It's not goodbye, it's not goodbye. How love you leave you alone. And then I'll go home and just be alone. Outsiders in their heads while insiders sleep in beds. I'm constantly adjusting my schedule for you. Tension running through my hands, and I see my reflection. Feels like an extension.
you. So yeah, that was Midnight. I actually wrote it about depression, really, because I think it's very hard to manage mental health while at university, and sometimes it just gets too much, and that's what I wrote it about. So yeah, I hope you felt something there, or I hope you enjoyed it.
Again, thank you to Nav for lending us her talents for these amazing songs that she's given us to use in today's live stream. But I will hand over to Shay now, who's going to introduce the next segment of the live stream.
Hello everyone, my name is Shay and welcome to our fun new quiz show called 1 in 4, all about the statistics, facts and figures of mental health. So the show is called 1 in 4, as I mentioned, and this is after the quite shocking statistic that 1 in 4 people are affected by mental health disorders in their lifetime. So it's a lot more common than you may think, and if you are suffering from it, don't worry, you're not alone, 1 in 4 people. So the show works in a format of, we have 2 teams. Each round will give points to the teams who get the correct answers, and at the end we'll declare our winner from whoever has the most points. So I'll hand over to our first team, the Squadrilaterals, to introduce themselves.
Hi, we're the Squadrilaterals. I'm Georgina and I'm a third year maths student.
I'm Charlie and I'm also a third year maths student.
I'm Rebecca and I'm a third year maths student.
Thank you, and we'll hand over to the other team, who are the Quizzards of Oz.
I love that name. Oh, right, you stole with me. Well, I'm Phil Stewart. I'm the UEA TV station manager. I'm a third year film and television student, would you believe?
Okay, I'll go next. I'm Charlie, and I'm a third year film and literature student.
And I'm Tory, you might recognise me from earlier, and I'm a fourth year medical student, and I'm Headucate president and deputy station manager of UEA TV.
Thank you everyone. So without further ado, let's get started with our first round. So the way this round works, it's got multiple answers. I've got a list of 10 answers for that. And I'm just looking to get a correct answer from each team. We'll flick between the 2 teams about 2 or 3 times each. So the question is, what are the top 10 best ways to look after your mental health according to mentalhealth.org.uk? So I'll give you a few seconds to think about this, and then we'll go over to the Squadrilaterals first for their first answer on this round. Okay, so I'll ask you guys for your first answer for this round now. That's good, yeah. So what sort of exercises are you interested in doing, or what sort of things do you do exercise-wise to look after your mental health?
I personally like to go out on runs and, of course, going to the gym, but given COVID, that's not happening right now.
Yeah. And if you have a guys, do you do any exercise or much exercise?
We go for a walk pretty much every day as a house, just to...
Yeah, nice household activity.
Yeah.
That's good. Good to do it with other people as well. I like to go out for walks, but I like to go for a walk on my own. But it's good to see that, some people like to go out and socialise with it, so that's good. So how about the guys in the other team? Do you guys do exercise? Or just you do?
I do all those things they did first thing this morning. They had I do every single one of those routines. No.
Really? I was gonna say.
That's a lie.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't think you got up from the couch throughout the workout.
I watched people do it. Does that count as exercise?
watching, honestly.
It's exhausting enough. Exercise-wise, now I used to run, but I did my knee in. But I should do running more, and swimming is also good. That's the plan.
I'm
Anybody else?
trying.
Oh, you're running.
Yes, I'm attempting. And then I do core exercises in the morning and squats and things like that.
And do you think that's good for your mental health? That's the question.
It makes me feel better. I think it's especially good for body positivity. You know, like it's horrible when you look in the mirror and hate yourself, but I feel like when you're doing exercise and you're keeping yourself healthy, you learn to love yourself more.
That's nice.
That's good, yeah. So I can tell you that keeping active for that one. And we'll go over to the Quizzes of Oz for their first answer on this round.
Okay.
Sure.
We're allowed to confer?
Yeah, we can confer.
Confer, yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'll give you 15 seconds to confer.
To confer.
Oh,
right.
wow.
Tory, this is your specialist subject. So
I know, but we shouldn't use that for advantage.
I had mindfulness on my list.
Oh, that's good.
We'll go for that.
Yeah?
Well done, Charlie.
This is very good stuff.
Okay, so talk a bit more about it.
Well, mindfulness can be anything from just taking 15 minutes in your day to sit down and just absorb the atmosphere around you, or some people find mindfulness in reading. That can be really therapeutic. Just taking that time out of your day to just focus on yourself, be calm in your surroundings, and I find it very useful to meditate or to just take that 5 or 10 minutes every day.
I'm quite new to mindfulness, but the thing that is really easy to do with mindfulness, well, easy-ish anyway, is to do mindful eating. I mean, not to the extent that sometimes they teach you, but just sometimes you can be, I mean, maybe it's just me, but eating while doing something and watching telly and trying to do your work and scoffing some food because if you actually just think, you know what, I'm just going to eat and do nothing else, but thinking I'm going to enjoy this food I'm eating and just give myself 10 minutes or whatever it is, then that's very good for your mental health. Just forces you to be aware that you're allowed to have some time off from all the stresses and what have you doing. But yes, that one. I'm very bad at doing it, but I think it's very good to do, and I should try more. And that's a thing. So yes, mindfulness, definitely.
Cool. I like that one. That's a good one. Especially, I like what Charlie said about the meditation, because that's something that I find really useful. I meditate quite frequently, actually, and I do help. It helps a lot. So that's a good one. On my list, I don't actually have mindfulness on there, but there are some things that sort of I think mindfulness is quite a vague term, but there are things that fall under mindfulness in the list. So I'll give you half a point for that one, because it should be on the list, but okay, so good job, guys, and we'll go over to the quadrilaterals for their second answer of this round.
Socialising with friends.
Socialising, yeah. So what sort of things do you do to socialise? Obviously, we're a bit stuck at the minute. We're stuck in our houses, but what do you do? Well, what do you do at the minute to socialise, actually, apart from your household walks?
I'd say I suppose we're quite lucky because we've all got each other. We're all on the same boat, especially on the same course. But otherwise, Discord, Skype, Messenger, absolute. Don't know what I'd do without them, really.
Yeah, I find that things like Zoom quizzes, they're always good fun. My girlfriend does a family quiz every Saturday. I'm missing it tonight, I'm gutted. But yeah, she does a family quiz every Saturday and it's brilliant. I love it. It's a really good way to get through the lockdown blues. So I love that. Let's go over to the Quizzes of Oz for their input on.
Yeah, I'll leave that to you two.
I mean, I think it's important when I spend, especially at the moment, a lot of time sitting at my desk, either in meetings or on Zoom or something like that. The favourite part of my day is, or the favourite part of my week is when I get to spend time with people physically, whether it's my flatmate, just sitting down and like splurging to him about my day or anything like that. Really important, like whether face-to-face contact or virtual.
Yeah, just to add to that, because I mean, like many students, I live away from home and I haven't seen my family since summer. So I think it is really important to keep lines of communications open as well. I phone my nana almost every day, and my mum every other day, and I'm always on the phone to someone different because I think it's important to feel connected even if you're so far away.
That's good, yeah. I mean, I especially find that when I'm coming on I only come on campus once every fortnight for a seminar, and I find myself talking to people I've never talked to before on my course, and it's just brilliant to sort of be pushed out of. I mean, I've not spoken to many people over the last few months just because of the situation, so I've really been talking to new people, and it's been brilliant. I've really enjoyed it. But yeah, socialisation is a really important one, and that is actually on the list, so you guys do get a point for that. And then we'll go over to the quizzes of ours for their second and final answer on this round.
I thought of one. I don't know if this counts as cheating because we had the thing earlier, the Take 5, and he's got about playing video games and
but
doing stuff. Is that
that's
not
very
good?
new? That's very new research. I don't think that's going to be on the World Health Organization's top 10 list.
Oh, this is true.
I think we go for something that's really obvious. Really obvious. So like Barnes, or like the first thing that you would like be telling people for their mental health.
I think do something you enjoy, like a hobby.
Yeah, well, that's why I said video games.
Yeah, remember the things that bring you joy and do them regularly.
Yeah.
So that is actually something that's on the list. We've got do something you're good at. So do something you enjoy, do something you're good at. So what's something that you enjoy or something that you're good at?
Me?
Yeah.
I can talk someone's ear off all day. I practice guitar quite a lot. Poetry. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily good at them two things, but I enjoy it. So, yeah.
That's good. I've always wanted to play an instrument. I bought a piano keyboard last year with the intent of learning it, and it's in the garage.
I'm learning.
I think I've touched it once or twice. But that's my goal for this summer, to learn the piano. But what about you other guys? What do you do? Or what's something that you're good at or you enjoy?
Making television programs. Does that count?
Yeah, something you're good at, definitely.
All the hobbies, the clubs and societies that have at UEA, not to try to bring it back to UEA, but is that not all about, yes, combining the socialising aspect, but it's also doing things that you like doing. And then when you join these clubs and societies, it enables you to do this stuff that you wouldn't normally be able to do on your own. I'm going to say it again, but this MH24 show would not exist without all the many people who've contributed to it. 45 clubs and societies, and Tory and Charlie and everybody here in the room. George is being a legend. He's not even on screen. He's so everybody who has, everybody's contributed. So yes, I would say, I forgot what my point was, but yes, basically joining clubs and societies does help you do the things you enjoy. And one of the things I really love doing is doing this UEA TV malarkey. So yeah, thank you everybody.
And Georgina, you were going to say something as well.
I was just going to say, on the topic of musical instruments, I also play an instrument, and I know one of my housemates does, and that's a really great way to keep yourself entertained and have a hobby.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good way to sort of distract yourself from everything and just get your mind engaged in something else. So that's something really good. And as I said, that is on the list. So, or did I say that? I don't know if I said that, but that is on the list. So you'll get that point. And that's the end of our first round. So we'll move on to round 2 now, which works in a slightly different way, and it involves you moving a bit. So I'm going to ask you to find an object in your house and tell us how it makes you happy. So I'll give you 35 seconds. Off you go. You've got
right.
Alcohol.
So Charlie's already here with a guitar. She came prepared.
Well, actually, I'm performing later, so it's already here.
Oh, brilliant. What time are you on?
10:30. It's me and my housemate Elena. I'm not saying it will be of any degree of professional, but it will be fun.
Good. So we're just waiting on the quadrilaterals to come back now, and I'll explain how this round is going to work while we're waiting. Each person's got an object that makes them happy. I'm going to go around each person and ask them what the object is and why they've picked it, and it's choose the points based on which one I think is most exciting. So you've got to really sell it to me. So we'll start with the quadrilaterals, and I'm going to ask you each in turn to tell me what your object is and why it makes you happy. So off you go.
I'll go first. So I've got my Switch. It was a lockdown purchase. I treated myself for my birthday, and that was quite good timing because literally a week later we went into lockdown. And I've just had a lot of fun on it. I've spent too many hours on my island on Animal Crossing, more than I'd like to divulge. Yeah, it's just a good fun. Love it.
And who's next?
I'll go next. I've got a book with me. This is about Einstein's just life from when he was young. And although it's still kind of mathsy, but I think being stuck doing the same work day in, day out can get a bit draining. But at the same time, that shouldn't stop you from wanting to learn other things. So when I do read it, to try and branch off into different things, and now it's this amazing math.
I like that. I'm not a huge reader, to be fair, but I've been reading a book recently, which is I've been hooked into it, and that's really unusual because I really find it hard to sort of get into books. So I'm really enjoying reading at the minute. So Georgina, what's your object?
Oh, it's much simpler. It's a cuddly toy because look at it. It's fluffy and it's cute and it makes me happy.
The big question there is, how long have you had it?
I've only had it since, I would say, maybe beginning of this year. I saw it in the middle aisle in Aldi, and I could not say no because look at that face. His name is Simon, and he's a sloth.
It's a wonderful place, that middle aisle in Aldi. Okay, and then
what makes me happy is the middle aisle in Aldi.
So we'll go over to Tory now.
Okay, well, I can see that both of my teammates have come with the exact same item, so let me try and keep up some of the here. No shocked faces. No, it's a completely valid item. Mine is like special to me. So this is Student BMJ, which is British Medical Journal magazine. And back in the summer, I was really lucky enough to get published within it, and so this is like an amazing, massive achievement for me. And whenever I feel like I'm not capable of doing something, or like someone is not like the nicest of people to me, I just can look at this and see my name in it and just think like, you can achieve whatever you want to. Like, you don't need to listen to those people that are clearly just a little bit jealous. So that's what makes me feel really happy.
I like that. And then we'll go over to Phil for his object. I wonder what it could be.
Well, it's a guitar, obviously. I don't know if you can see, but it is a guitar. It's also a purple one. So it ties. I mean, yes, I've been playing guitar since I was about 15, on and off. But it's just something I can quickly, easily just chill out on and make up random jazz noises, which I may well do at some point at 4 a.m. if Charlie wants to join in or whatever. So yes, later on, you'll be there. But it's also purple, so it links to my, and if anybody else knows, I've got this thing about purple. So purple makes me very happy in various ways, mostly because of my association with Prince, who I really like. So it's kind of music and Prince, and purple is just gorgeousness. So it works on so many levels. It's also a lot easier to carry around than my entire Doctor Who DVD collection, which I couldn't shift in the 30 seconds that we had. So I thought, guitar, it's quicker. Is that right? Do you want more?
That's good. I like that. I like the in-depth discussion of purple.
Oh, I could go on a lot about purple.
I do love purple. I was in the purple house at high school, so I do like purple. I had a purple tie and everything.
Oh, I have many purple ties and purple outfits.
So we'll go over to Charlie next for her.
Yeah, so I've got a guitar as well. It's red. Red is one of my favourite colours. And this guitar brings me joy because my late father bought me it. It was the last thing I got from my dad before he passed, and he taught me from the age of 5 to play guitar. So whenever I'm low or like just feeling lethargic or crappy, I just pick up my guitar and it makes me think of him, and I play all the songs he taught me, and it brings me such comfort, and it's such a home comfort being away from home and being so far away from my family. So yeah, that's me.
We are so getting the points for that alone.
Yeah, come on, say.
I do love that. Oh, this is a tough one, and I will just tell you the points are going to the Quizzes of Oz.
Yay!
But I'm undecided on which one I liked the best, so I'll just leave it at that. But it was a close second place because I really like Georgina's one as well. I love the midline Aldi, and that really got me. Okay, so yeah, the Quizzes of Oz get the points for that round, and we'll move on to our third round. And you don't need to do anything other than sit down for this one. You don't need to be running around your house. So I'm going to send some pictures to the chat. These will appear on the viewers' screens as well, and this is the picture round. So I'm going to send the picture to the chat. I'm going to ask what is the picture of, and once you've got that, I'm going to ask you the question relating to the picture. And it will be a fairly simple question. Some of them are true or false questions, and some of them are a bit more advanced, but you should be able to get them easily. So I'll send the first picture now. Okay, so you should see that on your screens now, and I'll go to the Quizzes of Oz first for this one. So what can you see in the picture?
A girl waking up or yawning at least.
Oh, struggling.
Yep. That's no more advanced than that. That's all it is. And the question related to it is, what is the average time spent asleep per night for an adult in the UK according to a 2018 global sleep survey?
How close do we need to be?
I'll allow you. I mean, I've got it to the minute, but I'll allow you to get the hours.
The average. Well, I know you're supposed to sleep 8 hours, aren't you? That's what you're supposed to sleep every night. But I imagine it's something like 6.
So is that your final answer?
I don't know. I'm going to ask. What do you think?
Phil, what do you think?
I'm with Charlie on this. I mean, it's going to be less than the average.
Yeah.
6 seems to be. Yeah, let's go with 6 as long as it's Tory, are you with that?
I'm with you guys till the end.
Go on then, Shade. What we got?
So that is right. It's 6 hours and 20 minutes. So that's good. Well done. So that means that each person surveyed sleeps well. The average is 100 minutes less than the recommended 8 hours of sleep. So that means that each year, average Brit is deprived of 608 hours of sleep over the whole year, which equates to about 25 whole days that you should have been asleep, but you're awake.
Oh, wow.
So that's shocking to me. And obviously the sleep thing comes into the mental health thing. You need to sort of rest up to be able to look after your mental health. So that really shocked me, that 25 days that you should be asleep, but you're actually awake. So yeah, well done. You guys get the point for that. And we'll go on to the second picture, which is for the quadrilaterals. So that should be sending over to you guys now. So tell me, what can you see in that picture?
It's like or a classroom maybe.
So this one's a bit trickier. It's the workplace, and it. Sorry, I've lost track of where I am on the questions. So the question related to it is a true or false question, and it is the statement: mixed anxiety and depression are estimated to cause 10% of days lost from work in Britain. So I'll read that again. Mixed anxiety and depression are estimated to cause 10% of days lost from work in Britain. True or false?
Because it's include if you can't relax. We're gonna say false.
So that's right, it is false, because the actual statistic is 20%, so it's 10% more than that. And it is believed that mental health support in the workplace can save UK businesses up to £8 billion a year in relation to this. Obviously, they've got to sort of subsidise the work somewhere. So if they introduce mental health support there, they could be saving themselves £8 billion a year, which is, again, that's an amazing statistic. So we'll go on to the third picture of the picture round. Coming over to you now. And this one is for the Quizzes of Oz. Any second now.
Oh.
Oh.
Can you see it?
It needs to be downloaded. Are you sure you aren't sending us a virus to kill us?
I can promise.
No, I can see. If you click download, you can see it. Has everyone seen it? Because I'm looking at it.
No, I'm trusting you, Phil.
It's there. It is. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay. Yeah.
It's a bloke with an old-fashioned computer.
Looking at a piece of paper quite discombobulated.
Oh,
what's the bloke wearing? What does he look like he does for a living?
What, a doctor?
Yeah.
The doctor, yeah. And so
I promise we don't wear white cloaks anymore. That's not
you
what
don't anymore now. I had to try and find the most sort of obvious doctor-looking picture that was royalty-free. So
will doctors have better curtains in future? Because they're really bad.
Like the 70s or something, isn't it?
It probably is, yeah. So we'll go over to our question, which is, whilst 1 in 4 people suffer from mental health issues, how many people receive treatment? So we're looking for a 1 in X number here. So over to you guys to confer, and then...
Tory, do you know this already?
Yeah.
I'm going to say, not that I'm asking you for the answer, but I have a feeling you might know.
You know we're not allowed to use our unfair disadvantage.
No, I know, but that's why I was asking.
I would just be guessing.
Oh, right. Because I'm thinking it's going to be something like 1 in 10, or even... Is it out of the 4, or is it out of everybody? So is
I think it's out of everybody.
Right, so it's going to be a lot...
So can I just clarify, does seeking treatment count as, is it like getting medication or just getting support in general?
Both.
Both.
So getting any kind of support of any sort.
In terms of sort of from a psychiatrist or doctor or whatever.
So this would be like, medication or therapy.
What do you think, Tory?
Phil's 1 in 10 sounds, I don't know.
Be less than that, do you think? Really? Don't know. I'm just thinking of undiagnosed. I mean, I suppose people who get it and don't seek treatment, or
yeah.
I mean, I don't know how they include that in the statistic, mind, but
just take a stab.
So, are you going with 1 in 10?
Can we say 2 in 10? Because I think 1 is a bit.
1 in 10 is 2 in 10 is 1 in 5.
Oh yeah, it is. don't quick maths me, because I can't deal with that. Yeah, no, you just say it. Sorry about me.
Oh, are you thinking slightly less than 1 in 10, or slightly more than 1 in 10? So 1 in 9 or something, or 1 in 11. Am I blowing your mind?
I'm going to rush you because I'm running out of time.
Right, I can't do numbers. You just do it.
Let's go for Phil's 1 in 10.
Let's go 1 in 10.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can't give you the point for that because it's actually 1 in 8. With
so
most
close.
of these in the form of medicine. So pills or whatever, psychological therapy. So statistics do show that this is on the rise, though, with the number of people seeking help almost doubled between 2000 and 2014, which is always a good sign.
You didn't say out of 8.
Okay, moving on, Charlie.
Okay.
I'll explain maths to you another day.
So we've got our last picture of the picture round now for the quadrilaterals, and this will have to be a quick one because we're really running out of time. So what can you see in the picture?
A sign with a woman and a man picture.
Yeah, so this is a question relating to gender, and it is a true or false statement again. So the statement is, men in full-time employment are nearly twice as likely to have a common mental health issue than a full-time employed woman. True or false?
Men more likely to have women. So
what was it exactly twice?
Exactly twice than women. It's interesting. That seemed quite high. What was the last one? True or false? False. Can I say false?
Yeah, that's right. It is false. It's actually the other way around, with about 19.8% of women in full-time employment having common mental health issues compared to 10.9% of men. So that concludes our picture round. We are actually out of time, but are we finishing now, or have we got time for another round?
what we got next? Can it?
We could do like one question for each team from the next round. If we do like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have a quick speed round then. So again, it's in the same style as the first round. I'll give you a question and I've got a list of answers. You need to get one correct answer from that list. So the question is, what professions have the happiest workers according to resume.io? So what professions have the happiest workers? So I'll give you 15 seconds to discuss it with your team and then we'll go over to the quadrilaterals first.
Oh God.
What do you think?
The happiest.
It can't be anything like banking.
I don't know. They seem to be very happy. The rich ones, anyway.
Maybe something outdoor workingness. Oh my God, sorry.
What about like nursery?
Yeah, I was thinking that something like primary school. Well, yeah, or what do you call it? The other ones, the next one down. Nursery.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to be on the list, but.
No, if you knew what was on the list, we'd just read it out.
Outdoor work, though, because outdoor work is really, I feel like they're, like, I don't know.
Okay, so both teams have 20 seconds left now.
Gardener. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Love a good garden.
Yeah, but their work is like, it's really dependent on weather and stuff and on whether you have people around to do garden jobs.
This is true, but I feel like they enjoy it while they do it, and it's while they're doing work.
5 seconds.
Oh God.
We go landscape gardener.
Yeah.
Okay, so quiz are you going with gardener?
Yeah.
Okay, yep. And how about these quadrilaterals? What one are you going for?
We were having a little discussion, and I said maybe a beautician or a hairdresser because that seems like quite a nice line of work. You're going in like there's nothing too painful to deal with. It's very social.
Okay, so is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so that one isn't actually on the list, but I'll go back to the Quiz of Oz, and it made me laugh with you guys because you started with bankers, then you went to teachers, and then you went to gardeners. Gardeners are actually at the bottom of the list, so they are on the list. You'll get the point for that. 47% of gardeners are happy. It made me laugh though because you started with bankers, and accountants are actually the second on the list with 83%, and teachers are 6th on the list.
Hey, wow!
So you worked your way down the list.
We should get 3
you
points.
Get the point for that.
That was great.
So we'll finish there. We've had our 4 rounds, and I can tell you that the Quiz of Oz win that with 4.5 points to 3 points from the quadrilaterals. So thank you everyone for playing. It was a really good game. I really enjoyed that, and you came up with some really good answers and explanations for your answers. As I said, Quiz of Oz, you win. So you can take home the bragging rights for this one. And thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone who made this possible. And thank you everyone for playing.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye, Shay. It's okay, Phil.
Yeah, so I'm just hoping George is okay.
I hope you guys enjoyed that. I was quite surprised at the professions round, actually, the list that the Quizzes of Oz managed to work their way down. I was quite surprised at that, but yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Next, we are going to have We're gonna have a little bit of a talk about body image with some wonderful girls. Just checking if everyone is ready to go. And we're gonna have Tory back as well.
Yay! I was on the quiz team. We had fun.
Tory has been a trooper throughout this entire live stream.
Can we also give a shout out to Phil, because he was up like an hour and a half before I was at like 7 or 6 o'clock this morning. So thank you, Phil.
Phil has also been working very, very, very hard.
Yeah, I've been a bit worried about him the past couple of weeks. I was wondering if we were going to make it to today. No joke.
Do you realise I can still hear you? This is
I mean, we're here and it's been great, and we're actually that's quite exciting to know. And yeah, we're just going to be having a little chit chat about some of the really, really cool campaigns that some of the societies and clubs have been running, and also just a bit about like generally body positivity and looking after and loving ourselves. I don't. Am I back? I think everyone can
You are, yeah.
Oh, this is fun. Like the Wi-Fi. I mean, it's it never ever plays up, and then literally the only day that I want it to be okay, it doesn't work.
It's the mystery of not knowing if anyone can actually hear you or not as well.
Yeah, just kind of like pause and like freeze until I know that everything's okay. But yeah, we've got an action-packed lot of stuff for the rest of the day. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but we should be ready to go quite soon.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to get kind of a thumbs up. But yeah, we had a really good time with the quiz with Math Society. That was quite interesting to hear the statistics, and I heard you saying, Mariam, about the jobs, the professions, and like how that was quite interesting.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think accountants were that high.
Yeah, I was gonna say like definitely not them on the list.
I feel like they're always stressed, but maybe money does buy happiness.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I was always told that they were like the most miserable when like accountants were really like not happy with their jobs. So yeah, not sure about that. But World Health Organization knows their stuff, and they know their stats, and they know their list of top 10. So
I have a couple of friends going into accountancy, so I'll let you know how they are in a couple of years.
yeah, please do. And I think we're ready to go. Yeah. So we're going to be welcoming on our guests in a minute. So we are delighted to be welcoming a representative from the UEA Burlesque Society, Maya Williams. We've got Emma Bullen, who is president of UEA Ballet, who is of Whole Fitness. So thank you all of you for joining us. I don't know if we've got Rihanna Lily on video yet, but we can just say hi. Yeah, we've got you. Amazing.
Hi.
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 Thank you everyone for joining us. Sorry we're running a little bit late, but we hope that you've had a good day so far. So should we first just go to all of you and just you can tell us a little bit about you and a bit about your society in general, and then we can do a bit more specific questions. So should we start with Emma?
Yeah, hi, my name's Emma. I'm president of UEA Ballet. Gosh, I don't know how to sum up UEA Ballet in like a few sentences. We're really, it's in the name. We do ballet every Saturday for all abilities, beginners, intermediate and advanced. So yeah, we're a really friendly and cool club. So yeah, we love ballet.
Lovely. Maya?
Yeah, so I'm Maya, president of UEA Burlesque. I'll sum us up as it being about dance, sexiness, and loving yourself.
I love it. And Arno, as an ex-member, I mean, I still love to get involved in everything UEA Burlesque is doing. I find it such a fun release of just like confidence and everything. But yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit more detail in a minute. And Rihanna Lily.
Hi, I'm Rihanna Lily. I'm president of Pole Fitness. And to sum Pole up, I'd say we do pole dance. So ours is definitely surrounded by strength mixed with dance styles, and we do like all different styles. And it's really good.
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us, and I've got Mariam helping me with kind of interview as well, so I'll hand over to Mariam so I don't talk as much.
So first off, I guess I will ask, what do you guys think is the most important thing to address in the current climate in regards to body image?
So I would say shifting it from a focus of just girls. I think that issues of male body image are so ignored.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important that we try and make it more general.
I think as well another big thing is like to celebrate all bodies. I know, for example, like a lot of people with pole fitness, because we have to wear quite minimal clothing, people get very worried that they have to look a certain way, and I think sort of celebrating all bodies is very important.
Yeah, we're kind of similar to Rihanna in that a lot of the time people will see a certain image of a ballerina, and if that doesn't necessarily match up to their own body, they suddenly have this rift between who they are and what they can achieve. So I think a big problem is trying to bridge that gap and to be actually the ideal isn't even an ideal, it's just what is there at the moment. We really need to shift that to be a lot more inclusive for all shapes and sizes.
Lovely.
Yeah, I agree with like all of those various different points. I mean, in a bit we'll talk about beat. I know that a lot of you guys have fundraised and raised awareness for beat, and we'll talk a little bit about them in a bit. But also you guys have done your own kind of like campaigns, and I mean burlesque in general is all about body positivity and confidence, and that's kind of the foundation of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's what you guys do like on your day-to-day activities. Like give us a little summary of kind of how you guys feel you boost each other's confidence and how it's good for you guys' mental health.
This to me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's just it's a very encouraging society. I mean, you've been at rehearsals before, and there's no one is silent when someone is sharing a routine. It's so noisy, so loud, so supportive. We have group chats and stuff, so if ever anyone's worried or anything, it's just it's okay, you'll be fine, you'll be great. And I think it's just an all-around very positive atmosphere.
Yeah, and everyone just like everyone's body is different, and that's it's kind of a celebration of that when we have our shows. I think there's just such variety. Yeah. And Emma and Rihanna, I know that your clubs have done some various campaigns involved like directly to do with body image. We'll start with Emma. Do you want to tell us a bit about ballets?
Yeah, so it was in my first year, so yeah, like 2 years ago. We had Love Your Leo, so Leo being short for leotard. Basically being like, love your leotard, love your body, no matter how it looks when you're wearing a leotard. As I was saying before, there's a real problem with there being a certain idealized version of what a ballet dancer looks like, because it is so focused on what it looks like. The art is very much like, how does it look? How does it present itself? So we really wanted to try and shift that notion of having the ideal, because anyone wearing a leotard is the ideal. Anyone that does ballet or is giving it a go or is enjoying themselves is the ideal. That's what the art is all about. So what we did, we really encouraged in one of our particular classes for members to wear their leotard or to wear whatever they feel most comfortable in, most confident in. And we also went around campus and took photos in different locations on campus, the SU shop, the laundrette, outside the ziggurats, all sorts of crazy locations in our leotards, and posed because we're confident with ourselves. We're confident in our bodies, wearing our leotards and doing what we love the most. And from that campaign, like you were saying with Beat, we really emphasise the work that they do and how important it is for people to feel known that there are these problems out there. They're really not alone in feeling these insecurities. Even when we see new members, freshers, sometimes we'll get people feeling concerned or nervous coming to class thinking, oh, do I need to wear certain clothing or do I need to look a certain way? And we really want to shift that anxiety to be, no, you can come no matter what you look like, what size, shape you are, because at the end of the day, ballet is just a thing for people to enjoy and to feel good from. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. And we'll discuss it a little bit more in a bit. But Rihanna, do you want to tell us a little bit about Pole's campaign?
Yeah, so our campaign is Everybody is a Pole Body, and we started it last year. And what we done for it is we had like a big photo shoot where our members came in and they wore their like pole clothes, and we painted like on their body different sort of words such as like confidence, strength, and things like that. And then we had took loads of pictures of everyone, released these, and we were just showing that, like anyone that wants to do pole, like you have a pole body. There is no ideal kind of pole body. It's quite similar to the Love Your Leo. And yeah, it went really well. We had a lot more ideas for this year, but unfortunately that has not happened. But yeah, and our campaign was just the idea just to celebrate all of our current members and just sort of showing them how like their bodies are like perfect how they are and things like that. And it's just really nice.
Yeah, and I'm sure that like even if COVID's put a spanner in the works, I'm sure you'll be able to figure out something.
Yeah,
so don't worry too much about it. And Emma, I know that you've got some plans for Love Your Leo this year as well. I mean, how much can you tell us?
Oh, spoilers. I don't know how much I can tell you. What I can say is we are really going to try and branch out. We started off the campaign and it was very much focused on ballet. Last year, we spread it out to a variety of clubs, and the response we had was incredible. It was amazing, the clubs that reached. We had clubs reaching out to us, actually, that wanted to get involved, that we didn't necessarily think at first that it would be such an issue for because of different clothing or different standards and stuff. So it was really incredible, the response we got last year, and that kind of inspired us to take it to the next level this year, to reach beyond UEA, potentially. Fingers crossed, if everyone responds to their social media, we'll get an amazing response from other universities and even different dance schools, different dancers. We're really trying to put the message out there that your leotard can be any size and you can still absolutely love ballet and be really, really good at it. So yeah, the plan this year is just to expand and to really push the message out there as much as we can, be it online or in person.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like, I definitely agree that it's just such an important initiative, and I hope that you manage to get it going national. And I know I've already said, like, I'm sure that Headucate members would love to get involved in both of the campaigns. I think that they're like brilliant, amazing things, and I guess this leads us on like nicely to talk a little bit about Beat, because I myself am a peer support volunteer for Beat, and also am really passionate about raising awareness and fundraising for them as well. But just so I'm not talking, does someone else want to explain a little bit about Beat?
Yeah, so Pole actually does we do a thing for Beat every single year, which is our 24-hour polathon, where we're on the pole for 24 hours and we raise money for Beat and we have bake sales. Obviously that's not happening this year, but we do still have something coming up very soon. And yeah, Beat is just, I think it's very important to talk about in this current climate, because I know there's so many people struggling right now, and I think that they're obviously eating disorder charity, and they do like such amazing things, and they're really good at showing everyone that, you know, like this does happen, but this doesn't make you strange. This is like like something that happens quite commonly, and they're just a charity that's there to show everyone that they're not out of the ordinary, and I think that's like an amazing thing that they do.
Do you have anything to add about Beat specifically?
No, I don't.
I think you covered it all.
Yeah, I mean, just to add a little bit, I know that I've been in contact with people at Beat, and they wanted to let me know to tell everyone that they are going to be open over Christmas. So they weren't 100% sure, and COVID obviously has put their support into a little bit of work, but like they are going to be open over Christmas, and they have a telephone line, and they have online support chats, and they also run various support groups for people with various different eating disorders, but also for like people like parents of children struggling, or people, friends, or yeah, just like anyone really. So if you check out their website, it's Beat, you'll find them really easily, and you can find more there.
Yeah, I heard that over lockdown as well, they actually had a bit of a spike in their number of helpline calls because of the restrictions on different foods. Certain people didn't have that kind of comfort food that they would usually be able to go to kind of help them. I think the work they've been doing, especially over lockdown, is absolutely incredible. It's something that I think a lot of people wouldn't necessarily think would be an issue with lockdown, which is why it's so important that we talk about it in things like the live streams and stuff, because it is something that if you're not aware of it, or if you don't necessarily know someone close to you, you don't even think about it, especially over lockdown. You think there's so many other things going on, but actually it is a big issue that is happening and is getting worse because of lockdown. Yeah, this time of year especially, it's so important that we really promote those services to people.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the amount of tweets and stuff that I've seen about people being upset that they haven't, because there's been all the fitness things happening over lockdown, and the tweets I've seen of people that are upset because they've gained weight rather than lost weight over lockdown and that sort of thing, and sort of reverting back to old thought patterns of eating disorders, that sort of thing. It just sort of highlights how important charities like Beat are.
Yeah, and I think over lockdown, not just kind of availability of foods, but also people not being able to go out and get that exercise, or like do what they would usually do to kind of keep them, I guess, preoccupied with other things, so that those habits don't overtake. And also kind of I know some people that feel kind of anxious even kind of going to the supermarket to pick what they're gonna like get in their weekly food shop, and so with everyone wearing masks, and if you've got like the tiniest anxiety about coronavirus as well, people getting too close to you in a supermarket while you're just spending a little bit too long at the shelves because you're just not sure what to pick, because you just get really indecisive and it just takes you a while. It's just so many different things. So yeah, it's really important for us to talk about, and something that I'm really trying to push with Headucate, especially because I'm a medical student, is the teaching that our future doctors are going to get to do with eating disorders, because not really enough education there for the people that are going to be like our GPs in the future and everything. But yeah, I'm really grateful that we've got you guys here to talk to us about it a little bit more. I guess I'll just go around to each of you and tell me one of your favourite things about your bodies, if you don't mind.
I wasn't expecting this question.
I know, I just came up with it now. I mean, you can take a little bit of time to think. I mean, like I could go for my, I would say I'll go first and give you guys some time to like think, because like I just put you off the spot. Okay, so for me, I would have to say my eyes, because people always comment on them being like a really blue color, and they're quite like big. I mean, apart from when I'm really tired and they go really like small, but usually
I'm sure they're just as blue when you're tired.
yeah, but like I don't know, you can't see my pupils as much, so it doesn't like give as much of a big effect. But that would be mine. Yeah. Anyone else?
I'll go for my height, because as a kid, I was always very sort of insecure about it. 'Cause I'm quite tall. I'm 5'9", so as a kid, I was always the tallest one. And obviously, when you're younger, you're taught girls shouldn't be tall. So I just sort of taught myself to use it to my advantage rather than my disadvantage. So that's probably my favourite thing.
I love it. I wish I was taller. I am so. I mean, there's so many pluses to it, and as much as I can understand being like self-conscious growing up and stuff, but gosh, if I could see when I went to concerts, that would be massive plus.
I can reach high shelves as well.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I can't even. My shower turn on button is so high up. I have to like go on my tiptoes and stuff for it. So I'm always feeling like I'm going to slip every day. It's like, when am I going to slip? You guys.
Well, let's hope you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a bit vague, but I would just say my figure, because I think especially with ballet there is so much focus on the aesthetic, so how your body looks and proportions, etc., which is why it can be such a problem for some people. And I think just accepting that, you know, you don't have to be a certain size. You can be a bit bigger in other places. You can be a bit smaller in other places. Is something really important to me. And the fact that I've kind of been able to accept that and be like, do you know what? I am going to do ballet. I might not be the version of ballet that we might see more often than others, but I absolutely love it. So yeah, I would say my figure. I'm going to go for that.
Love it. I love it. Yeah, Rihanna.
Okay, I think mine would be my arms, because I was always kind of worried that doing like, girls are sort of told that they shouldn't be muscly and things like that. But obviously with pole, you have to be quite strong. And I've definitely built quite a lot of muscle, but now I'm really proud of that. And I love sort of looking in the mirror and seeing like that my arms are quite muscly. It makes me feel like really good. So I think I'd say that.
You could sell pole just on the fact that you get really strong arms, because I'd love to have really strong arms, like just for practicality, but also like when you see people doing pole, I think their upper body strength is incredible. I think it's so cool. So yeah,
it's a great sport. I love it.
My internet is going. Mariam, do you have a favourite thing about yourself, your body, that you'd like to share?
This will probably be quite a cliche one, but I think it'd have to be my smile, because I feel like that's what a lot of people notice first, and it's the one thing I get a lot of comments about as well. So yeah, I think I'll go for smile.
You have a lovely smile. I do love it. It always puts a smile on my face.
I think that's one of the reasons I love smiles as well, because they're infectious.
Yeah,
definitely. I think that kind of brings us to the end, if I'm right.
Yeah. Do you guys have any last words?
I guess the final thing would just be, come to ballet, come to pole, come to burlesque.
Yeah.
Come give everything a go, because I think it's so important that we get people to really disconnect between body image and sport. Like, who cares what your body image is? You know, give it a go. If it's something you really want to try, do it. There will be a leotard in your size. There will be shorts in your size. There will be a really cool costume in your size. So yeah, really just give it a go. And, you know, Rihanna and Maya are like such amazing people. So just go into our social media. And if you're feeling nervous about body image, or just about joining a club like ours that does involve certain clothing, just drop people a message, because there's always going to be someone on the other end to answer your question. And most of the time, the answer will be, don't worry about it. Wear whatever you want. Be confident and be comfortable.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for joining us today and for giving us so much insight and motivation. I think it's definitely needed right now. But yeah, I think that brings us to the end. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for organising this.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
That was amazing.
That was.
I feel like when you have such lovely around you, it's kind of hard not to want to give things a try. I think next up we have a documentary about mental health at UEA. So we are ready for that now.
Adequate. Needs improvement.
I would say they're empathetic, but lacking in resources maybe.
Tough to get. Yeah, I do think you have to fight to get it. It's almost like whoever screams the loudest is going to get the most support, and that's not what it should be.
Could do more.
Not everyone has a mental illness, but we all have mental health. And just like our physical health, it is something we need to look after. Mental health is frequently overlooked. There is still a stigma attached to mental illness, meaning people are less likely to admit to struggling and less likely to seek help. According to a 2018 student experience survey, 1 in 4 UK university students are experiencing mental health problems. The University of East Anglia have a wellbeing service for students which offers workshops and counselling sessions for those who are struggling with their wellbeing and mental health. However, this is a service that has been heavily criticised.
I'm 22, I'm a film and television student, and my experience with the wellbeing services, my mental health hasn't always been good. I'm a long sufferer of kind of like depression and anxiety and things like that, and it just kind of, you're moving from home and being by yourself all of a sudden, it kind of takes a horrible turn in a way, and I just wanted some support and some help. To be honest, for me, what was frustrating was that I needed just to see someone, just for a couple of sessions at most, just to get my head right and get everything back in the swift of things. And I was told like it would be a month and a half until I could see someone. And to me that felt really, I felt a bit let down just on because we kind of expect to be supported, and it just suddenly, at that moment, it felt like I wasn't being supported. And a month and a half went by and I had that appointment booked and I got there and it didn't matter anymore. And in that meeting we talked about what was going on and what was happening, and it was what I needed, and that was good, but it just felt like, where were you a month ago when I really needed you? And it sparked more worries to me, because I was thinking, where would this be if it was someone who was on the edge and they were told they'd have to wait a month and a half? When you're in an establishment that kind of prides itself on being community and helping, it would be a bit nicer to know that there's always going to be a kind of immediate response, or at least a quickish response. But you know, I can't say that other people have definitely benefited from it, and I have friends who of course have benefited from it, but just for me in that specific case, it just was, I was a little let down. Yeah.
I'm a third year English literature student, and I first went to student support in first year. When I went, I think I went quite early on in the term, so they saw me quite quickly. They referred me to a counsellor, and I saw them over in Suffolk Terrace for a 6-week course of counselling. And halfway through I realised that she was actually making me feel worse than I was before I did the course, because she was just making me bring up a lot of stuff from my past that I didn't want to bring up, and rather than giving me solutions or helping me move forward, I was just kind of dwelling on like the negative. So I went to student support and told them that I didn't think it was right, and if they could give me some other form of help, and they basically said that I would have to go on an 8-month waiting list for CBT, and if I didn't do that, then I could do other things like mindfulness courses in like groups, or other group activities. So I didn't really want to do anything where I'd have to like talk about my feelings, because I wasn't really into that. So I did the mindfulness thing, and that was actually really good. And I still practice mindfulness. But in terms of the actual counselling, I think what they offered me was inadequate, and they never actually told me what kind of counselling it was, or why I had had it, or anything about maybe what was maybe wrong with me or what needed to be improved on. Because they didn't give me any of that information, there was nowhere I could go either after. So I was kind of stuck in a bit of a rut.
It was in my foundation year that I went to student support because student finance said I could have a mentor, which is similar to counselling. And for the first 2 years that was fine. After my foundation year, my mentor actually left to go back to Ireland, so I got someone else. And that was all fine, and she's still my mentor till today, so she's really lovely. But in my second year of my actual degree, student support had changed its mentoring program, so instead of it going through the university from student finance, it went through a different company called Ramsden. And because there were so many students from loads of different universities all getting transferred and it was so disorganised, there was about an 8-week period where I was going from one mentoring meeting a week to none whatsoever. And I tried to go to student support to see if I could get any other type of support during those 8 weeks. They said no, there's like at least a 6-week waiting period to see if you even qualify. It was awful. I had to really fight to get my mentor back and to get taken seriously because they had changed all the extension criteria as well. So it was just everything had changed and I was given no help. So up until this point it was like going really well and then just...
I'm a third year student at UEA and my experiences with student service really came about this year in September. In August I self-referred myself and they emailed me back saying we have a huge waiting list, we don't know when we're going to get you in. And they finally got back to me about an appointment in October, mid-October. And then when I attended that one, they told me, okay, so we think we're going to refer you to CBT, but that's also a huge waiting list. And the first available appointment we have is early January. So I took that because I didn't really have much option for anything else. And I attended the early January session of therapy, which was really just an assessment. Nothing was really addressed, which I'm not surprised, but it's the fact that half the year's gone and nothing has really been, I haven't really learned anything new. I'm in the same position I was back in August. And at this time, about half a month after that appointment, they still haven't gone into contact with me. This isn't like before where I knew it was several months away, but it was booked. I have literally no idea when I can see them again. So for now, all I'm doing is I'm being passed around to different people saying, yeah, we think CBT will help, but we just can't get you in for that.
When I first started at university, I felt there was a really strong stigma behind it, and I remember walking into the student support services for the first time and I literally had the hood of my coat up to like hide my face, so if anyone saw me that knew me wouldn't know that I was going in there. And I think the university could maybe do more to help reduce that stigma and to make the student support services not look so much of a no-man's land, make it look more kind of welcoming, not just for people that like have issues, that it's somewhere that everyone can seek help.
It's a funny question because, like, of course you do, because you feel like you have Nightline, you have all these kind of services. But because of my experience, I would say that I feel supported more by like my friends and my family and by external sources rather than my actual university.
Yes and no.
I feel like they're trying to support me, but they just don't have the right equipment to help. I feel like they can help with maybe minor problems, but anything that's a lot more serious, anything that's a lot more long-term, and they don't really know what to do for you, but pass you on to other people in the hopes that they can help.
Just having someone to talk to about what I'm going through and stuff really is helpful, so it's sort of a weird sort of priority list I think they have. I don't think every student is treated equally or as they should be.
Yeah, I feel like they've done all they can to help, especially when I've spoken to students that go to other universities and have told me about their experiences. But I mean, we can always do more. Nightlife. I think the pets thing is really cool. I don't know any other universities that do anything like that, and I know that lots of people that bring in their pets are also students, which is nice, so it's kind of closing that community up.
On the one hand, I'm quite happy that they are trying to offer other services, so that if you can't get an appointment, then there is at least other people you can turn to. But again, I feel it's the same problem. It's helpful for very, very minor issues. I feel if you have anything more serious, then it's not particularly helpful.
For me, with the support that I usually get, I feel like phoning up Nightline wouldn't do anything. Like, mine's a bit more long term. I don't know, it might be useful for like a one night thing if you like get in an argument with your house or like something's happened that one night, but otherwise, no. But security are really good too. Do like the security at UEA. I feel really safe at UEA, and they do respond really quickly, which is good. But other than that, I don't really know what other sort of help they have.
I don't really know about the other services.
The university and for freshers had this really incredible system where you had student mentors, I'm sure people know, and they basically, if you call them, they'll come and they'll sit and they'll talk to you. And so we had situations where this person locked themselves in their room, we didn't know what was going on, and it was really stressful, and we were worried desperately about that person. Well, they ended up calling Nightline, and they sent these people around, and that was an amazing immediate response. Like, I have to give you credit for that service. But it was mainly, I think it was run by students, so I think it was a student officer thing, and like, you know, I should be very proud of that. I think listen more. There are so many people who I know who are so frustrated and have this kind of terrible, it's got a terrible reputation, right? Like, if you look at the student support services here, if you'd ask any UEA student, they would say bad. And I'm not sure much has been done to help that image, because you just hear the same stories.
Focusing on first years would be helpful. So for me, the toughest time so far at university has been first year. Reducing the stigma in terms of like not being okay being at university would be helpful, maybe coming from older students and also coming from the university itself. Also advertising events in a way that makes them seem appealing rather than kind of traumatizing.
The university should try and engage more to get students to help other students, because university can be quite an isolating experience for some people, and that can really spark anxiety. I know people who have really struggled with being isolated and finally then merge into a friendship group or something and they feel supported, and if the UEA could do more to set things up like that, that would be amazing.
I feel just offering a lot more variety rather than just listening workshops where you learn, you know, to address your feelings. That's all fine, but I need like solid advice on what to do, and I feel like they don't offer that at the moment.
It needs to think about putting more money into mental health people, because I know it's part of fund is the reason there's poor funding. Mental health isn't funded properly, and whether that be the government, whether that be the university, one of those things, it's got to be just at the point, you know, money is money, health. I mean, there's no really debate there. There isn't.
It just needs to be more organised. The whole university just needs to be more organised.
I reached out to the UEA SU's Welfare, Community and Diversity Officer to inform students where they can go if they feel let down with UEA student support services and are struggling for help. She said, "At UEA SU, we recognise the importance of mental health and that university can be a stressful time in students' lives with lots of changes and deadlines. We run a campaign called Your Mental Health Matters. Through this, we work with student support services in pushing and recruiting more therapists and wellbeing advisors and asking for better funding of these services. We run wellbeing services to support students while at university, and these are largely aimed at reducing loneliness, such as the Buddy Scheme and the Courage Project. We also aim to increase physical activity, which is known to improve wellbeing, through our sports clubs and dog walking scheme. If you're a student struggling with your mental health, don't hesitate to reach out for help. It is clear that universities in the UK need to invest and improve on their wellbeing services, and hopefully this will come to fruition sooner rather than later.
If you're going to compare us to universities like Bristol, ours are like above and beyond better, but I think there's still so much work to do.
Yeah, we're doing everything we can, but come on, you could do a bit more. Like, there's always more that could be done.
I hope you guys find that interesting and useful and insightful as well. Next up, I believe we have a clip from a few different societies, and it's all about mental health and people of colour. But before we go to that, I just want to remind everyone to keep donating to Norwich Nightline through their UEA SU page. Like I said before as well, every little helps. There's a post up on UEA TV's story that shows it, just how much your donations can help. But yeah, I think we will go to the clip now.
So yeah, hello again. I'm Misha Anwar. I'm a second year medical student, and I'm a part of Headucate as a research officer. And in today's call, we have Erin Campbell and Rian Patel, and they're both just going to introduce themselves. So yeah, Erin, you can go first.
Yo, what's up? I'm Aaron. I'm a fourth year computer and graphics student. I've done several societies over my time, Urban Female Movement, ACS, Pride, Basketball. Currently, I run the comp sci LGBT and comp sci BAME groups.
Hi, I'm Rin. I'm a second year environmental science student, and I am I don't know if you can see, but I am the Equality and Diversity Officer of the Indian SOC, and I'm also part of the Environmental Science Society too. So that's my commitments on the issue.
So yeah, thank you to both of you for joining us today. And yeah, so we'll just have a short discussion just about mental health and mental health within the BAME community and also the UEA community. So just to start, what do you think about the mental health system towards BAME communities at UEA?
So for me, I can see the good and the bad in it. I know that there is a group within like the area of mental health that are very dedicated and trying their hardest to make change. But I can also see how the institution as the large UE institution is kind of making it a lot more difficult for students of color to basically access mental health and get the right kind of help that they need. But that being said, within the actual system, like especially within like student support, I know there are several people who are working hard towards it. So there's like with everything in life, there's positives and negatives, but I think right now, I would say the negatives probably outweigh the positives more, because even though there's a lot of hard work being done, we're not seeing as much of it shown to like the wider UEA community. And like on that note as well, it's still, if you look at the numbers, you can still see how disproportionate, BAME students are being affected.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with Aaron. There have been efforts to sort of change the system when it comes to tackling mental health within BAME communities, but we haven't seen the results yet. I don't think we've seen a change in how students who are in the BAME community are sort of getting the help they need with their mental health. I just think that there needs to be a little bit more online as well during the times in COVID where it's a little bit more inaccessible for people to go onto campus. I think if we have a few more services on the SU website towards the BAME communities, it will provide a haven for students who have a mental health or have any sort of problem with their mental health in a BAME community to go and just talk it out and be open about it. There's less stigma there, and it should be a less stigmatized topic because you shouldn't be scared about talking about it. But there's always this perception that people who are in the community are a bit more scared to talk about it because they won't get the help that they need.
Yeah, totally agree. And yeah, there's also obviously the lack of representation of BAME populations within the SU, and also just not just the SU, maybe in the specific schools, like the administrative staff as well. Sorry, I just have a question. What do you think is the reason behind this lack of representation, and what do you think can be done in the near future to kind of fix this?
Okay, so it's kind of
question, sorry.
Huh?
No, it's just quite a big question, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it is a heavy question. And the reason I want to kind of go into why it's a heavy question is because there's certain things. So I remember I recently heard a thing from the Vice Chancellor saying about how this university doesn't have the same problems as maybe older institutions because of how recent it is. But first of all, I'm going to say that's completely not true. And I think that speaks to the fact that ultimately this institution is built on whiteness. And that is what the biggest problem is if you are white within, and this is not just the case with UEA, this is the case with so many universities, but if you are white within universities in general, but as well as UEA, you're generally going to be able to access more places, do better, and get into more positions. I think about the elections last year, just how many white people versus people of color that ran, like that just speaks to like that volume. But the other thing to address is the fact that although there are concerted efforts being made, it is extremely hard, especially in somewhere like Norwich, where it is extremely white, and there have been issues with race before, to bring in people of color into these spaces. You can advertise as much as you want, but ultimately, if you're not making the role specific, which I think one of the things they need to do, make more specific roles, it's going to be very hard for people to come in. Like, because if I was like a mental health advisor and I had an opportunity to go to like, I don't know, Birmingham, for instance, where I know it's a lot more diverse, a lot more accepting, or here, I'm going to Birmingham like that, and I can understand why a lot of people would choose to do the same thing. And so I kind of say one of the things I would say to kind of help or like increase diversity within the staff in general is just making sure that in places where you can have specific roles, be like, listen, we want a Pakistani woman, we want a black man, we want, a Bengali woman in this particular position to do this particular role. Do you know what I mean? And close it off from everybody else. It may seem a bit like, oh, well, it's not being completely inclusive, but actually it's helping increase inclusion and diversity within the university. And at a student level, I think it comes down to empowering students, which is something that the university, specifically the SU, do not do enough of. And I have said this multiple times. I'm actually having a meeting with the SU about this and about their lack of supporting students of color, because ultimately what it leads to is a lot of students feeling disregarded, feeling like they don't have that ability, they don't have that want or need to be a part of the wider university community or make their voice heard or make a difference. I've been here 4 years now, and I said one of the things that always surprises me is just like when people come in, they have this drive, they have this passion, and by year 2, it's usually gone. Do you know what I mean? And that's not just like university. I'm not talking about like academics. I'm talking about just like in terms of like making a difference in universities. Like, they'll experience a racial incident or they'll experience something negative with their advisor or something based on their race. And most people will lose that fighting attitude because they see that the university is not, or they don't see that the university is doing enough to support them. So yeah, it's more about empowering the students and actually saying, hey, like, we're here for you, and what can we do? And I think that I'll kind of wrap up here with the 2 points I think they can do is actually including more students within their discussions, within their ideas, within their buildings, because they always say about, well, we want your voice to be heard, but I find that sometimes the most outspoken students are the students that are most ignored by the SU. And I think the other note is don't pander at the same time. Like, don't say, oh, we hear you, we see you. Like, actually make a difference. Like, show that you're making an effort. Don't make these pandering roles like Black Students Officer, or don't throw statistics at me like only 7 of the last 149 people of color, or students, Black students, have been in SU roles in like 7 years, whatever it is. I don't want to hear statistics or numbers. I want to hear solutions and how we're moving forward.
Yeah, I can completely relate to what Aaron has said throughout, statistics show like a balance of how many people are in this position, how many people are representing the issue. All of that is fantastic. But like Aaron said, the main difference is actually acting on it. And if you look at sort of the demographics of UEA, the influx of people coming into UEA or into Norfolk who are in a BAME community has increased that population of people who are in a BAME community in the whole of Norfolk. Because if you look out of Norwich, I can tell you, you can hardly find anyone who's black, Asian, any type of other ethnicity other than being white. If you go to like Great Yarmouth, if you go to Cromer, if you go to St. Olave's, if you go to Hunstanton, it's hardly anyone is part of a BAME community. There's no variety there. So there's always this white supremacy. We always talk about that when we're in the UK because that is sort of the main ethnicity. But we look at the reasons why even we have racism in the UK, even though we have ethnical divides in the UK, you see why it's better than the US as well, because we do have that acceptance. Coming up from London, being brought up in London all my life, I've always felt I'm in place of a community. I've always felt like I'm in place because of my culture. When I went to Norwich, I've always had that apprehension because Norwich is statistically more white. But when you're part of an SU community, when you join Indian Soc, for example, it gives you that bit of power because you're in a committee where you can really make a difference. And that's exactly why I applied for Equality and Diversity Officer. Because I want people not just to join our society because of our culture, we're just a very inclusive society. We want people to sort of educate themselves about our culture. Like, what it's like to be Indian. How do you feel about sort of the racism, sort of the stigmatization of mental health in Indian culture? I want you to see that perspective. You use that as knowledge, then you can go to the SU and say, right, this is how I'm feeling right now. And you can use your emotional, you can use your personal stories. All of those are source of empowerment for you. Because the SU, like Aaron said, they don't do enough. If you look at the percentage of SU staff, like when I go to the SU shop, sorry, I don't find anyone who's working there who's like brown or black. It's just so minority. It's so small. The population is tiny, and the SU don't really do enough. We've seen that. I've seen it for the past year. So I think that gives the drive to us as BAME students. That gives us a bit more of an edge to say, right, we really do have a voice, even though we are popularity wise we're smaller, but that doesn't mean we're weak of voice. We have Aaron, who's extremely strong about these views. You have yourself, Misha, and you have myself, who I care a lot about this, and I have done a lot of stuff with Indian stuff. So the voice is there. It's just we do need that backing from the SU because they are in charge, and we just got to keep on persisting because if it never stops, then we just have to keep on going.
I think I actually want to kind of go on that point because we've said a lot about like not doing enough, but sometimes we have to recognize that in this institution there are people actively also, maybe not intentionally, but trying to stop the development or the further increase. I think about like so many examples. Obviously, I was on the ACS committee 2-3 years ago now, I can't remember. And we had a very difficult time. And, you know, I've been active within ACS since then. You know, like even in terms of the committee the year after and this committee this year, I'm always like there to help, always trying to be a voice, trying to be a guidance. And the stories that I hear, especially even in terms of mental health as well, and just like how much stress is put on ACS because the SU actually just not only just not helping, but they're actively sometimes in disabling, you know, like stopping students from doing what they need to do. And it causes a lot of stress and mental grievance on a lot of students of color. And it's just like, you know, your job as SU is supposed to be support and uplift, and you're actually causing more of you're causing even deeper mental issues within students because of the pressure you're putting on them.
I think it's just not realizing that they're doing it. A lot of it you can talk about. A lot of this is about human intervention. It's about how people think, and the best way for you guys to sort of change the way people think is to say about a personal opinion, because even though stats are great, they back up your points. If you get personal, if you talk about what you've experienced and how you feel, and you talk about how other people feel, then they realize that, right, okay, the statistics are out the window now because I'm now talking to someone who's experiencing this. Like, I'm very grateful. I've not experienced a lot at UEA to do with my race. I have experienced it from other people, and they've experienced it themselves, but I've got a lot of support but the support didn't come from the SU. The support came from my friends, and I'm very glad. Like, you had ACS Aaron, I have Indian SOC. The first thing that my mum told me when I was at UEA was, when you find a society, find an Indian society, find something which is towards your culture, because you feel comfortable. When you're living with all white people, predominantly with white people, it does create a little strain for you. You don't tell them, you don't show it, but inside it really does, because you want to be people around you who's the same culture. Indian society was the best place for me. And the fact that I've not seen a lot of diversity, and this is what I did in my manifesto, I was like, right, I want to make this more diverse. I want people to know about Indian stigmatization, mental health, culture, racism. I want people to know. I want people from all sorts of different backgrounds. I want people to know. I want people to know that we do experience racism. Like, our lives do matter in a community, because Black lives are equally as important as brown lives in the UEA community. Like, any ethnic minority is equally as important as the white community, because we do have that voice. If we join together, then we've created a voice where, right, you can empower everything that's going on against the SU and make a change. So Indian SOC has really helped me, and like I said, wearing my Indian SOC hoodie right now, and I'm the Equality and Diversity Officer. I want people to see what's actually happening, and I have seen that, because we did an event actually last month. We did a quiz, and I looked at the demographics as the Equality and Diversity Officer. I looked around, and I was impressed with what we did, because not everyone was Indian. We had some Black people, we had some Caribbeans, we had Muslims, we had Bengalis. We had a nice influx of people, and do you know what? I went home and I said, right, I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of what I've done, because we've made a little change. It may not be major, but it's a start. It's a start to something. And as we progress and we become much more accepting of our societies, we can really stamp our authorities and really make a change to the SU.
Yeah, I definitely agree with both of you. And as an international student, I joined Malaysian society, and I definitely felt the same way as you felt, Rian. Like, with the Indian society, you know, there's people around me that kind of understand what I'm going through, because my family is like quite far away, so 14 hours away, so it is quite hard, you know. And definitely with the SU, because it is such a big thing on campus, you know, they are kind of like UEA. And I feel like they should, even though they don't know what they're doing to like other societies, I feel like the SU should kind of work a bit harder in terms of including other people of color, basically.
Misha, I have a question for you.
Yep.
So you said that you're an international student, yeah?
Yeah.
What were the attitudes that you were received as an international student towards your mental health, or towards you being accepted into UEA as you were an international student?
Sorry, you were like cutting off for a bit. Could you just repeat the question again?
What are the attitudes that you received? How did you feel as being an international student, as being part of UEA and being in the SU? How did you feel with all this sort of gay communities coming in, and we're having all this disadvantageous sort of the sort of vibes? Because we Aaron feel the same way, even though I'm British, and Aaron, I assume that you're British as well. You being an international student, feel about how do you feel about being like a proper international, like being Malay, and sort of getting those attitudes? Because it'll be interesting to see your point of view, because you've seen our points of view, so it'd be nice to see what you.
Well, I was in a different university before UEA, so this is my second time being at uni. So it wasn't like something very new, but because I used to be in Edinburgh, so I think that uni was a bit more diverse compared to UEA, especially like the city itself. So moving to Norfolk was it was kind of new for me, of course, and as a med student as well, we'd go to all these placements, and I was in Great Yarmouth last year, and the majority of the patients I talked to were white. So I just felt like it was a bit different for me, and it is quite interesting, like when you talk to other students and they're like, oh, where are you from, and you say Malaysia, and they are quite interested in your culture, which is nice, you know, you feel welcoming. But there are some times that I felt a bit kind of left out, especially I think in March, when, you know, the uni was kind of like closing down, everything was moving online. It kind of took a while for the med school, or I'm not sure if it was the med school or the uni, to just like reach out to international students and ask, you know, like, oh, what are you going to do? Because I don't have a home in the UK, so like I had to, you know, take a flight back to Malaysia and stuff. But it was just like I just felt like there was like a bit of like the lack of like communication from uni with the international students, because it was harder for us. I'm not saying it's not hard for everyone, but it was just a bit harder for me, like as like, you know, being new in Norfolk and like not knowing what to do like during this pandemic. So yeah, that's why I thought like it's like pros and cons, obviously. Like, yeah.
It's nice to get like your perspective from being an international student and see how the transformation of you going to placement to actually doing everything online and how long it took for everyone to reach out. I think it's just really nice that you've sort of given us a refresher on sort of the experience you had. Because for me, I'll be honest with you, environmental science, I know only one other brown person, and there's like 150 of us on our course. So majority of my friends are white. But what was nice about that, being an environmental science student at UEA, what's really nice is you sort of talk to your friends about your culture. And they're not judging you. They're not judging you about where you're from. They're not judging you about what you've grown up with. Because I've had a very different upbringing to them being Indian. They were very accepting. They were very welcoming. They were understanding and compassionate. And they just wanted me to get involved. And the reason why is nothing to do with race. They care about if I was brown, black, white, whatever. They just wanted me to feel happy. And that was the most important thing. So I feel like being on your course, and it depends on what course you do, but being on your course and having those friends around you can really support you, and they can sort of like use you as a bungee jump to get up towards the SU, and sort of give you that confidence to sort of talk about your culture and say, oh, this is how I'm feeling about this. I don't feel great. Is there anything you can do to help? And you can always like try and interrogate and ask questions, because you've got people around there who are the same ethnicity as you, who are trying to help, who are my friends, but they want me to get involved, and they're white, and they want me to feel happy about myself. They want me to feel that I'm welcome on the committee, or I'm working on the campus. So it's just nice to see that well, being a med student as well, there's a lot of diversity in medicine. So it's just nice to have that support as well.
Yeah, I think the med school is very diverse. Even though there's not as many international students on my course, but we I remember during Welcome Week, they like set up a meeting for all of the international students to meet each other, which was very nice. Especially at that time, like I didn't know anyone, so yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really nice. They want you to feel a bit more involved. They want some of the parties are there at UEA. They want you to feel like you're part of a community. So we have a motto at IndianSoc now. Our motto is we came up with it. It's like, you don't need to worry about us. You can say anything to us because we're a family. IndianSoc, being an Indian, it's all about family. Being in a community, being in a unity, being a family. A family is the most important thing to me. So being at IndianSoc is like being with my family. And it's just that type of time to feel, that feeling. If you're in a society where you've got the same culture as you, that's fantastic. You have that family where you can bring people along and you say, this is how we have our ties, this is how we communicate and we talk to people, this is what we're like to each other. And you're just opening the horizons to everyone else. So I feel like you being an international student, your horizons were open a little bit during that work, because oh look, you've got other international students you can sort of talk to and talk about your experiences of you being Malay and other people being from other places around the world.
Yeah, it's really nice to talk about that. Yeah. Do you guys have anything that you want to add about the SU, or about like just the mental health, like just the mental health society? Just the mental health within UEA.
Yep. I would just say, I'd just say for everybody out there, just generally look after your mental health, like first and foremost. Like, degree is important, yeah, but your mental health is ultimately more important. Yes. I mean, like I have a constant dialogue with certain people about like how I'm feeling and like what I'm doing, because, you know, like ultimately I think to get through the year, you need to make sure like you're not going to get through the year if your mental's not in the right place. So just take care of yourself, and yeah, just like kind of what's been said here, there are communities, you know, within, you know, even if the student union, even if the university don't seem like they're supporting you, there are communities within university and there are people within university. You know, I know all three of us here, ACS, Indian Soc, Valley Soc, Africa, female movement. There's so many different societies and communities and groups that you can look out for and just, you know, reach out to, and there'll be somebody there ready to just like help you and support you and like put you in your best, like guide you in the best way forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before we like wrap this up, I think Aaron, we should talk about sort of mental health in our cultures so that people can understand what's it like to be like a native in your mental health in your native culture. So I'll start off. What's it like to have a mental health condition being an Indian? First of all, I'm an anomaly with my family. I've said this before. Hardly anyone in my family is diagnosed with a condition. I'm one of the rare ones. I have autistic spectrum disorder. I've had it for nearly 17 years. And yeah, I'll be honest with you, it was tough. It was difficult. My mum and dad didn't know really what to do until we went on a little journey. When you're a British Indian, you sort of have that sort of openness about sort of your child. You want your child to be happy. That was the motto that my mum and dad. They wanted me to feel comfortable in my own environment. When you're a normal Indian, when you're a traditional Indian, having a mental health condition is being known as being mentally retarded. And that hurt me so much. And the reason why is because no one should ever be deemed or no one should ever be classed as mentally retarded. Because people have mental health conditions that they can't control. You don't get it overnight. You're either born with it or you're born without it. And unfortunately, I was born with ASD, couldn't do anything about it. I've been dealing with it since I was nearly 3 years old. So the attitudes in mental health in India, it's improved, but it's still not good. I remember watching a movie, it's a Bollywood movie called Dara Zameen Par. It's basically about a kid called Ishan who suffers from dyslexia. His brother was doing very well, and his parents were like, well, Ishan's grades are slipping. They didn't realize he had dyslexia, so he went to a boarding school, and there was a teacher who helps with special needs, who was played by a famous actor called Amir Khan. And he then travelled all the way from South India to Mumbai to see the family and show examples of him having dyslexia. They brushed it off. They brushed it off and said, no, this is mental retardism. I don't accept this. I want him to do well, blah, blah, blah. They didn't see the bigger picture. The bigger picture is he's not deliberately doing it. He's got a mental health condition that you should embrace. When you've got a mental health condition, you should look at the positives instead of like beating someone down because of academia. Yeah, I know that I am not as academically able as my sister. My sister's much more academically able than me. But I've got creativity. I love to play music. I love to play sport. I love to be somewhere that I can just put my mind into it. You got to look at those pictures instead of looking at the broad one. You have to look at the individual picture of your child. So since that movie in 2007, there was much more action taken in schools. So they actually separated, when you have exams, they separated kids who had mental health conditions to compare to normal school kids. There have also been special education centres, and the Bollywood industry started to talk more about mental health because it's not being talked about enough. In the UK, we have many interventions, many interventions. The Harrow Council, where I'm from, have done so much to help me. So the stigmatization in India is humongous. It still is. It's huge. But being a British Indian, I feel extremely fortunate that my parents have embarked on a journey, and I've now. People look at me and say, "Oh, you don't sound like you have autism." I do, but it's because of my development, because of when I've grown up as a child. It's just how it is in India. It's always going to be classed as mental retardism, but you just got to embrace it. So my message out there to anyone who has autism, any mental health condition, if you're an Indian or not, embrace your condition. I never embraced it when I was a kid. I thought it was a disadvantage because I was getting bullied for it for over 10 years. But when people realize that, when people educate themselves, they will realize it's something special. You realize it's a mental health condition that's going to make you go on a different path, on a different journey to success. So it's not going to be the same path as anyone else. And to those people out there who bully kids about mental health, having autism, do some reading. Like, it won't take a lot of time. Do a little bit of reading. See what it actually does to people, because that's like how people react. when you have autistic kids, they sometimes overreact when there's a little thing going on. That's natural. That's what happens when you have autism. When you have dyslexia, your writing may not be the same as other people. That's a mental health condition. When you have ADHD or ADD, it's crazy to see the amount of kids getting bullied, especially in India. India is ridiculous. The bullying and the suicide levels towards young boys is ridiculous. So just educate yourselves and don't bully anyone. And for those people who do have a mental health condition, embrace it. Just do, because you'll go so far in your life.
Thank you, Rian. Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Okay, cool. No, I was just gonna say, from like my perspective, obviously being Afro-Caribbean, mental health not really talked about. Not really. Doesn't really. Well, in commonly in the culture, it's very disregarded. Doesn't exist. You're just crazy, just being silly, whatever, things like that. And oftentimes, a lot of Black parents actually probably don't help your mental health because of the stress and the pressure, expectations. You're expected to do well. You're expected to study certain things. You can't do certain degrees because they're not serious degrees and things like that. And it's very much, even in my own familiar relationship, is very much a push and pull. So I don't want to say I had the benefit, because it's not really a benefit, but let me explain. So when I was in my last year of secondary school, we just finished secondary school. I got my grades. I did really well. My friend got his grades. He hadn't done as well, and he actually ended up committing suicide. And that, I think, really helped. Obviously, it was tragic, very sad. But I think in terms of my friend group and my parents and that side of it, it really helped a lot of people kind of recognize, how big of an issue mental health can be within the Black community. Like I said before, that nobody would even really acknowledge the fact or address it. And I think, it made my mum and my stepdad specifically a lot more attentive to the needs of me and my sister. And, if we have problems or if we're going through things. But still on my dad's side, like my birth dad's side, there's still issues and things like that. And there are still blocks to this day that I experience, even with my parents who are more understanding, because there can be disconnects in certain places. And so it makes for a very mixed experience. But I think that's why I have the benefit of university, and just kind of living my own life now. I didn't get properly diagnosed until I think it was literally just before I came college. I came uni, sorry. So last year of college was when I started to address. Okay, clearly, I remember because my mom always used to tell me, "Oh, it's just your hormones. It's just puberty. It's this and that and this and that." And I was I can understand where it was coming from, but after a while, I was like, okay, this has been going on for way longer than anybody. I think either I've had a 12-year puberty or something's actually wrong here. Do you know what I mean? And I actually this is the thing. So when I went to the doctor and stuff, I did it all behind my mom's back, because there was still a disconnect there. And I think that's the case with a lot of people in Afro-Caribbean households, and it is unfortunate. But I think with world events, I hope that it just continues to educate. People continue to get educated and continue to learn how to deal with people with mental health conditions, especially within the Black community, and just raising awareness. And I think that's why it's so important to have a good support system at university, because I always said it was my university experience and my friends I made at university that really helped me, because I can be very difficult, especially because one of the things I suffer from is mild bipolar. So my mood can switch literally instantaneously, and it's a thing where when I first came to university, I didn't tell anybody. People would just be confused by me, because I would be dancing on the table, and next second I'm under the table crying, and people would be like, "What's going on?" Do you know what I mean? But as I was saying, once people started to understand me and me as a person and what I suffer from, it made my life a lot more easier. Because for instance, I might go and study with my friend, and I turn up and I'm really chatty, and then I just sit in the corner for 2 hours. But they no, okay, he's going through a little down phase. If he needs water, give him water. Things like that. So yeah, I think that's why it's really important to have, especially within the Black community, a good support network at university, and that kind of reached out to back to the point of ACS, Female Movement, East African Society. All these societies like are there to like support, and the students as well. Like I've always said, like people, I'm one phone call, one email, one message away, and I'm, you know, I pride myself on helping people. It's like one of the things I really love to do. So yeah.
Same with you. Because we've experienced it ourselves. We've experienced a lot of heartbreak. We've experienced a lot of sort of difficult turmoil, and you don't want other people to feel like that. So that's why Aaron and I. That's the whole point of this chat. We're here to like just help people. We want to support everyone and make sure everyone is feeling happy about themselves. Because mental health is always been brushed under the carpet, man. It's always been brushed because no one regards it as important as other things. Like when we had the coronavirus pandemic, there's so many news outlets on coronavirus. Then Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. Then we had the Lebanon crisis. All humongous events. There was no sign of a little bit about mental health, and then it all started pouring out. I started opening up about my mental health, and then it became a bit more relevant.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing, both of you. Really, yeah, I learned so many new points, and I definitely think the points you guys brought up are really important. And also another thank you for all the work you're doing with the SU and just making sure that, you know, everybody feels included within UEA. So yeah, anything that you want to add just before we end?
I've got one final sort of point out. Yeah, it's to do with myself again. It's basically that I've said before, the amount of bullying I've gone through is crazy. It was ridiculous, and the reason why Aaron and I've like talked about this point is the lack of education. When people start talking to you from another party, so I had a learning support service back at secondary school. When they actually told them about my autism, about why there was sort of like a mark on the register, there was like an ASD and either asterisk, people then actually realized I had a mental health condition, and it wasn't the fact that I'm doing this because of another reason. People realized I actually have a mental health condition, and that's when it all changed. The support came flooding in. So just educate yourself again, and if you want to say something to someone, keep it to yourself. Seriously, keep it to yourself. Don't bother saying it if it's not positive. Just inspire people, man. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy.
Yeah. Okay.
Look after
Thank
yourself.
you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining this call just on a Saturday as well. So thank you again.
Welcome back, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that and found it very insightful. I have got Tory joining me again now. And for the next like 10-ish minutes, we're just going to chit chat a little bit and see how things are going.
Yeah, and thank you so much to Misha from the Headucate Committee for conducting the interview with Rihanna and Aaron. It was a great interview to watch, and it kind of all stemmed from our Mind and Melanin Black and Ethnic Minorities panel that we had a few weeks ago. So we're glad to have given you a little bit of insight into that with the little interview that they had there. Yeah, so a little update as to how we're doing. In 7 minutes, we will be at the halfway point. Can you believe it? That is like a real achievement, and so far, like, you know, we've had the odd technical glitch here and there, but we're doing pretty well, I would say.
Definitely.
We have had we haven't had any no-shows, which is also a plus, and everything has been going quite swimmingly well. And so if you haven't already, please remember to donate to Norwich Nightline, even if it is just £1. I can't keep saying enough, but if just 6% of the UEA student population donate £1, then we will reach our goal of £1,000 for Norwich Nightline. So please, 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 just head to the Norwich Nightline Student Union website and buy one of their little donation products, and it'll make a lot of us very happy. And a little bit embarrassingly, in a little bit time after we've heard from the lovely Rose Ramsden, who's going to read some of her poetry or spoken word, I have been given a challenge by my family that you would call them probably witches, to use a nice term because we're on air live, but asking me to sing a song, and if I do that, then they'll donate £10. to Norwich Nightline. So that may be something to come in about 20 minutes. So yeah, don't expect a lot from me. This is very last minute and on the fly. But yeah, that's what's going to be going on. And in about half an hour, we'll be joined by UEA Dance Squad members Caitlin and Gina, who will be talking to us about their campaign Get UEA Talking. So that's quite exciting. And Mariam, do you want to give us a little sneak peek of what's going to be going on later?
Yeah, I can do. So after we've had the dance squad at about 10, I think, we're going to have a talk about mental health and sexuality and gender. So that would be really interesting. So make sure you're tuned into that. We've got another performance at 10:30, which I won't give too much away about, but definitely be there for that as well. And then from 11 onwards, it's going to be non-stop Headucate until about 2:30ish. When we're going to have a talk about insomnia, which I think a lot of people will find really interesting and really useful. So make sure you're there for that as well. And then again, it's just going to be a lot of Headucate until the morning.
And I have a little update. We have a little donation update. This would be the point on the screen where you have like the little like money shaking part and the little like jingling noise.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't got like jingling noise or anything like that, and we haven't reached our target, but we're at £189 now, which is up from the last time. So there is still time to donate. Thank you to everyone that already has, and we hope that we can reach our target of £1,000. Whether we reach that by Sunday morning 9 a.m. at the close of the stream, or whether it's within the week afterwards, we just hope we can get there.
Yeah, definitely.
And if you haven't already interacted, you can do by hashtagging us, hashtag MH24 live, and we will be looking at comments in all of the chats, YouTube, Twitch, the Facebook watch parties. We're trying to anyway. I'm trying to keep looking at them the odd moment, but it's quite hard to do that. Also, my phone has died like a million times, and I've had to keep charging it with the portable charger, and I don't think that's very healthy. Yeah. So, how are you feeling, Mariam?
I'm not too bad. How are you feeling, more importantly?
Well, I was just like checking in on you because you've been helping me a lot as well. Since the beginning of the day. Even if you've not been here hosting, you've been watching the stream and messaging me when there's been technical issues. So, it's really good that I've had everyone on hand.
Yeah, no, I'm doing okay.
I
think you'll be
I've
interested.
Lost connection.
You've lost connection. Oh, I can still. Okay, yeah. Now she's frozen. Hopefully, we'll have her back in a second. See how the early hours of the morning will be. I think that's when people are going to start getting delirious, but it'll be interesting. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah. I just lost. I don't know whether you realised, but I actually lost connection there for a minute. Okay, you did know. I was just seeing if I could smoothly just like slip back in and no one would notice, but that doesn't seem to happen. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the early hours of the morning. We're also going to have a little segment done by Josh and George, who are educators. They're going to be doing like a self-care segment. They're going to be trying out everyone's different versions of self-care and seeing if any of them work. I gave them one of my ideas and they're going to be testing that out. So I'm really looking forward to that at 11 o'clock. And yeah, we've got loads of Headucate stuff going on all throughout the evening into the early morning. I'm going to be joined by the president of Headucate Cambridge. We set up Headucate Cambridge branch over at Cambridge University just over a year ago now, and I'm really looking forward to introducing you guys to James, who's the president over there. We've been working really closely for the past year, and he's done amazing work at setting up another new branch of Headucate, and really, yeah, looking forward to that. It's going to be a fun evening. I'm going to try and stay up for as long as I can. And Mariam's going to be here from 2 a.m. till 8 a.m.
Yep.
I'll be here for the close.
You're going to see a lot of my face.
You will. But I think that's a good thing. As we said before when we were talking about like our favorite quality about ourselves, yours is your smile. So why would we not want to have you on screen for us? It's lovely. And always lovely to have a little lovely chat with you. And we'll talk more about Headucate later. But just for now, tell me like one of your favorite things about Headucate.
The togetherness. I think it's nice, especially because there's a lack of social interaction now. I think just having people that are sort of your day-to-day contacts, and you kind of check in with each other, that's probably my favorite thing, because I think it definitely is one of the things that gets me out of bed in the morning. So, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you for that.
I'm just looking at the time, and I think it is now 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So we should be ready for Rose to come on from the Creative Writing Society. And she's going to be doing some spoken word recitation for you guys. So I hope you enjoy that. So yeah, Rose, you're live.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was like, do I have to wait for it to go to a special screen? No, sorry. Yeah, my name's Rose. I'm part of the UEA Creative Writing Society. I'm also a volunteer for Take 5. I help run the Friday night film nights, and also I recently started an anime sub channel on the Discord. We also do streams on Tuesday evenings, but that's other stuff, poetry, fun stuff. Some of these are themed around mental health, mostly based off my own experiences, but not all of them. I will give content warnings as appropriate, but I have tried to make sure they are hopeful poems rather than sad, depressed, and angry at the world poems, because I feel like we need more. We need more of those. Life's hard enough at the moment. We don't need another poet just being self-indulgent about how much everything sucks right now. So with that said, this was a poem I actually wrote in first lockdown, and I was just kind of reflecting a bit on my own recovery through the years, and this is called Better Now. I'm better now, not completely naturally, but picking my scabs isn't satisfying anymore. I've spent enough time bathing in my misery, and the water went cold a while ago. I'm better now, really. I don't need to jab my bruises to know the wound was real. And that was the first one. See, usually when I perform at places, you get like applause. So it's so weird when I'm like by myself in my room trying to gauge like, do they know the poem's finished? But with that said, when I was talking to one of the UEA TV correspondents, this was actually one of the poems they asked me to read for the advertisement reel. And it's also soon to be published by Double, which was headed by an old UEA alumni. It's online kind of magazine to promote awareness of disability and all the forms it comes in. So this is Depression Meals 101, How to Make Ramen. Number 1, go to switch on the kettle, then remember you haven't replaced the broken one yet. Begrudgingly take out a pot and fill it with water. Before you would pour boiling water over ramen in a bowl and then place a plate on top. In the end, you find this new technique is worth the extra strain. Number 2, pour some salt in the water so it boils faster. Or is it for flavor? Both? Either way, when cooking, salt is usually required, so sprinkle some in. Berate yourself for not cooking a proper meal. Proper adults with proper jobs who properly contribute to society do not eat ramen at 11 p.m. for dinner. Scratch that. Number 3, remember the importance of 3 meals a day. There are not good foods or bad foods. There is simply food, which your body both needs and deserves. Alternatively, remember that multi-million businesses profit off your insecurity and eat out of spite. Number 4, snap your ramen in 2. Put it in the pot once the water has come to a boil, or put it in before. It probably doesn't matter. Step number 5, stir in the flavor sachet. Ponder whether chicken-flavored ramen means you're cheating on your new vegetarian diet. Number 6, check the packaging and find out that chicken broth is used to make the powder. Oh well, the world's dying anyway. Number 7, the packet says it takes 4 minutes to cook, but you like to be thorough, so you stir for 8 and zone out for another 2. You can be assured that it's absolutely not undercooked. Number 8, turn off the stove. You can eat it from the pot, but if you'd like to lay down as you eat, a bowl is necessary to avoid burning yourself. If it's clean, use your favorite bowl. If you're feeling especially fancy, you can eat it with chopsticks. Leave the pot in the sink for 3 days before you finally wash it up. 9, eat and be pleasantly surprised that it's actually quite good. The static should subside at this point. Number 10, well done. You're doing a lot better than you realise. That's the end of that one. This next one, I wrote it in first year, and I can really see that I wrote it in first year because I did not write very well back then. It was originally in the Ravens and Doves zine that was used to promote awareness of mental health, especially on the UEA campus. So even though I don't particularly like this poem anymore, I still appreciate it because it was one of my first publications, and it was for a good cause, so I still like it. You shouldn't really explain your poems, but I'm going to anyway. Sea glass is when glass, just typical glass, falls into water and it goes through all these different geographical processes, and then it becomes really pretty jewellery. And of course, a lot of my poetry focuses on recovery, so I made the very obvious link there. But this is sea glass. When glass is discarded, besmirched and tarnished, helping hands will carry the shards to the ocean's bed, but not to be laid down to rest. Indignant waves will strip its layers, and salt will scrape its surface, and before the rage is soothed, it will first worsen. You're thrown away, presume never again to see the light of day, but look now at your soft plains and frosted glow, such progress from all those years ago. Take these cliches, a well-loved pair of shoes, wear them like armor, and remember, the sky will always clear after a raging monsoon. A guitar with a broken string can still carry just as beautiful a tune. To get a butterfly, you need to emerge from a cocoon. Like shattered glass left at bay, don't worry, you're going to be okay. Right. That takes us from the nice recovery-themed poems to the only Christmas poem I ever wrote. It's very silly. It's very far from high literature, but it's something I wrote to get in the festive season, even though I wouldn't say it's a very festive poem. But for those of us who maybe don't have the nicest of families, I feel you might relate to this a bit more. The most wonderful time of year. Janet got caught in snow, Robert stopped coming years ago, while Mum pretended she didn't know about Dad's affair back in Guangzhou. John got May a new book. She opened it and shot him a deadly look. One talks, the other listens, togetherness and marriage. She took it in one hand and a suitcase in the other a month later. Jamie was rushed to A&E because Katie put a turkey fork through his knee. The candles set fire to the tree and Sophie only went and burnt the tea. Nan fell down the stairs. Kelly's boyfriend was throwing chairs. Mum was in tears. Just the end of another year. I feel so weird ending these poems, but it's just what we have to do. A content warning, the next poem kind of talks about body image issues, but it's in quite a satirical, sort of humorous way. But then nonetheless, if you're sensitive to that, this is 10 easy steps to build confidence. Eat the food you want to eat. Allow yourself to indulge in the calories. You need them to survive. Exercise every day for at least 2 hours. Squeeze into a bikini that would have fit you last year. Do not ask for a size up in the dressing room. Buy it anyway. Never take it out of the bag. You will wear it when you deserve it. Repeat after me. I am beautiful. I am strong. I am loved. Compliment others. Be genuine about it. Go to the hairdresser. Try something new. Do not get a fringe. It will not suit your bone structure. Shove fistfuls of sugar in your mouth. Feel the grains grind between your teeth. Feel them turn to sand. Feel the grit on your taste buds. Do a face mask. Write a list of things you like about yourself. It can be seemingly insignificant, like the curve of your fingers or the arch of your brow. Wait a few days. Find something new you admire. Add to this list. Listen to the advice of strangers online. We're happier than you are. That's that one. Okay, I think this next one doesn't technically count as a poem, but when I uploaded it, I tagged it as poetry, so I guess in a way it does count. This is simply titled Things I Wanted to Write About and Never Did. So firstly, an ode to citalopram. Number 2, the saphism of pouring tea. 3, a comprehensive list ranking public toilets to have a breakdown in. Number 4, which has aged horribly, the nostalgia of swine flu. 5. The man on the train recounting a story to himself about the time he almost had sex with Katy Perry, but she forgot her Oyster card. 6. A poem about happiness or just a happy poem in general. 7. The time You're Not Alone started playing as I was in my therapist's waiting room. 8. A poem about struggling to find a job in a form of a resume. 9. A sonnet to a Tesco meal deal. 10. The time I went to my GP to inquire about my perpetual exhaustion, only to find out it was simply clinical depression. Oof. 11. 10 reasons why I love list poetry. 12. The struggle of telling someone they have nice boobs in a way that isn't creepy or predatory. And I liked the idea of just making a list of all the things I could have written about and didn't, that I made another one. So this is more things I wanted to write about and never did. Number 1, my dad wrote a noir porno, an autobiography. 2, this is not something I'd write about, but what I would write if I wasn't a coward. My vision is this. I submit a piece for my creative writing dissertation. It's 6,000 words of Narusasu smut. Any ship would do, but I feel like Naruto and Sasuke would yield the richest prose. It'd be ridden with degeneracy, but be written so beautifully, so poetically, and so exquisitely well that my tutor would be forced to give me a first. 3, a poem made up entirely of TikTok references. 4, the breakdown I actually had when I was 13 because the Oran High School Host Club weren't real. 5, a cut-up poem of messages from men way too old to be in my DMs. While this is not something I particularly care to write about, I do find it interesting that I never received unwanted DMs from men my own age. 6, a list of items in a lost and found that increasingly get more ridiculous as the list goes on. 7, an open letter to people who talk on the silent floor of the library. It would have been very dramatic and absolutely hilarious had I actually written it. Number 8, a poem from the perspective of one of my many abandoned poems. 9, the time my DSA assessor told me I undermined my problems too much, and my immediate response was, yeah, but it's not that bad though. And 10, I'd like to write a villanelle. I don't know what about, but it would be cool to say I actually wrote one. And then for my next poem, I get to do the cool thing where I go, oh, I'm going to read from a book that I am in. Wow. It did mean I have to dog ear the page so I can get to my one, but we'll read Teeth first. I had the lovely joy of it's called like a hygienist. Basically, they scrape off the plaque off your teeth, and it was so traumatizing that I had to write a poem about it. So this is Teeth. There's a gap between my teeth, a sliver where the edges of enamel don't quite meet, canines covered by a yellow sheath. There's a gap between my teeth, open wide. My lips form a reef, revealing wet layers of pulp beneath. There's a gap between my teeth. She wraps metal around the bone, then gives a tweak, blood blooming inside my cheek. There's no longer a gap between my teeth. It's over, but red still spills past my lips when I breathe. That was that one. Eggbox published this UEA anthology undergraduate for all the undergraduates. Buy it. And for my last poem, because I like to think I'm clever putting this one last, this is Swan Song. Never again will I write of curdled affection, or of social commentary gone cold, or of life lessons past their due date, or regurgitate similes flecked with mold. Never again will I write formally. I will not count syllables or map rhymes or follow predetermined lines. Never again will I write in free verse. I will not ignore direction signs or have words spill across stanzas. I will certainly not have metaphors that meander. Never again will I write another poem. I'm done. What more needs to be said? I'm pulling up the sheets and I'm going to bed. And with that said, I'd like to thank UEA TV and Headucate for having me. I really appreciate it. Donate to Nightline. They do a really good job and just very honourable work. Thank you for having me, and then give a little applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rose. I give you rounds of applause for everyone that was watching, because everyone couldn't hear them.
We were giving her applause in the background, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, like a muted one so that everyone else could hear. But thank you so much, Rose. It was really lovely to hear your poetry, and we have heard a little bit of it before. It was used in the promo video, and so we're really thankful to Rose for joining us live for that. It was lovely. And I especially liked the one about the hygienist because I can relate. That really just made me want to like screw up my face the whole time while she was reading that one out because I could see
it was making my skin kind of like crawl because I have a dentist appointment on Wednesday, so I'm looking forward to that so much now.
Oh no, I think because of COVID, I've maybe mine's been a little bit longer overdue than it usually would have been, but that's me. So I think it's probably about that time. There's a little bit of a gap, and as some of you already may know, I was kind of, it's not really a dare, it's more of a, I don't know what you call it when it's like for charity. What
An incentive.
An incentive, okay. My parents said if I will sing a song, then they will donate £10 to Norwich Nightline. They have somewhere in their brain they think that I can sing. Maybe that might have been the case a while back when I was in my teens, and I've not sung for a while, so I really hope that we don't lose everyone that is watching. I'm not going to be having music in the background, so it's going to be pretty a cappella, and I might not do the whole song depending on how I feel because you know, it's a bit of a beast of a song, and it's been a while since I've sung it. So yeah, it's going to be I Dreamed Dream, which is from Les Miserables, which is one of my favourite musicals, although I love musicals so much. And this is one, yeah, performed a while back. Yeah. Okay. Please bear with me. I dreamed a dream time gone by, when hope was high and life was giving. I dreamed that love would never die. Dreamed that God would be forgiving. Then I was young and when
Oh, Tory, your audio is gone.
What? I didn't do it.
From what I could hear, that was amazing. We can hear you now. It was just while you were singing. I don't know what happened.
Maybe it was because we're not allowed to play copyrighted music, which is
I mean,
sad.
it's possible.
Yeah. Okay. I think we'll have to move on from that.
I would definitely say that counts. That definitely counts.
Yeah, we definitely did try. I think we knew that we were going to have a little bit of issue with copyrighted music if we ever did try that, and now we tried it. It didn't work. But I hope that my family will still donate because I did try, and that was very difficult for me because I have not sung in a very long time.
Well, you did amazing.
Thank you very much.
What we could hear.
It was lovely to have the support for whatever was there. But yeah, so we are going to be joined in a little while by some representatives from UEA Dance Squad. We've got about 10 minutes until we go live with that chat, but we've had loads of societies and clubs involved. Phil said it's over 45. I haven't particularly been keeping that much count, but it's been great having everyone involved. So thank you to everyone, and thank you to everyone that is watching, and to everyone that has shared the stream, and to everyone that has already donated. It has been a hell of a 12 hours and 20 minutes. That's how long we've been live for.
It's nice amazing to see everyone coming together.
Yeah, it really is. The number of different people that we've had kind of dropping in and out of the call today, and joining it, and the amount of messages I've been getting from the people that have been taking part. Like, I've not been able to reply to them all now, but Elise from Labour Society, Shay from MathSoc that did the quiz, and Emma from ballet have all just messaged me saying like, thank you for the event and all that. So it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I think I love the amount of positivity that's coming from this as well, because I feel like mental health can be one of those things that a lot of people kind of steer away from, because it's like can be taboo sometimes, it can be hard to like address. But I think a lot of the things that we have had, and a lot of the people that we've had today, have brought a lot of like positivity forward. So I think that's really nice as well.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think has like been one of your highlights so far?
Other than the quiz.
You loved the quiz?
I did. I quite enjoyed like the spoken word and like the arty side of things. Yeah, I definitely say the spoken word is probably my favourite. What about yours?
Oh, I mean, Nav Bansel, who did the singing of her very own songs, that was kind of a favourite of mine because she's great. She's a friend of mine, and we've been spending a lot of time together this year actually, and it's been really nice to jam. I mean, we've not had a proper jamming session like where she plays guitar and we like both sing, but we're hoping to do that at some point, but lockdown has all stopped that. But I really liked earlier on in the day, like we had some great interviews with some of the cool people. We both spoke to Emily Anderson, the welfare officer of the student union, together, and yeah, I liked the interview of Take 5 with Toby and I. We had loads of fun in recording that.
I really enjoyed the Clive Lewis interview as well.
Yeah. Luke had loads of fun. I really wanted to be around for that, but I didn't manage to make it. So
I really enjoyed the Clive Lewis interview.
Yeah. Sorry, technical difficulties there. Getting on top of everything. We could just hear ourselves echoing. Anyway, Clive, Luke had loads of fun with that, and there was we're going to have some, if we ever make a bloopers reel of the 24 hours and all of the footage, we've got a lot of bloopers. We've got some bloopers from Clive Lewis, and we've got some bloopers from a host of other things. I'm really hoping we can put them all together. And the amount of times people said, "Oh, you're muted," you know, that's just the corona phrase, isn't it? And we've had it too many times to count. Although sometimes when people have been muted, that hasn't actually fixed the sound. When we've unmuted them, they've still been muted. So
yeah,
we don't know what's going on there.
I think a bloopers reel would be hilarious.
Yeah, we definitely need a bloopers reel, and we also need we're just going to have like a highlights as well, a short highlights video of the whole 24 hours for anyone that doesn't want to sit through and watch the entire thing. But even that, I think, is going to be difficult to be able to,
cramp everything in.
Yeah, like how do you choose from literally 24 hours, and how do you find the bloopers and as well, and the funny jokes? I'm sure like a lot of them will happen like in the middle of the night, in those hours of the morning, and they're all going to be like spread out really sweet it all. But yeah, it's been fun so far, and I did have another update about the amount of donations, but I'm going to give it a little bit longer until I make another announcement. So yeah, we have been telling everyone so far you can donate through the Norwich Nightline Student Union website by buying a product on there. And although it still looks like there's like a little fund being put on for transaction fee, the Student Union are making sure that is not going towards them. All of the funds are going straight to Norwich Nightline. So yeah, we worked out that if 6% of the student population donated £1, then we would reach our target. So we're really hoping to do that. And just another special thank you to everyone that has already donated and to everyone that is watching. And if you haven't already, you can interact with us with the hashtag MH24 hashtag. And we're still going to be giving out prizes for the best interaction. So if you're sitting at home with your cat and your cat is watching, like, I think that would, you know, score brownie points with me. I'm still waiting for a picture of Splodgy watching the stream, but I did get one at 9 o'clock this morning, and he was watching like when we kicked off. So I'm very happy. He did fall asleep, but you know, cats do that when they lose attention span, and I think he got a little bit bored because there was nothing physically for him to. There was no mice for him to eat. Which is what he likes. So yeah, I think something we haven't spoken about at all yet is actually like pets, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true actually. I know Becky brought it up a little bit earlier, but we like briefly touched on it.
Yeah, did we have I don't think we actually had the cat on the stream, did we?
I don't think so actually. Yeah, I think you're right.
It was behind the scenes in like the green room. We had the cat. So maybe later on, Cat will make an appearance again, because they're so cute. He is such a meow as well, like so sweet.
I'll let you introduce the next thing now, and I will
just keep us talking a little bit longer.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Yes. Ignore me. Yeah, carry on. Do you wanna?
Yeah, so we're gonna have a little clip for you guys now, which is called Mental Health on the Screen. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's, well, I can't see the rest of it. I think it says Nest.
Yes, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and this is done by the UEA Cinema Society. So yeah, it's just 5 minutes, so enjoy.
Hi, I'm Samuel Taylor. I'm the secretary for the UEA Cinema Society, and for Headucate I'm going to be reviewing the 1975 classic directed by Milos Forman, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. For those who don't know, the film follows R.P. McMurphy, a repeat offender who fakes a mental illness to get into a psychiatric hospital. It's here where he hopes to spend the remainder of his sentence, and along the way he becomes unlikely friends with a bunch of the patients in there, all whilst under the watchful eye of the cold Nurse Ratched. The thing that makes this film so relevant in the area of mental health is the fact that prior to it, no film had really explored mental health to that finer level before. In films prior to this, characters with mental health problems were always just seen as crazy or outcast or freaks. And this is definitely the stance that Randall Patrick McMurphy, played by Jack Nicholson, takes at the beginning of the film. He's just there to try and get, spend the remainder of his sentence in a relaxed environment. He doesn't care about the people that he's staying with. However, what this film does that few before it had done was that it took these characters and it made them characters. It humanized them. They weren't just crazy people. They had their own little personalities and their quirks, and they all interacted differently with one another. In an era where those with mental health problems were often overlooked or abandoned, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest came in and said, do you know what? No, we're not going to portray these people as just caricatures. They're going to feel things. They have emotions. They're actually interesting, intriguing characters. And I think the ultimate question that the film asks is, can we make the audience sympathise and empathise with these characters? And I think it absolutely does. You have characters like the rather uptight Mr. Harding, or the anxiety-ridden but quite wise Mr. Cheswick, and of course the stuttering youth Billy Bibbit, who just wants someone to share his days with. This film could have easily just portrayed these characters as misfits, but it doesn't. It takes rather quite a nuanced approach. It's interesting to see how they interact with each other with McMurphy, and of course under the watchful eye of the heartless Miss Ratched. And she is just a character who wants to diminish any kind of fun that these characters want to have. Louise Fletcher did an amazing job in this role. Jack Nicholson won the Oscar for Best Actor in this role, and I feel like in recent years, Jack Nicholson has kind of become... He's just often seen as that guy who plays the same type of roles. Oh, he plays himself. Oh, he plays the crazy, angry guy. But really, there is so much more to his performance skills than that. He can be charming, he can be funny, he can be tragic. You empathise with him, but you also kind of detest him at the same time. And all those skills are completely on show in this film. You know, because this film is quite old now, some of the stuff that he says in it is quite morally questionable. But you understand where he's coming from, and you do sympathise with his situation because of how well he interacts with these characters. You understand where his character is coming from. You know, he's jovial and friendly, but he also has quite a vulnerable side. And when paired up with the stony-faced Ratched, I mean, it's just, there is no cinematic rivalry much better than that. Take a film like Hitchcock's Psycho, obviously a great film, no question about that, but Norman Bates's mental illness is not framed in a way that makes you sympathise with him. You're meant to be scared of him, you're meant to fear him. And I feel like for a time that's how mental health was viewed for a while, until films like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest kind of paved the way for this kind of representation. Before this film, mental health was just something to be scared of and not something to be understood. But then this film came along and it just made the idea so much more sympathetic, realistic, and understandable. And at the end of the day, I feel like in a world where we're always encouraged to talk openly about our mental health, you know, not to keep things bottled up and everything, I feel like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was really instrumental in normalising the idea of things not being okay for people, and just humanising the representation of mental health. If you haven't seen it yet, I highly recommend it. It's stood the test of time for well over 40 years now, and I'm sure it will continue to do so for many years to come.
I hope you guys enjoyed that. Thank you for that clip as well. Next, we're going to be joined by the UEA Dance Squad, who are going to talk to us a little bit about just the dance squad and what they get up to, and how that relates to mental health and what they've been doing about that as well. So we'll get them on now as well. Hello, guys.
Hey. Hi.
So I will let you guys introduce yourselves. Do you know if you want to go first?
I'm Gina and I'm president of Dance Squad.
I'm Caitlin and I'm publicity sec.
Lovely. And do you guys want to talk about a little bit about what your roles entail?
Well, I have to say, I think mine might be a bit more complicated this year than I had planned. But basically, I just oversee everything, make sure all classes are running A-okay. We've got enough space for everyone. Obviously, now we have to be 2 meters apart from each other. It's good. No, it's great. I oversee our like competition preparation and entries as well. And then ideally, we would run a show in winter and summer, but obviously not this winter. Next summer, fingers crossed. We'll see. Caitlin, that's what you do.
Yeah, so I pretty much just run all social media alongside one of our other publicity secs, Hannah. So pretty much just putting out all information that to do with Dance Squad on like our Instagram, Facebook. We have a YouTube as well. So yeah, that's pretty much what we've been doing, and obviously our campaign that's just started.
Lovely, and that's a perfect segue into that. Do you guys want to tell us a bit about that as well? So your campaign that's called Get UEA Talking.
Yeah, so our campaign is called Let's Get UEA Talking. We basically jumped on the back of the Let's Get Britain Talking campaign. I think it's like been over TV and stuff. I mean, our intention was to do it, and we didn't know there was going to be lockdown number 2. So originally it was going to be trying to get clubs to tell us what they do to get their members talking more. I mean, for big clubs that have, for us, for example, we've got like 130 members, and it's quite a lot of people do literally come to class, dance once and leave. And I think the idea of our campaign originally was to try and get people to come in, make friends, get talking, get people to know each other. And then maybe they might come to socials, or they might come to another dance class that we offer. Obviously, that's not quite the turn it's now had to take. That's fine. We've jumped it online, and now we're asking clubs, as many sports clubs as possible, to tell us how they're getting their members talking, specifically through lockdown number 2. I mean, the first lockdown we did a decent job at trying to keep our members involved, but I think we lost people a bit. But I think it was easy to lose anyone during lockdown number 1 because of, it was just heavy on everyone. But this time, I think, because a lot of us are still at uni, or at least, you know, still up here, it was really important for us to try and keep our members together, and then on the back of that, encourage other clubs to keep their members together. Caitlin, do you want to say what we're doing on social media?
Yeah, sure. So we've obviously asked all clubs, like as Gina said, to obviously share how they're getting their members talking. So we made a post for them, which they've all posted, and then obviously they've made their own one, which has gone really well so far. We've got so many clubs involved, which is amazing, considering this is the first time we've ever done like a social media campaign like this.
Yeah.
So and we've also got a social tomorrow to obviously help get our members involved, obviously freshers as well, because obviously they're probably sat in their flats or like they don't know what to do. So it's obviously trying to get obviously the newer members back in, like involved, but then also getting old members back in as well.
Yeah, lovely. So what would you guys say is one of the hardest things that you've found to try and like maintain during lockdown in terms of clubs and stuff?
I mean, classes are only a bit hard. So most of our classes that we do week by week, just classes that our like normal members come to every week, we've tried to maintain as normally as possible. So we have jazz, contemporary, commercial and hip hop. They're all being taught on Zoom. But I suppose when you've got a square bedroom, 2 meters by 3 meters, for a little bit tight for space. I mean, I know this is my third year house, and last year I had quite a big living room. This year I just don't. So I've taken to filling the kitchen up and kicking my housemates out for 2 hours on a Wednesday night and 3 hours on a Sunday. But the other issue is the floor's really slippy. So you have to wear shoes inside, which also really throws me off. But it's okay. We're making it work. And lots of freshers have done a good job of like balancing their laptops on their desk in their freshers room, and then using that, like pushing their beds to the side. So we're getting there. As long as, in fact, I'd rather our members turn up, say hi, and then leave, and not be able to dance because they haven't got the space, than feel like they can't come.
Yeah, I think that's really important to kind of maintain that feeling of belonging and just having somewhere that you can actually like go to. What about like personally, what do you think you've sort of struggled with during lockdown, and how have you sort of combated that?
I have just had corona, actually. Yeah,
I did too about a month ago.
Yeah, I can't lie. I thought I thought I was invincible. I was like, I'm not this is stupid, like it doesn't exist. And I woke up in the morning and was like, oh my gosh, I feel really rough. I think I've got it. Got a test and was yeah. For me, I struggle with loneliness. I'm a really social person. At the moment, my only social outlet is the library, which is sad, but I really, really struggled in 2 weeks in my room with loneliness. Even with my own housemates, like obviously they're the same 5 people and I love them, they're great, but you can be with the same people a lot and still find yourself being lonely. So I set up FaceTimes with old friends. I messaged groups of friends like, I'm jumping on Zoom at 7 o'clock. Whoever wants to be there, be there. And I found that really kept my head on straight. 10 days to go, 5 days to go, whatever. But also filled kind of, you get on a chat and then 2 hours later you're like, oh, it's time to go to bed. And that's 2 hours filled with seeing people that I haven't seen in a while. That's really, really helped me, I think.
What about you, Caitlin?
I definitely feel the same as Gina, like but then I was like, not obviously being a bit biased, but like I feel like the fact that we've kept Zoom classes going, that's definitely helped me. Like I could not sit in my room and do nothing. Like I'm quite an active person, and I feel like that's why dance helped me a lot. So I feel like the fact that we've still kept Zoom classes going, like we've got fitness sessions as well, like it's keeping me fit as well as like my own mental state.
Yeah. So sort of trailing on from that, how would you say dance helps mental health?
In many different ways, like as well as like obviously
physical like fitness, it's a social, like the social aspect of it as well. You're meeting, especially that's why I joined dance like in uni, it's like meeting people outside of like your course and like outside of your flat. Like it's a different group of people, and as well as like with the same interest as you, so obviously you're all like bouncing off each other. But it's also like I feel like it's just a breakaway for me.
Yeah.
Like especially like in, because I feel like commercials obviously like with Gina can't speak. Teaches, like her classes, it's all about being confident and like expressing yourself, which I feel like is a very important thing.
Yeah.
Mine's a I sometimes see dance as like a bit of a puzzle. If I go into a session in one mood, I'll always leave it in a different mood, because the second you step in there and start learning something, the only thing you're focusing on is learning that thing, learning that dance. And you know, my head fills with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's about it. And there's nothing else going on. I've got, no matter what I've got on going on outside of dance, my head is just literally on this space for the next 2, 3, 4 hours.
Yeah.
And then I think on the flip side, when I teach, I just focus so much on filling the room with like positivity, confidence, because dance is hard. It's hard, especially if you're new to it or you haven't done it before, or especially with commercial, it's quite it can feel quite revealing. It can feel a little bit I mean, it's quite sexy. It can feel, sometimes for some people it can be too much, but I really try and make sure the room feels like they can be whatever they want to be in that room, and no one's watching them, because they're not. People have said to me before, like, oh, I don't want to go to dance because people watch me. Trust me, they don't. And they'll say, oh no, but the good people watch me. No, if they're good, they're less likely to be watching you. They'll probably be watching themselves. So I think for me, it helps me to see other people do well, and then the flip side takes me away to somewhere else. The only thing in my head is 1 to 8 in 2 different languages.
I love that. So what advice could you give to people that are sort of looking for an outlet and are potentially looking to go into dance but maybe don't have the confidence or don't feel entirely comfortable putting themselves out there?
YouTube is a dream. There's lots of like YouTube workout dance type things, and they're like 20 minutes, and you can hide in your room, and you don't need to do it in front of a mirror. You can do it to yourself, and if you go wrong, no one's watching. That's the other thing. If you join a Zoom class, turn your camera off. Join our Zoom classes, turn your camera off. No one needs to watch you. Do it in your bedroom, no one can see you. And then I always say to people, just come and try it. I guarantee by the end of the session, you'll do so much better from the first 10 minutes to the last 10 minutes that you'll be like, oh my gosh, I've learned so much. Maybe I should come next time. And it's about confidence. The more and more you come, the more confident you get. It's just that first stepping in the room. Once you've done it once, so much easier.
Lovely. Are there any like final messages that you guys want to give out?
Obviously, just like obviously during our campaign, we're going to be putting out a lot of information about how you're able to get support on campus, off campus. So we want people to feel like you're not alone. Like we know how it feels. Like, I feel like everyone's feeling the same thing. No one's left out or anything. So we're always open on our DMs, so our members are able to message us whenever like someone's at the end of it, either myself or Gina, and obviously I feel like other clubs are the exact same.
And Gina, anything else?
No, I think the same as Caitlin, just that like use your sports club as a a support network. Like, even if you don't feel like you can message the actual page, or in fact maybe the actual page is easier because it doesn't have a face to it. Like, we're at the end of it, and I'm sure Publicity, Sex and Presidents are at the end of theirs as well. I think, it is a struggle being inside for a month, and especially if your flat aren't 100% your kind of people. But, we're all in the same position. We're all going through it. In fact, some of us have already been through it. So we're at the end of a message, and I'm sure it's the same for other sports clubs and societies in the same sentence.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much for joining us today and for giving us all your information.
Thanks for having us.
Of course. Make sure you guys check out the UEA Dance Squad on all their socials, and make sure you get involved with their campaign as well. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
So next, we're going to have another short film, which is going to be called Façade. That's going to be quite interesting, so make sure you stay tuned for that as well. Sorry. But yeah, we'll let you enjoy that now.
Fuck's sake. So she's seen it, and she was even typing a message, and now she's gone. She's such a bloody letdown.
I knew it. This has happened before as well. I can't believe that she's been put in our group for a final presentation. It's not even fair.
Yeah.
See, when she's actually here, she's actually got really good points.
It's not really useful if she never comes in though, is it? Also, I don't get how she always has time for drama, but not this, which is actually important. She's getting a bit rude, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't get it. Like, how can she get up on stage in front of everyone, and she can't even get out of bed to help us? You know what? Don't even.
Oh, darling, you made it. We thought you were never going to get here. We're just about to send out a search party.
I'm all out of excuses. I just want to get on with it.
Right, okay, let's go. Maya, I need you here. Can you sit in that chair, your position on the scene? Okay, let's go! Okay, that was good, guys. Last rehearsal. Maya, you were great. The timing was all there.
Well, you know, when you've been told what to say and how to feel, it makes things so much easier.
For me, that's the toughest part.
Anyway, real thing tomorrow, guys. So just do exactly what you did there, and it'll go perfectly. Oh, and Maya, if you get here a little bit sooner, that would be great. We're starting to get a little bit anxious, you know.
I'm starting to get palpitations. I was starting to get palpitations.
Getting a bit anxious.
Honestly, I was starting to get palpitations.
Getting a bit anxious.
I was getting palpitations.
Get a bit anxious.
Honestly, I was getting palpitations.
Get a bit anxious.
I was getting palpitations. I was starting to get palpitations. Honestly, I was getting palpitations. I was getting palpitations. I was getting palpitations. I was starting to get palpitations. I was getting palpitations. I was getting palpitations. I was getting palpitations. I was getting palpitations.
Sorry, how much? Don't worry, I've got this. Lovely.
I can't believe she didn't turn up again, but I guess I guess we could do it by ourselves. We know that now.
Does my head in though? I know. We should go and see her.
Yeah. Maybe she'd like that sometime.
No, I mean tonight. Look, it's the opening night.
What time is it now?
6:55. Doors open in 5 minutes.
Yeah, but it'll be sold out by now. It's open at night. It'll be full.
They're bound to have tickets on the door. And if we go over there now, we'll find out, won't we?
We've barely touched these.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rush, isn't it?
Come on, you two. Aren't even the slightest bit interested in seeing the great Maya perform?
What's with you?
Nothing.
Amber.
What? Come on, let's support her. As friends.
I'm feeling quite well, Aunt Augusta. Those two things are not quite the same. In fact, they rarely go together. Dear me, you are smart.
I am always smart. Am I not, Mr. Worthing?
You're quite perfect, Miss Fairfax.
Oh, I hope I'm not that. That would leave no room to develop, and I intend to develop in many directions.
I'm sorry if I'm a little late, Algernon. I was obliged to call on my dear Lady Hardgrave. I haven't been to visit since my poor husband's death. They say there is a very respectful around it, and indeed... Gwendolyn, accompany me.
Certainly, Mama.
Charming weather, is it not, Miss Fairfax?
Pray, don't talk to me about the weather, Mr. Worthing. Whenever people talk to me about the weather, I feel certain they mean something else. And that makes me nervous.
Well, I do mean something else, Miss Fairfax.
I thought so, and I'm never wrong.
Nice job, guys.
Hi. You were amazing.
Sorry, I didn't...
It's nothing, don't worry about it. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to come to the pub tonight.
I've got some stuff I need to do.
Come on, don't be a downer. Come for one drink, that's all I ask.
The
Don't be a
next few
downer.
nights are really important.
Oh, just one drink, it'll be fine. Just one drink.
Okay, give me 15 minutes.
See you soon.
That was great. Thank you so much to UEA Filmmaking Society for providing us with Façade. That was one of their films that they created, I think it was last year, so it's quite new, and that was really awesome. I've watched it before, and I love like all the face paint that they do, and it's just, yeah, I love that. So yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. If you don't already know, I'm Tory. I'm president of Headucate UEA and also deputy station manager of UEA TV, and I'm really excited to be sharing this 24-hour live stream with you. We named it MH24 Live 2020 because it is a 24-hour show all around mental health, and the year is 2020. Me and Phil, who created the show, have always been discussing, is there going to be 2021? Well, neither of us will be around for Headucate or UEA TV committee, so we'll be leaving it up to the future of those societies. We'll leave that in their hands. But if you didn't already know, we are raising money for Norwich Nightline and also raising awareness of their amazing anonymous listening service that they run. It's for students, run by students, and they do incredible work. And they are still open. They are actually open right now. They opened at 8 p.m. They open nearly every night of the week. I think it's 5 days a week on the nights of the week when they get like the most of their calls and the most of their responses. So they're trying to target the people that need it the most. And if you check out their social medias, you can find out which platforms they're online with. So they have Skype and text and IM and phone calls, but depending the night of the week depends which platform they can be found on. So if you do want to reach them, and they're there to listen to absolutely anything, as Jake said earlier, whether it's to talk about how much you love or hate Donald Trump, you know, you can tune in, you can speak to them about anything that you want. So that's Norwich Nightline, and you can donate to them through the Norwich Nightline Student Union page, and you can donate as little or as much as you want. The donations are in like fixed set amounts, but however much you can donate would really help the cause. We will hopefully be getting an update with the amount of money that we have raised so far soon-ish, but no promises. We're working hard on it. We've got so many people behind the scenes working. So just a quick shout out to everyone that is out there doing. I mean, we already shouted out to George, and we've got a great social media team out there working as well. Nicole, Diana, Charlie. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's names. There are just so many people working, and obviously all of the Headucate committee as well. I couldn't have put on the show without any of them, and of course Phil, who's gone for a little nap so that he can be back on at around 4 a.m. To do the vision mixing and take over from George. But yeah, it's coming up to 10 o'clock, which will mean we have been live for about 13 hours, which is kind of great. And I'm going to be introducing our next live interview. And this is Aaron Shepherd, and he is the Vice President of UEA Pride. And just wanted to say thank you for joining us and welcome.
Hi, yeah, thank you for having me on. First thing I want to say is, as somebody who's used Nightline before and contacted them, it's such a great cause that you guys are supporting. And I'm really happy to be on here with you.
Yeah, and thank you for joining us. And I know that this is something that is like really important to me, this topic. So I'm really glad that we've got you here to come and talk to us about LGBTQ plus mental health. So I guess my first question would be just if, give us a few pointers of what you think impact on LGBT mental health, I guess. And if you have any stats for us at all.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I do have some stats. I went digging a little bit earlier. But I think anyone who's a member of the LGBT plus community is no stranger to mental health issues. You can't really move in a room full of LGBT people without encountering a few people that have been affected by issues themselves or know people that have been. The Stonewall census last year found that the rate of mental health problems, especially depression, are higher in LGBT people, with 52% saying they've experienced depression, and with that rate being 62% in those of Black and minority ethnic groups who are also members of the LGBT community. So I think this is, obviously the world has got better since the 1900s, but we are still encountering discrimination in whatever form it may be. So yeah, I also was quite interested to see that 1 in 7 LGBT people avoid seeking help for mental health issues and for health issues in general due to fear of discrimination from healthcare staff. I found that quite interesting. I've never had this particular problem myself, but as someone like you studying to be a health professional, I found that very interesting, and I think we have some way to go in educating medical staff as well. So yeah, that's what I want to say about the STOA. I do have one more stat. Myself, as a trans person, I did a little bit of digging here as well, and I was quite sad to find, and yesterday we actually had Trans Day of Remembrance, because I was quite sad to find that 46% of trans people have considered taking their own life in the past year, in those that did the study with. And Trans Day of Remembrance takes place every year on the 20th of November. And this is quite an important day in the calendar, especially for myself, because we remember people that have lost their lives either through transphobic related crime and violence, or those who have taken their own lives as a result of mental health issues that are affecting them. So yeah, I was quite sad to find that out, and during a vigil that I hosted yesterday, we read off 52 names of people that we've lost this year from the trans community. So yeah, mental health is definitely an issue that very much affects the LGBT community, and I think we've all felt it.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the stats and bringing us like a little bit of insight, and especially 2 things I wanted to bring up on that, what you said about healthcare professionals and LGBT people avoiding healthcare for whatever reason it may be, fear of discrimination or of not being understood, or of it being, it's because of this, that kind of thing. I actually did a little research project on it last year, and about the need for the more education for healthcare staff and especially students. That's been finding, and I lost my train of thought of the second thing you're talking about. Trans Awareness Week. You said the Remembrance Day was yesterday. I know that.
Yes, it's always at the end of the Awareness Week.
Yeah, so I know that the stat that you shared, I found a similar set of stats. Again, we shared them on our Headucate Instagram social media, because I thought they were really stark, and I just wondered, what do you think is the main reasons, I guess, behind that, apart from, I guess, transphobic crimes?
Yeah, I think the main reason is that, well, it's internalized, but any kind of transphobia in media, from members, from friends, internalized by people who either are trying to figure themselves out or already know who they are. And this happens across the LGBT community, but we've found that it particularly hard hits the trans and non-binary sectors of the community. And I believe this is because, to an extent, it's not quite so obvious outwardly. I mean, obviously people have to be who they are, but in the LGB sectors, it's not quite so obvious outwardly unless you say. But for people who are trans and non-binary, not always, but often it involves altering your appearance and I think due to that, there is a lot more anxiety, about what is going to happen when you do so, and there is a lot more discrimination faced from random people in the street or friends and family who struggle to accept who the trans non-binary people are. So I think that the higher rates of suicide and of people thinking about harming themselves is more due to this fact that it's more difficult. And I was going to come on to in the lockdown, as the head of the Trans Non-Binary Sub-Society, we ran a series of infographics on our Instagram about how to try and preserve your mental health whilst in lockdown with people who don't necessarily know about your true self. I know that for a lot of people, university is a good place to be who they are and to open up and find other people like them. And unfortunately, people haven't had that safety net this year due to all of the coronavirus things that have been happening. And a lot of people have found themselves in lockdown with parents, family who either don't approve or don't know of who they are, and have found it a lot more difficult than they would have before being in close quarters with these people. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's mostly to do with that.
Yeah, and just leading on from that, I know a few out there, but you might know of a few yourself. Any charities or support networks specifically out there for LGBT or like specifically trans people as well?
Yeah, so obviously within UEA we have Pride UEA, which is where I'm from, which we are a peer support group, so anyone can get in contact with any of us. Also, Stonewall has a contact line, and there is also a trans health line, which it operates mostly in Brighton area, but they take calls from all over the country, and that one's as a crisis line as well. I know that Samaritans also have people who are trained in specifically LGBT issues, so if you are phoning with something to do with that, you can request somebody who is more trained in that area. Mm-hmm.
Great. And you mentioned UEA Pride.
Yes.
That's who you're representing now. So, I mean, tell us, about, I know COVID's made everything really different, but what you've been up to the past, however long. Tell us whatever you like.
Yeah, so obviously we've struggled to hold as many meetings and socials this year. Everything has had to go online. We do have a very active Discord server, which is very active. It goes on all the time. I'm getting notifications all the time. So I know that a lot of our membership is active on there, and I would encourage anyone who wants to engage with the community at UEA to go on that. The link's on the Facebook page. And joining UEA Pride is completely free, so it's worth it if you just want to give it a go. We also are holding some online events, so we've had some guest speakers. Yesterday we had a local trans woman and trans activist give a talk, and yeah, we're trying to host more meetups, more virtual meetups via Zoom, but we're finding it quite difficult to do lots of things at the moment. But yeah. Anything, we do calls on Discord, playing games and video chats and things like that. So I would encourage anyone to get involved with that if they want to.
Amazing. So yeah, if you head to the UEA Pride Facebook page, you'll be able to find a link to the Discord. And also if you have a look online for UEA Pride, UEA SU page, that's where you can purchase your free membership as well. So no reason not to give it a try. And I know that you can meet just great friends and like-minded people. And it's a completely safe, non-judgmental environment. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I try. So you were talking about over lockdown, people facing difficulties, especially being in like close quarters with people that don't necessarily know, I mean, they haven't come out to them yet, things like that. And you said about the social media posts. Give us what kind of things you were recommending.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to rack my brains now. But a technique that I've found that's quite good is, you know, if you ever get any privacy from people that you are living with, just trying to be yourself within your own private space, because I know it can get tiring. People feel as though they have to act quite a lot of the time when they're in shared spaces. So finding some time for yourself where you can take some private time to perhaps wear one article of clothing that affirms who you are, or watch a video or something that you wouldn't be able to do around people that you're not out to, can be really helpful. A technique that I learned, it sounds kind of stupid, but I always kind of pretended that I was sort of like a spy, and my alias was my not out, you know, like persona, which kind of made it a bit more bearable. And I know that a lot of people aren't ready to come out and will need to find coping strategies. If you can get out of the house to do your daily exercise, it really helps to just take a step away.
Yeah. And do you have any just like broad general tips, things that you like to do to keep your mental health on the up?
Yeah, so I quite like to practice mindfulness, and I like to go running. I haven't been so much at the moment because I've got placement, but running, and just generally, I like to have a bath. Taking time for yourself and self-care, very important.
Yeah, we were talking about mindfulness earlier and how like mindfulness can mean like so many different things. So yeah, I like a bit of mindfulness, me. And also, let's not forget to mention that you're a final year medical student.
Yes.
Tell us a bit about how that's going.
It's going all right at the moment, actually. So I'm doing my student assistantship placement, which has been 10 weeks long. I've been in 3 different departments, basically being on the job, getting a little feel of what it's like to be a doctor. Quite stressful, quite tiring. I had to travel to Kings Lynn and James Paget every day for 10 weeks. But yeah, it's going great so far.
Amazing.
So thank you for asking.
No, it's like, and that is like, I guess it's like a very stressful, like another thing that is, you know,
Yes.
adding stress to your life. But I guess, how are you feeling about being qualified very soon?
Bit scary. Although I think that UEA does quite a good job of preparing us, because doing this student assistantship placement is kind of made me a bit more confident that I can do the job. So yeah, it's been quite helpful. I mean, obviously you're 4th year at the moment, aren't you? So
yeah, I'm actually doing my psychiatry placement at the moment. So I have so many interesting stories that need to be kept very confidentially talked about. But, you know, if there's a bit of time to fill later on, yeah, no, it's been such an eye-opening experience. And I already kind of knew I had an interest in psychiatry as a profession in future. And this has kind of just solidified that for me. I mean, so far, I've only done like a week and a half, 2 weeks so far. So let's wait to see the end. But do you have any take-home messages for us, Aaron?
Take-home messages. If you are LGBT or questioning, please do get in touch with UEA Pride if you have any questions. Don't suffer in silence. We're always here for you.
That was lovely. Lovely words. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Aaron. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream.
Thank you.
Thank you. and that was Aaron, guys. Thank you so much for joining us and having that amazing chat with me. I do love Aaron. We've known each other for a while. Yeah. I've probably known him for a good 3 or so years. Anyway, I digress. Make sure to donate to Norwich Nightline if you haven't already. So what's coming up now is we have got another short film. This one is called A Trip to the Store, and we are looking forward to showing it to you. And here.
We're out of milk. This is fine. You think? You know what this means, right?
It's fine, we don't need milk anyway.
Oh yeah, what about food in general?
You got plenty in the fridge already.
Yeah, nice try on that one.
I guess we'll have to go out and buy more food
Yep,
then.
exactly my point. And you know why that's bad?
Because it means we have to talk to people.
Congratulations! You win a prize! Yes! That does mean we have to talk to people. People who we may or may not know. People who could tear us to pieces if they wanted to. I'm sure they will. Because we're an easy target.
Let's not get too much
Oh, I
into
bet you cannot wait to step out of that door. See all the people staring, knowing that they think we're absolute fuck-ups because we really are. It's clear as crystal. You can see for miles. And let's not forget to mention all the fuckers who do know us, who will probably try to make small talk, something that is completely out of our own depth. And the crown jewel of them all, being trapped in some corner shop with God knows how many other sad shitheads stumbling about trying to find some fucking fairy liquid or whatever, only for us to come in and make their lives even more miserable than they already bloody are. Your toast is ready. Quick reminder that we have no butter either.
Fuck! Can we just order online?
Fuck off. That shit's expensive.
Why not just do this tomorrow then?
Honestly, mate, I'm all for that, but we legit have nothing to eat other than that chody loaf of garlic bread.
Garlic bread could do.
And so could scurvy, but we don't want that again, do we?
What time do the shops close?
Piss off. I'm not fucking Alexa.
11 o'clock. Alright, that's cool, that's fine. We've got plenty of time.
Alright, I think we should work for about an hour or so, then once we're done we can quickly run to the shops, grab the essentials and be out of there before anybody notices. That sound like a plan?
A great idea. Procrastination is always the best solution to our problems.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Cool. Sick.
Sick.
Shit!
Fuck! Why did we think that was a good idea? We literally stared at the same sentence for 10 minutes, then immediately switched to a shitty BuzzFeed quiz.
Those quizzes are dumb, but so addictive.
Did we lock the front door?
We literally just left.
Yes, but did we lock the front door?
I don't know, but we don't have time to go check, otherwise the shops will close.
Great, that really puts me at ease. Should we plan what we're going to say?
To who? Alright, boss, what can I do you for?
Who the fuck was that?
The shopkeeper?
What shopkeeper talks like that?
I don't know, it's all I could come up with. Look, let's just play this by ear.
No, that's literally the last thing we want to do.
Well, if we can't bloody tell the shopkeeper bloody talks, then what's the fucking point? Anyway, we're here now, let's just get this over with.
What are you doing? Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
What? Oh, I was just preparing myself.
Preparing yourself?
Yeah, for when we go in there.
Oh, you're fucking weird.
And whose fault is that?
Just go in the fucking corner.
Yeah, for fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
That doesn't look like food.
Oh, fuck off. I'll send you to the fruit section anyway.
Yeah, those bagels are definitely part of your 5 a day.
Piss off. These are fruit in them.
Yeah, fruit as dry as your sex life. Shit. Isn't that...
Jacob Smith. Yeah, we were in a module together in first year. Was he always that sexy?
Fucked if I know. God, I wish I was that carrot.
You and me both, buddy.
We can't let him see us. We look like a goblin search for an enchanted ring.
Agreed. Let's just pretend that we didn't see him and go stare at some cock. Fuck, corn. Don't even like corn. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Well, like, what the fuck is wrong with us? What kind of green shit do we even like?
Broccoli. You can't fuck up broccoli. You can burn the fuck out of it and it still tastes like the shit.
Kevin?
Fuck.
Hey, Jacob, isn't it?
Yeah. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm good. I'm great. I'm never better. How's things with you?
Yeah, things good. I like your jacket.
Oh, thanks. I like your face.
Nice one, fuckface.
Where are you living?
Big house with a couple of friends on Fang Road. Yeah. What about you?
I'm in a house, on the street, by myself. It's by the big co-op.
Is that the one near the really nice vegan place?
Yeah, the nice vegan place, yeah.
Oh, we should meet up and go there sometime. I'd love to have a catch up with you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Are you still writing?
Yeah, I'm still writing. You?
Yeah, same here. I'm just I could do with a second opinion, you know. And I know you were the one with the wacky ideas, so.
yeah, I still do. I'd love to give you second input on your work.
Thank you. I like that. I appreciate it. I mean. Right. Anyway, I got a dash. I still got shit ton of work to do for tomorrow. But you have me on Facebook, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, when you're about, drop me a message and we can have a catch up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Well.
I'll see you around.
Alright, boss man, what can I do you for? What's this? Have a good night.
You too.
I won't.
Dude, don't close that. I was gonna cook something.
Not right now! We need to talk about what just happened.
Come on, my routine's fucked up enough already.
I'd rather you starve than not talk about what the fuck just happened.
The fuck what just happened?
I like your face. You sound like a fucking moron. I bet he hates us.
What makes you think he hates us?
I don't know, he just does.
He said, I'll see you around.
Yeah, but that's what people say to be nice. But they don't really mean it. That's just... And what makes you think he's going to be any different? Why do you think we're living in this shitty house all by ourselves? You need to face reality. Nobody will ever like us. More importantly, nobody will ever love you.
Stop.
Remember that time we were in halls?
Don't.
And you would lock yourself away in your room like a coward? Look what good that did. People never spoke to us. No one fucking liked us. And that was all on you. Even when people did speak to us, you had nothing to say. You just run away. What kind of person would want to be friends with you? A chubby, snivelling little piece of shit that can't even stand up straight. What makes you think people will ever like you?
I said shut the fuck up! You were the reason why I never got to talk to anybody. You were the reason why I never made friends. I never got to talk to anyone because I was listening to you. I let you into my head despite never fucking wanting you here. And finally, the one time someone gives a single fucking bit of interest in my shitty existence, you tell me to push them away. Why can't you just shut the fuck up? Why can't you just leave me the fuck alone?
the way, we forgot to get milk.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
What time does the bus show?
Alright.
Bus!
Go back. Fuck off, Windows. Perfect. Okay, what should we do?
Yeah, I'm gonna get mine out.
Let me just...
Shut the fuck up, Kevin! I do what I want!
Hello.
Hiya.
I think we're live now. Hi, I'm Charlie. You may remember me from earlier from the quiz, struggling to do maths.
I can't believe they made you do maths.
I know, the irony. So I'm a film and literature student, third year. I'm also a publicity officer at UEA TV. And we're going to do a couple of songs, loosely mental health related, but mostly to very loosely. But mostly to just bring the atmosphere up. Not that it's been down or anything.
No, like great global political climate that's been making it go down at all.
True.
None of that.
This is my housemate Elena.
I'm Elena. We've been living together for like what, 2 months?
Mm-hmm.
And I've already been roped into crazy saying adventures.
Yeah.
So here we are. I study American literature and creative writing. Luckily, I wasn't made to do maths today, so my spirits are pretty high.
Yeah.
Because
your nerves are better than mine.
Exactly.
I'm very nervous. I will. Full disclosure.
To be fair, yeah, maths will do that to you.
Yeah. So tonight we've got a few songs. I don't really know how long this is going to last, but we hope we can fill the time.
We're going to try. If we don't fill the time with the songs that we do have, we're just going to add some random songs.
Yeah.
And it's going to be terrible, but it's going to be hopefully enjoyable.
Yeah,
somewhat.
and I think we should start as we mean to finish. So we're starting with Smelly Cat from Friends, because Friends get you through, whether it's real friends or the TV show Friends. And in the spirit of Phoebe, this will not be perfect.
Me through. When I'm just like all alone by myself, and it's just background noise, and it makes me so happy.
Yeah.
I don't know, hearing Chandler's stupid little
voice.
voice.
Oh, Chandler's the best. Yeah, put in the comments what your favourite friend is. We love Chandler.
Yeah, we're Chandler fans.
Yeah, but loosely connected, very loosely. We're going to do Smelly Cat.
Yes.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Smelly cat, what are they feeding you? Smelly cat, it's not your fault. They won't take you to the vet. You're obviously not their favorite pet. Smelly cat, what are they feeding you? Smelly cat, it's not your fault. It may not be a bed of roses, and you're no friend to those with noses. Smelly cat, what are they feeding you? Smelly cat, it's not your fault.
Yeah!
Yay! Smelly cat!
Yeah.
There we are.
I hope you enjoyed that. We certainly did.
Yes. Little tiny bit of happiness. We've been practicing all day, and Smelly cat.
We have. Every hour on the hour, we've been practicing.
We've been smelly catting.
Yeah.
It's been delightful.
I'm already shaking. This is...
It's okay.
Context.
How's the...
He's sweaty now. In the context of mental health, I am profusely anxious about things like this. Yeah. I only really practice in my room, don't I? I don't really crack it out a lot.
I never get to hear it because I'm on the bottom floor and she's on the top floor. And I'd love to hear it, but I never get to. And the guys in the middle, they're just not really appreciated.
Yeah.
So I wish you'd do it.
I mean, they're gifted, really.
They're being gifted by your gift, and I'm not, and they're not appreciating it, and I would.
This is true,
It's
and
a
it
tragedy.
would boost my mental health, to be quite honest, and my anxiety, because the boys always complain, and it's never nice complaints.
It's horrible.
But yeah, nerves are really chuffing high.
We're gonna get through this.
We are.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah. So our next song is Cough Syrup, which was covered by Glee. I love Glee. Did you ever watch Glee?
I did for like a hot minute.
A hot minute.
Yeah, I couldn't bear it.
Yeah, it's a bit cheesy. But yeah, it's sort of about losing your way, falling down a little bit, and just waiting for it to pass.
Waiting for something to pick you back up again.
Waiting for the cough syrup to go down.
Oh yeah.
I'm very nervous, so if I mess up, I'm really, really sorry. But we're having fun anyway.
Exactly.
And I hope you appreciate the nervous content.
It's gonna be okay, and if we fuck up,
we're
not gonna die.
If we mess up, we mess up. But yeah.
Exactly.
Deep breaths.
Deep breaths.
Remember your breathing techniques, guys.
Meditation, Zen, mindfulness.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All the things we've been talking about today.
Mindful about how crap I am with this guitar. We'll try. Here. This is cough syrup.
Life's too short to even care at all. Whoa. I'm losing my mind, losing control. These fishes in the sea, they're staring at me. A wet world aches for the beat of a drum. If I could find a way to see this straight, I'd run away to some fortune that I should have found by now. I'm waiting for this cough syrup to calm down. Life's too short to even care at all. Whoa. I'm coming up now, out of the blue. Oh. The zombies in the park, they're looking for my heart. Whoa. A dark world aches for the splash of the sun. Whoa. If I could find a way to see this straight, I'd run away to some fortune that I should have found by now. So I run up to the things they say could restart life the way it should be. I'm waiting for this cough syrup to calm down. Life's too short to even care at all. Whoa. I'm losing my mind, losing control. If I could find a way to see this straight, I'd run away to some fortune that I should have found by now. So I run up to the things they say could restart life the way it should be. I'm waiting for this cough syrup to calm down. One more spoon of cough syrup now. Whoa. One more spoon of cough syrup now. Whoa. I can't believe it.
We got through it.
We got all the way through it. No, stop.
In rehearsal, man, oh my god, I was shaking throughout rehearsal and I kept stopping and I couldn't.
We were both shaking and sweating. And
yeah,
profusely. It was difficult.
I keep wiping my sweat on this jumper, which is my boyfriend Matty. I'm so sorry. Wipe the neck.
Just gonna wipe the sweat off the neck.
So yeah, that was cough syrup.
Yeah. I very much enjoyed that.
I very much vibe with that song. I feel like sometimes life is about waiting for the bad moments to pass by, and
Waiting
especially
for the cough
lockdown.
syrup to come down.
Yeah, especially lockdown, you're kind of waiting, but there is always a light at the end of the tunnel, guys.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be cough syrup. Let's just put that out there. It can be something else, like a nice cup of coffee, or you know,
yeah.
some
Or
toast.
a nice alcoholic beverage.
Or that.
Not to encourage drinking.
Happy.
Yeah. Let us know in the comments if we're just being crap and annoying your evening.
Please
but,
don't let us know that, because that will make my anxiety just skyrocket.
There is so much anxiety in this stream right now. I love this.
It's perfect, but we're doing it anyway, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah,
baby.
exactly. Fake it till you make it. To be fair, I'm having more fun than I thought I would be.
Yeah? Oh, that's good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting really red in the face, which is okay.
Me too, but we're
Very
wearing all
red.
red. So really, we're sticking to the colour scheme. I hope you
Honestly,
appreciate
and your
it.
guitar is red. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. This blanket is red.
Oh,
We're
I
just,
love
it's like we planned it.
Yeah.
We didn't plan it. Look, the tea towel is red also. Not that a tea towel should be on our sofa, but there you go.
Nervous rambling is just dominating this stream. I'm sorry. Okay, so the next one is Good Riddance by a little band called Green Day.
Taking you back to the noughties.
Yeah, no, well, I don't think it was
Is
the
it the
noughties.
noughties?
No, I don't think. I don't
What
think
is
this
it?
song was. I think it was early 2000s. I can't remember. But taking you back to them emo days. Emotional. Yeah. And this one I feel like is about all the bumps in the road and overcoming them no matter what. And I feel like this is very much, I relate to it in terms of uni.
Yeah. It's kind of just trusting that it's going to turn out okay in the end.
Yeah.
Which is what we're all
Exactly.
doing.
Yeah, we are. So, without further ado, I guess I should get on with it.
Yeah.
Is that the right fret, Charlotte?
Is it?
I mean, it is.
Perfect.
Another turning point, a fork in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question, but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. So take the photographs, the still frames in your mind. Hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos of memory and dead skin on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Instrumental.
Like the solo.
What should we talk about?
I'm not sure what to do.
Mental health, guys. Please donate to Norwich Nightline and all the work they're doing.
Nightline is doing good work.
It's
We love to see
bloody
it.
fabulous. We
Clap for
appreciate you. We really do.
Honestly.
It's coming up.
Alright.
Coming up. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. Another little instrumental. Donate.
Tiny. Donate. Give your money.
Give me your money. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. And the outro.
Yeah. And we really do hope you had the time of your life.
We really
With us
do.
just now.
We hope we didn't set your nerves too bad because we are very nervous.
No, honestly, I feel like this might be part of the enjoyment. Just watching two absolute wrecks trying to do something.
I'm shaking.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm usually the shaky one.
Yeah, you are.
Wait, your hands are cold though.
They are really cold, which is ironic because I've been playing the whole time, so you'd think they'd be warm and sweaty, but they're cold and sweaty.
No,
which is, yeah, it's not the one.
Uncomfortable.
It's not the one. How much time
have we got left? Is the question.
Mr. Person on the stream talking to us, how much time do we have left?
How much time is there? 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Ooh! I didn't think. Shall we try and sing like a random song?
No.
No.
Okay.
Wait.
18
minutes.
No. Yes. Oh.
Jesus. That's a
my
lot
God.
of time to
We
fill.
could attempt another song.
Should we could just sing random songs.
Yeah.
How about what song can you play just like off the cuff?
We could do Passenger if you want. We tried that. It may be a bit rocky, guys.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Just maybe. A little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, chat about yourself.
Chat about yourselves. Oh.
Shall we do that before we sing another song?
Yeah. Well, let's do that for 8 minutes.
Okay, we'll do that for 8 minutes.
Right.
And then we see.
Chat about ourselves. Well. Okay.
Would you like to chat about yourself and your mental health?
You know what? May as well.
Okay.
Okay. So.
I mean, we've already sung, so there's not a lot more that we can bear.
This is true. And my nerves are going to the roof.
Oh, baby.
Cuddles make everything better.
This is what we're talking about.
Okay, so I do struggle with mental health like a lot of other students. My main thing is sleep. I am an insomniac. So a lot of the time when I can't sleep, I do actually play my guitar, which does annoy people that live underneath me. But I try not to. Once it reaches past 2 a.m, I'm like, maybe that's the cutoff. Because otherwise I'm giving other people sleep problems. But I've always kind of struggled with it since my dad passed away. But for me, meditation helps, reading books, going for a walk. I mean, it's a bit scary going for a walk when it's so dark at 3 a.m. in the morning and there are some strange characters walking around the Jenny Lind estate near our street.
Not to be classy.
Yeah. What? Classy? How many people say stuff conscious about their class? But yeah, I struggle with sleep. And I feel like music in itself is a comfort with that, whether I'm playing it or listening to it. So I do recommend if you can't sleep, listen to a bit of music, chill out, meditate. That helps me.
Yeah.
Yourself?
I mean, I struggle a lot with anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
So social anxiety especially.
Yeah.
And what helps most of the time, or has helped in first year of university particularly, has always been music in connection with alcohol and dancing. So
that's not a good message to put out, babe.
It's not the alcohol. It's mostly the music and the dancing.
Yeah, I feel like it's a social thing.
Exactly.
It's sociable.
It's a social thing.
Yes.
You kind of start. I feel like in university you kind of start to see yourself and analyze yourself apart from like your little neuroses and stuff, and you start seeing the way other people see you.
University makes you feel so self-conscious about yourself, your image, your social status, really, like who you mix with, how many friends are in your circle. You know, I always feel the pressure to post on Instagram stories. Whenever I'm out doing anything, I always post it because I'm like, I don't want people to think I have no friends. That's the worst. So that, I feel like students don't only struggle with stress of exams and assessments, but it's also the social aspect of uni.
Yeah.
That's a big one for me.
It's a big thing, but I feel like also like uni, there's the big possibility of finding out so much of yourself through the social connections that you make.
But that can be scary.
It can be super scary, and I feel like it is super scary for almost everyone going through university, and especially going through the first year or first 2 years, or even in third year stuff.
I really feel for the first years this year. If you're a first year watching this, I mean, commendable. You are moving into a flat, being isolated with however many people that you've never met before and you don't know. Like that's intense, man. And
you're doing a good job.
Yeah, I feel like it's very intense.
I've seen a lot of first years doing so much good stuff. Like there's first years who have participated in
this year's musical and shit like that. And I remember in first year, I didn't have any of those shit going. There was no global pandemic, and I didn't do any stuff like that. So I'm very proud of all of you for dealing with things and for getting on, even if it's really tough.
Yeah, I feel like you should take this time to come together and know each other and support each other. Even if it must be weird. You don't know each other. You're trying to get through this pandemic and turn to each other when it's unfamiliar. So I hope you find some comfort with watching this stream today.
See that we're all in the same boat.
Yeah,
we're both like just.
I mean, we only just met in September.
Literally.
You're new to the house.
Yeah, one of the very first things we did together was when we both couldn't sleep.
Yeah,
and we were just spending a whole night awake, just
we
vibing
stayed
off each other
because of my insomnia, and she was really nervous about other things. We stayed awake the whole night. The whole night,
and it was quite lovely.
It
just
was.
having someone there.
Going to Tesco's at 7 in the morning when it
just
opens.
To get Munsters.
Just to get coffee, Monster.
It's a special kind of feeling. It is. There's a weird, as hard as it is, lots of days, there's a weird feeling of togetherness in this situation as well that, I don't know, I've never had before.
Yeah. It's been very strange having met you in September and then being thrown into isolation. And I feel like I've found a friend that I can share my mental health stuff with. And even though I don't talk to everybody about it, I think it's important to have that one person that you live with or that's in your friend circle that you can really turn to and that understands.
Yeah, and it's special as well because we're such different people. We didn't know each other before we moved in with each other. we moved in with each other without knowing each other at all, and we just kind of had to vibe, and it kind of worked. Yeah. Even though we're so different in so many ways.
Yeah,
it's kind of.
And on the subject of mental health, actually, I feel like we bonded over that because we both do poetry readings about, and our poetry is mostly heavily, mental health related, and we'd seen each other perform last year without really knowing.
It's very strange.
Yeah. Mental health doesn't have to be something that isolates you from people. It can be something that brings you together with people.
Yeah, for sure. It really does. What is going on in the chat?
What is going on in the chat?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. What chat? We're just chatting.
What are we even talking about? But yeah, I'm really glad that you got me involved with this because I feel like, even apart from all this live streaming thing that's going on, which is lovely, of course, and I'm glad that it's happening. It's just been really, really nice.
Something for us to do.
Exactly. Playing these songs today, it felt like there was actually action going on.
Yeah.
And our other housemates would come in and laugh at us and make fun of us.
It brought the whole house together, honestly. Yeah. A house that mental health live streams together stays together.
Honestly.
But yeah, we want to say a special thanks to Headucate and everyone at UEA TV. I know that Tory and Phil have been working tirelessly on this event, and I think it's so commendable that they're doing this whole 24-hour live stream, it's a long time, guys, to be constantly on camera, to be constantly doing things. I mean, your anxieties should be through the roof, Tory and Phil. I really feel for it, but please donate to Norwich Nightline. We would really appreciate it. They do so much good work.
It'll make the Nightline bear feel cuddly and happy.
Yeah, and everyone on the stream has been saying there is probably a student you know or you live with who uses Nightline and you don't really know about that, So you're helping people around you without even knowing. So how good is that, really?
Yeah.
So please donate.
It's a very, very sweet thing.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I love it when you're nervous. You always go like this.
This is my thing.
Yeah.
Finger gun for the win.
Oh my god, 2010 vibes.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, this is what we're going for with all the songs today, so I guess it's kind of fitting.
Yeah. So we've got 10 minutes. We should, get back to the, it keeps going, what? Okay. I don't know what. I can't read from here. My eyesight's terrible.
Talk about how to get in touch and where to donate.
How to get in touch. Okay. Tell us. Get in touch on our social medias. I'm doing it now. Get in touch on social media.
It's infectious.
At Headucate UEA, I think, is the tag for Instagram. Obviously, UEA TV. I've got my social media team working hard on that. Thank you, guys. Tweet us, message us. Go on the SU website to donate. It's SU/opportunities/ Nightline, Norwich Nightline, I think. Yeah, anything, literally a quid, whatever. It could help a lot. It's not a single pence.
Maybe. I mean, if that's
Have
all you
some
can,
standards.
if that's all you can spare, then give that. It's still appreciated.
Not in my opinion, but yeah.
All right.
But yeah, thank you guys for joining us. We're going to do one final song.
We're going to try and do one final song.
We're going to attempt it. This is on the fly.
This might be terrible. I'm not going to say this is terrible, but it probably will be.
Like my mental health.
Oh! Yikes!
This is, yeah, okay. What's...
Okay.
So... This is funny that I don't even know the fret. I've been playing since I was 5 and I still have to count the frets when I put the cap on. Love this for me. I should be able to count to 7, right?
I mean,
everyone remember the maths about 2 hours ago that I attempted? That was fun.
That's pretty.
I'm a
it's
humanity.
It's
not
yeah,
come out naturally, is it? Okay.
It's not what you need to succeed.
Start us off because the chord comes halfway through the line.
Oh no. Okay. Wait, how high are we singing it?
I don't know.
That's great. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low.
Oh.
That's not the one.
No, it's not the one. This is, you know what? I love doing stuff on the fly. This is.
Only miss the sun when it's dark. Only know you love her when you let her go. There we go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Staring at the bottom of your glass, hoping one day you'll make a dream last. When dreams come slow and they go so fast. You see it when you close your eyes. Maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely dies. But you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, the same old empty feeling in your heart. 'Cause love comes slow and it goes so fast. Well, you see her when you fall asleep, but never to touch and never to keep. 'Cause you love her too much and you dive too deep. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let it go. Only you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let it go. And you let it go. And you let her go. And you let her go.
Oh, go on.
Jeez. 'Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. 'Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home.
Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Yeah. Woo!
That's that.
That is, you know.
We still have 4 minutes.
We do.
To fill.
What
Yeah.
should we do?
With
Take
a
these
drunken
off now.
sailor. Oh.
I can't. Them on. I love it. I don't know.
Now, shall we talk
a little bit about the song? Because we didn't talk about the song.
I mean, we can talk about the song, or we could talk about the things that we're planning, the little things that we're planning in this house over the next couple of weeks to make a lockdown a little bit easier.
I mean, yeah, true. So I think that it helps collectively as a house our mental health to plan things together. So we watch movies every Friday and Saturday. We didn't watch it tonight because of the stream. But yeah, we also we did a day where we cooked together.
Yeah,
we did a Mexican night. Yeah, and we do takeaway nights on Fridays. Just something to bring us together among us.
Yeah, we do Among Us
is a good
together.
one.
We have like a list of movies that we watch.
Yeah, we do on
that we go
on
through.
cover.
Everyone in our house has decided on one movie that they definitely want all the other people to watch.
Yep.
So it's kind of fun. We've been watching some shit ones. We've been watching. We watched B movie.
We watched B movie.
Exciting stuff. We're gonna watch 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri tomorrow. There's just like little things that we do to kind of keep up morale with the
And
troops.
I encourage you to, the people you live with, even if you're a first year and you don't really know them too well, just knock on their door, man, and see if they want to do something. Even if it's just sitting and watching a movie, watching a series, talking shit, just do whatever. Just to reach out to people, and also it boosts you. It definitely boosts your
Sometimes the smallest thing can be enough. Like, I don't know, if you're making a cup of tea, just be like, I don't know, either hit the group chat or like knock on people's doors and be like, hey, do you want a cup of tea as well? I'm making a cup of tea. It can literally make all the difference.
change someone's day. I mean, we smoke. Sorry.
We do.
So when I feel lonely and I want a cigarette, I'm like, hey, do you want a cigarette? And
especially at 2 o'clock in the morning, because I'm up and up.
It's not a good thing.
It's not right.
I'm not condoning smoking.
We don't
It's a
condone
really
this
bad
behavior.
habit.
If we didn't smoke, this performance tonight
Would have been so much better.
Spectacular. It would have been
on
Beyonce
key.
level.
It would have been a lot better.
Yeah, but we smoke, so we've wrecked it all.
Yeah, but it's kind of lovely because one cigarette turns into a whole conversation for 2 hours in the kitchen,
Yeah,
which is nice.
And a couple of games of Among Us, maybe.
Yeah.
It works out really well. So yeah, it's the little things.
Yeah, be kind to each other and
Make
look
each other
after each other. Yeah, make each other tea.
Oh, coffee if you don't like tea, or just like water. You can bring someone water.
So we are on 10:59, so we have one
little minute, and I think it's already halfway over.
Yeah,
if not more.
So it's been lovely talking to you guys. We'd like to introduce George and Josh from Headucate
and donate to Nightline
that are coming on at some point. Someone's shaking their head. Oh, okay. Let's see that.
Switching stream first.
Oh, yeah, yeah, switching stream first, apparently.
What does that mean?
I feel like I've just messed up this whole announcement. Yeah, someone will be back with you with content, probably George and Josh, at some point when we switch stream.
Wait, 1 minute.
1 minute.
Okay, we're gonna talk
1 minute.
Oh. All right.
Okay, we will introduce them.
You will introduce them.
We will do a thing like
what
George.
thing will we do?
I'll say, hey, here's George, and you say George. I don't know.
Wait.
We're gonna wait
Josh,
for you.
George, and Izzy. We're gonna introduce you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but in the meantime, while we're just like waffling our heads off, do donate to Nightline.
Yes, please
because
do.
it's a very, very, very fucking good cause.
Our target is 1,000, so please do it. Probably not, but you've been doing it all stream, dear.
Have I?
Yes, you have.
I haven't noticed. I'm really sorry.
Okay,
to anyone
gonna fade
watching.
out now. Cool. Welcome back, guys. Next up, have George,
Josh,
and Lizzie.
Woo!
Take it away. They're from Headucate. Go.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Woo.
Hi.
Finally.
Hi.
Welcome. Hi everyone. My name is Josh. I'm a third year psychology student, and I'm also part of the Headucate team. And today we're going to talk a bit about self-care and sort of the importance of self-care, in particular with a whole thing about, you know, student mental health and stuff. I think self-care is such an important thing, and how individual it basically is to every single person. So that's basically what we're going to try and discuss. So yeah, so on my left or right, depending on how this comes out,
I think it's right.
This is
I'm on
George.
the right, yeah.
George.
Hi everyone. Thank you for having us, and thank you to for the mental health live stream by Headucate. It's an absolutely amazing initiative, I think, and I'm so glad to be part of it. I'm an economics student. I'm in my third year, currently on a placement, and yeah, we've got some really good, interesting stuff to chat about. We've been talking to lots of different people, got some suggestions, got some tips and tricks, and yeah, the next hour and a half should be quite fun and interesting. So pass you over to Izzy now.
Hello, hello. I am Izzy. I'm in my final year doing English literature, and yeah, I'm just very excited to be here. I think, yeah, it's just what George said. It's a really cool thing that you're doing.
Yeah.
And I thoroughly enjoyed listening to the music and the singing. That was fantastic.
Amazing, amazing.
And yeah, I'm very excited for the next hour and a half. It's gonna be a good time.
It's gonna be good. But yeah, no, and it's a brilliant sort of thing to do, sort of in general, and the importance for sort of Nightline as a service, and sort of how important it is to donate. And you know, I know people who've done very sort of similar stuff, and sort of how beneficial it is for them. Like it's an amazing thing, and I think, speaking from experience, a virtual live stream, especially during now, is a great way to raise money. So yeah.
Absolutely.
So George,
I'll be mercilessly plugging the chat with links
yes,
to donate.
Donate
so,
to Nightline, everybody.
100%.
To our two viewers that are currently gone.
But as many whoever turns up, we will be forcing to donate.
Yeah,
we've all donated, so that there's no excuse. But yeah, I'll run down. Do a quick rundown on.
Oh, do we?
Oh,
lovely.
I can only see two, but that's amazing if we've got more than two viewers. So amazing.
Oh, of course.
5 different platforms.
Amazing. Our mistake.
My gross incompetence is shown there. You know.
But more than the two people, everyone please donate. It would be incredible. And it would be...
If it's 2 times 5, that's 10 people. That's 10 quid at least. Come on.
Yeah.
So yeah. So George, do you want to go through what?
Yes.
You're going
quite happily. Yes. So the topic we were given all about today is self-care. We've divvied our sort of hour and a half up into a few sections. Hopefully gives a bit of structure to what we're going to talk about. So we're going to firstly have a little chat about what we think self-care is. Then we'll talk about why it's really important, especially with the pandemic and everyone being alone and stuff, and sort of the new working and everything. Our experience of self-care will sort of give a bit of an insight into what we've had in the past, why it's important to ourselves. And then for the sort of the big meaty part of the program, it's 60 minutes. We're going to chat about lots of different self-care suggestions that our friends and family members have given us. With what sort of put the feelers out to lots of different people and saw what they've given us, and it sort of hopefully gives an idea about how wide a spectrum self-care is, and all the different things that it can involve, and how it literally is completely different for every different person. And then a little 10-minute thing on how you guys can implement self-care. So a little few tips and tricks and suggestions, and we'll have a chat about them. So you can go away from this call hopefully improve the care of oneself.
Absolutely.
And then end it with a conclusion and hopefully something about the charity and what the sort of what this MH24 live is sort of trying to achieve. So without further ado, I suppose we should ask the question: what is self-care?
It's a great question.
I mean, that's a good starting point, isn't it? I hope so.
I mean, personally, for me, the most important thing about self-care, and the thing that I want to get across in our segment, is how individual it is for everyone. The one thing I found, and I think it's been seen across all of us who've talked to family and friends and stuff, there's not one thing that sort of can be generalized across everyone. Everything is such specialized and personal. I think that's the most important thing, and I don't want you to sort of go away and look online and just see these, you know, very generalized things of sort of go on a run or you know, take a shower or whatever. Like, those things definitely work, but it's so personal towards you and, you know, what you find useful. And I think that's what it's all about, sort of finding what works for you.
I think you're right. I think we can say so much, you know, we can tell you our own experiences, but we don't know exactly what you know, you as an individual need. Izzy, do you want to, you know, what does self-care mean to you?
What does self-care mean to me? That's a great question. Yeah, many different things. Definitely not the like classic go for a run.
Yeah.
Do some yoga. Have all the spinach. No, thank you. I like. So I've got. It's my thing. I've got a little journal. I've got a little scrapbook, and I collect like tickets and like bits of like packaging and stuff, and I like stick them in, and it's kind of pointless. And I know that no one's gonna see it, but I get it all organised and I get my pens out.
Of course.
It's just a nice time, you know. Just do it.
Of course.
Get some music on.
Yeah.
And it's a good time.
Amazing. I love that. My opinion on self-care. So.
What is your opinion on self-care?
It's such a wide thing, and it's very important because you know, everyone has their goals, their ambitions, you know, whatever you want to get done in a day, you know, degree, everything. And self-care, you know, and we have to realize that, you know, we're gonna have those down moments, you know, regardless of who you are, regardless of how good you're doing. You might just wake up one day and feel absolutely
yeah,
4-letter word that I'm not going to say. You know, so for me, it's about, you know, it's about realizing that, you know, we're not perfect. We're not perfect humans. We're never going to have a perfect life. And it's sort of realizing that, sort of thinking about it beforehand, and sort of planning a bit about, you know, how we can avoid, not avoid those times, but how can we sort of like steer the ship through the sea of, you know, of negative feelings and stuff. because you know, there are ways to do it. And also, you know, I think that there's that term selfless people. I think it's great being selfless and caring about others, but I think the most selfless person in the whole entire world has to care about themselves.
Of course.
Because, you know, if you're not caring about yourself and you're giving all your energy out to other people and sort of nurturing others and helping others and being charitable and stuff, eventually you're going to run out of energy.
Yeah.
You know, eventually you're going to run out of energy. You're going to run out of, you know, you're not going to have any fuel in the tank. You know, so self-care is all about keeping the tank going, making sure that you've got enough energy for the next day and all that sort of thing. And just looking after yourself first, then look to your friends and help them if you can. And then eventually you can, you know, help the wider world.
Of course, yeah.
And if we all do that, if we all look, you know, make sure that we're okay in ourselves. And I think, you know, the world should be a better place.
A brighter place.
Okay, so
that's my waffle done. You know,
that's
my 5-minute waffle.
It's not. The points you're raising are incredibly important, and I think very good way of putting across sort of everything we need to discuss and what we want to get across in this
Can I ask you, George, what is your favourite waffle?
My favourite waffle. There's a Waffle House in Norwich, actually.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
I used to go there with my mum. Like, you know, it used to be amazing.
House?
Used to have like a savoury waffle with like cheese and ham waffle.
Yeah. I know it well.
Maybe some mushrooms on it.
I know it well, George. I know it well.
You have a dessert waffle as well.
that is a form of self-care.
Oh, absolutely.
100%. You reminded me. I want to go there again.
100%.
So do we want to move into the crux? No. Are we missing something?
We are. Sorry.
Already.
We're still on this bit. Why is it important? Have we covered that?
I personally feel like we've covered that.
I think we have.
Yeah.
Well, how does it relate to the pandemic and everything?
Wow.
All that.
It's especially important in two ways. One, because of the difficulty of the situation we all live in, the increased sort of anxiety and stress that we experience is one way, but also I also think in the way that it's it can be difficult to do a lot of the self-care. Like self-care, maybe meeting friends or going out for a drink or a coffee with people, but obviously in the current
it's
scenario,
almost amplified the self part of it, hasn't it? Because self-care, like you say, can mean involving others in your things, but now that we're by ourselves in our households, the self element matters so much more. You know, you're just going to have to do these things that to look after yourself by yourself, you know.
But the important thing in that is adaptability. How can you adapt to the current situation in terms of your self-care techniques? How can you adapt them? Okay, so you might not be able to meet someone for a coffee in a coffee place, a cafe, I believe it's called. But you can have a FaceTime where you both drink coffee or something like that. I think that sort of stuff is incredibly important, and sort of how you can adapt or how you can adjust your self-care techniques towards whatever situation you're in or wherever you are.
Definitely.
Yeah, I found with the pandemic, like what you were saying about sort of meeting friends, I didn't even realise that was part of my own self-care until I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
and
that's
that,
great.
for the first time in my life, not being able to see friends and do things was a bit of a blow.
Yeah, a bit of a bummer.
And so definitely finding new things and different things that I know I can sort of rely on.
Yeah.
To sort of step in until I can.
And I hate to say this, but it almost became more of a chore to do those social encounters than normal. Whereas normal, it was something I enjoyed. Whereas being by yourself in a lockdown, I was by myself for a few months, and it's I've really got to push myself to talk to someone. Really, I have to talk to someone, otherwise I'm going to go mad. You know? And I did go. But it was a controlled madness. But it's incredibly important, isn't it? I think we can agree. And the more you can sort yourself out, and then when we come out of this, this thing, we'll be able to grow even more.
Absolutely.
So should we start off with the suggestions? Should we now go on to the suggestions?
I think it's a good time to go on to the suggestions. I think we should start with, because I am looking at these things and I'm worried they are going a bit cold, so I would like to get first impressions.
Love that.
So if you didn't already know, and if you have just joined us, we are talking about self-care, and we have gone out and we've conducted some research, and we have asked as many people as we know, which regrettably for me, I realise is about 10 people. But we've asked friends and family what their self-care technique is. So what's one thing that they do to help reduce anxiety or reduce stress, or just sort of take that breather and get away from things. We wrote down some of our own, and we just want to highlight sort of how individual each one is, because they are all completely different, sort of separate. And we've had a few. So I've had one, which was
start it off.
I think it was sort of read a book, but also have a cup of tea with some honey in it, which I personally don't do. I personally don't have honey in my tea. You do?
I do, yes. Reason. Reason is because Mum makes probably today back at home. And if you think about one sugar with every one of them, honey's apparently better for you.
Okay, that's interesting.
At least it makes me feel like it's better for me, and then therefore I think there's some sort of extra placebo effect that makes me feel better about myself. And the honey and I think the taste of it's better with honey.
I'm excited to try it.
Should we introduce the beverages?
So we have in front, this is the one that I will be drinking.
Green,
which I believe this is the tea with honey.
This is the tea with honey,
Tea with honey.
This matches my. No, it doesn't. Yours matches my drink.
Mine vaguely matches. Vaguely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've got, what have you got?
I got tea with honey.
Tea with honey. I have a cup of Earl Grey,
which is another suggestion.
So these are all suggestions, aren't they?
These are all suggestions that people have said to help them relieve stress, have a hot drink. I know loads of people do it.
And you have.
Yeah, just go and shut the door.
Izzy has some sort of hot chocolate, which is.
I believe I suggested it as of yesterday. I really fancied a hot chocolate.
The point is, get comfy, have a hot drink, maybe accompany it with some TV or something.
Yeah. Shall we take a
cheers
to self-care, to Nightline.
Donate to Nightline.
Donate, please donate to Nightline.
Here we go. I can't lie, I've drunk most of this already.
See, Earl Grey is like a blend between. It's between like a normal and a fruity tea. It's like somewhere in the middle. I quite like it.
How warm is everyone's beverage?
Lukewarm.
Yeah, mine's quite. I mean, personally.
Oh yeah, me and Josh had a bath in this stuff. You know, not so long ago.
Yes.
Little shower.
You could call that self-care.
Yeah.
You know, chuck a load of tea bags in your bath. And a bath.
In a bath?
He's changing my language.
In a bath.
And jump in there. we do have a few suggestions in the chat that I might just draw upon quickly. They are from my family members, which I'm very grateful for.
Oh, hi, George's family.
Lewis says, I think a lot of students are grateful for technology. I think also going out to exercise with housemates is really helpful. That technology thing is useful. I mean, we do, you know, it's almost like we have all these options to connect with people and chat to people and, you know, therefore care for ourselves. But imagine if we didn't have that.
It's true.
And we were in this house all alone.
Oh my goodness, I have to write you a letter.
Yes, this might take a few weeks.
That'd be terrible.
Imagine, because all the imagine with the quantity of letters.
Oh my
Sorry,
goodness.
I'm turning into like boring George now.
I know.
You know, there's 60 million letters going around a day. Bloody hell, absolute chaos. Absolute chaos.
imagine.
All that printing cost and ink and everything.
And the stamps. Oh my goodness.
Might be costs going through the roof.
So yeah. So what's your verdict on the Earl Grey?
Yeah, I want a full review.
Full review. Earl Grey is one of my favourite teas.
Okay.
I would say it's probably better than just a standard for me.
Okay.
You know.
That's bold for me.
It is. My mum does this thing when she puts one Earl Grey in and two normals, two PG tips, and it makes like a power pot.
A power pot. A power pot.
And it tastes amazing.
Okay.
And I can't get close to it. The tea that is, I don't know, you guys probably think the same, but like a cup of tea or coffee, made by your parents at home,
Yeah,
doesn't,
I
can't beat it. Can you?
Why? Why is that?
I want to know the secret.
It's made with love.
There you go.
The secret ingredient.
Make all your stuff with love, and then we'll go back into it.
Okay, then that's like
Right.
And the hot chocolate.
The hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate, yes, lovely. Good time. I used fancy hot chocolate powder.
Yeah.
It was called Sticky Toffee Pudding Hot Chocolate.
Yeah.
Lovely time. It was a lovely time.
Did it make you feel caring for oneself?
I feel like I'm quite full of milk at the moment, but you know, that's self-care. Cows do that
that
all
would
the time.
count as self-care for myself.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Oh, let's just have a brief pause to talk about George's milk consumption.
Addiction. One could say addiction.
What would you do if you couldn't have milk?
Well, if I couldn't have milk, it would probably be alright. But you know, it's just there, so I'll have it. You know, that's.
Oh, that's good. At least
I'm
you're
not that addicted to it. But,
that's good.
Yeah, it makes me feel good when I have a couple of milks.
Lovely to hear.
Yeah.
Self-care.
Mum has said something. My mum has said something. Not my mum. Tim reckons everyone needs to have a garden with a small fire, so you can have a chat at the end of the day by a fire.
That's so lovely.
That's pretty nice. You know, quite unique self-care thing. But you know,
just the idea of that is really lovely.
Campfire, you know, brings back nice.
Yeah, I feel like ideas in a small way can actually be like a bit of self-care. So when I go to work in the morning, as I do every Saturday, and I have to walk a certain route, it reminds me of Sheffield, where I'm from, if people didn't know. Yeah, and it reminds me of that, and even that, when I sometimes do feel a bit stressed about going into work or not looking forward to it, it does actually make me feel a bit better, just even picturing myself like walking through the Sheffield roads. Yeah,
that's so nice.
So I feel like even ideas in small ways,
yeah, making yourself feel at home.
Yeah, like nostalgia, in really small ways, it can be very helpful and sort of
definitely.
Joshua, can I ask you for a full tea review?
You can. I am going to say I'm a fan of tea. I like my Yorkshire tea. But I'm not a fan of honey. I don't think it's not bad. It's not bad
I did
specifically.
put a lot of honey in that.
But I don't think it does the same for me, because I don't really have sugar anyway. So for me, it's just sweet. It doesn't really suit me. But I think that's an important thing to raise. Is
absolutely.
This works perfectly for some people. People love honey in their tea.
Yeah.
Case study A. But personally, it doesn't do anything for me. I'd rather a normal cup of tea, and that's
all about self-care, isn't it? Because finding out what you specifically like,
what works for you doesn't work for someone else.
Don't
vice
try.
versa.
Yeah, exactly. Don't force yourself.
Yeah.
To have something you don't like.
Don't stick to the status quo.
Just let your barriers down.
Yeah.
You know.
But what you should do.
Have 2 sugars if you want. Have 3 sugars if you want. Heck, have a whole jar.
Have a whole jar of sugar, and while you're at it, donate to Nightlife.
Yeah, please.
Donate
it does an amazing amount of good.
It really does. It really does.
And from the people that I've spoken to who have either been involved in the service themselves or sort of have used it or a variation of it, they talk the world about and say how extremely useful it is. And I think that should be reason enough to donate as much as you can, or maybe not even that, just use the hashtag. I think I don't want to get it wrong.
MH24
It's
live.
definitely MH24 live.
It is, yeah.
Okay, use the hashtag, because even just spreading awareness is so important, and getting other people to see the live stream, get to see sort of Nightline on show basically. It's important. So even if you can't donate, just use the hashtag on your Facebook, on your Instagram, on your Twitter, on your Tumblr account, on your what's it called? The MySpace account. That's it.
MySpace account.
So yeah, please donate, share.
Amazing.
Okay.
Shall I do one of mine?
Do one of yours.
Yes, George. Take it away. Take it away. It's like a Shrek.
Introduction. So I'm not going to say the first 2 because they were jokes.
Okay.
I asked my friends and they gave me, heinous answers. But I will go
for number 3.
My mate Ryan, and he suggested get a good night's sleep. Everything's always better after a good night's sleep. Very true. Number 2, cook and eat a fairly nutritious meal. Always helps lift your mood if you're not eating something good.
100%.
Number 3, do something you love doing. Now this is pretty standard. Always helps lift your mood. For him, it's something like watching a horse race. He likes horse racing, or he likes Ipswich and he supports Ipswich Football Club, so he likes that, or just talking to his family and friends. Discussion.
That's
lovely.
I think it's really good. Like early night sleep,
amazing,
especially with the idea that the next day you are going to be productive, that you are going to get up early.
Yes.
I think that does a world of good.
It's the planning.
I think if you're trying to force yourself into, if you're in the evening and it's late at night and you're trying to get work done and you're feeling tired, just give in, go to sleep and try and reset. Make that next day, like you say, the most productive day you can, and that will make you feel better, hopefully.
Yeah. No, that's one of a big issue for me, is that I do find myself often, and it's sort of 9 p.m, 10 p.m, and I'm still doing work, and it's not really going anywhere. I'm stuck in the same sort of repetitive circle of the same articles that I'm reading, or I'm stuck on the same sentence for about an hour. It's almost better to just shut off from all that, sort of get ready for bed,
relax,
have some time for yourself, and just chill.
And
get ready to go again the next morning, because you will feel better. You will be more productive than if you decided to stay up all night trying to do work.
So true.
So yeah, I don't think sleep can be understated enough. So
I do agree. I think if you
or overstated enough.
We're stuck on the same sentence for an hour.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely
Yeah.
It's
telling
you something.
It's a time stop.
It's a red flag right there.
Yeah.
And if you find yourself scrolling on whatever it is,
of course.
Just
clearly
you're not interested in the work, and you might as well just
relax
and reset. Don't force it.
Yeah.
Make sure you have those boundaries.
There's very good ones there.
Those are good. So he specifically, horse racing and.
Well, that's another
something
example.
To do with
That's another example there. You specifically said he likes horse racing, which is great.
Yeah.
Personally,
I've never seen a horse.
Personally, no offense, I personally can't see myself ever wanting to watch horse race, because that's just not my thing. What is my thing is watching football or watching a movie or reading a book. Like, it's so individually tailored. So what works for you doesn't work for another person. There are kind of little crossovers. So watching something is obviously watching something you enjoy.
Definitely.
But it is so individually tailored, and it's about finding what works specifically for you, not for a bunch of people. And that goes with sort of suggesting stuff to other people. If you're having a conversation with someone about self-care, don't try and get them to do what you do necessarily.
Definitely.
Just sort of do what works for you mainly.
And also, I suppose this is something I might add that some people might think about. This is something just popped into my head just now. Don't feel guilty about having those times where you are doing something you truly like and you truly want to, because you may see it as, I'm not. This isn't nothing to do with my degree, or this isn't helping towards my job or my work or anything. But it is in a way, because you're giving yourself that time to sort of just relax, focus on something that matters to you, and then you sort of, I don't know, that's got to make you feel better, and then therefore you might be operating better in terms of your other parts of your life, like your degree and such. So make sure that you do pursue those things that you do truly enjoy. Something for me that I've sort of shut under the sort of shut in a bin somewhere for many months and years in my life is like drawing, and I'm really I'm personally a fan of architecture. I spoke to you guys about this. I like architecture and I like designs and things, and I've never pursued it as much as I want to. I got some software, but I never really dabbled in it because I thought, that's a waste of time. Then what do I do instead? I play on games and such. So I just need to say, look, I just need to do this and make my brain realise that this is something that will actually help me and make myself feel better. 100%. So
I also liked what Ryan said about cooking a meal.
Yeah.
I can tell you now, I've cooked some very exciting meals in the last 2 weeks. I'm not a natural chef. I'm really not. But last week I made a bolognese for the first time. And let me tell you, this bolognese was so tasty. And you know what? It was a bit of effort. It took a bit of planning. But you know what? When I made it, I looked at it and I was like, I made that. And I felt very good.
Something new. Yeah.
Something new. And it was nutritious. And I ate it and I had a great time.
That's very good. You've done some absolutely amazing bacon.
Yes! Oh my goodness.
Star bacon.
I haven't eaten one. So I've made today, I'm much more a baker than I am a chef. I made some cinnamon buns, some cinnamon swirl buns. I haven't had one yet, but
I'm excited.
But the house smells of amazing cinnamon bakery-ness.
It is a full
It's like a Danish sort of enclave.
Okay, do you want me to give one?
Yeah,
please do.
We'll take it in turns.
Pick one now.
Okay. One that I have, like a lot of, they're so specific. So I've had one friend who's Avengers Endgame. That's his way of self-care.
Great film.
There's only a certain amount of times I believe you can watch that movie, but apparently it works for him. My dad said settling down on a Sunday to watch the F1 because it gives him something to sort of look forward to, and I very much so relate to that. Not in F1, but with like football or. We play cards a lot of the times on Saturday evenings, or that's what we're starting to do. So when I am going to work on a Saturday during the day, one of the things that, I do look forward to, and I'm like, I can't wait to have a bit of self-care or whatever later. I like playing cards with my friends and, being able to stop thinking about work and stuff. So
that's great, yeah. You said how is it your dad? Like the F1. Similar thing. My mum likes pole dart. And she looks forward to it. I don't think it's on at the moment, but having that's something that you can look forward to, because we do that, like you say, we do that night where we try and sit down and we either watch a film once every week or we try to play some cards or something as a house, and we have a chat. We talk about anything that's bothering us, and it's just something. It's something is going to happen, and we have it on the same time every week. Roughly, it wouldn't be tonight, would it? But normally, but we've all got friends. We're chatting to friends and stuff. So I guess the tip there is try and, if you're in a house with other people, try and, or even if you're by yourself, try and schedule in something weekly. With a group of friends that you can do, and watch a Netflix film on. Is it Netflix Party?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can do that, or you can play some online games or something.
Very true.
And you can look forward to it, like you say. You know it's going to happen. The people you're meeting are nice people. And that's got to be something to be good.
You can give one.
Yeah.
Before you do give one, can I just say,
of course,
please donate to Nightline. You can see, I'm assuming in the chat across all the platforms. We're personally looking at the Facebook one right now, and I can see about to Nightline, which is an amazing way to donate and show your appreciation for Nightline, because they do some amazing work, and you know, I've spoken to many people who have found it so beneficial. And personally, as a psychology student and doing sort of modules in mental health and other sort of bits and bobs surrounding it, especially with Headucate, just being able to talk to someone about this sort of stuff is incredibly helpful. And it just, you know, I just think it's so important. If you can't donate, please use the hashtag MH24 live.
Share it around,
Share it everywhere, because that'll do a world of good, because that will sort of allow you and everyone else to sort of showcase Nightline even more through this live stream, which is what this is all about.
Definitely.
So
all supporting mental health.
Please donate. George, do you want to
great initiative? Yes.
Give one for you.
Hit me.
These are ones we've kind of covered already, but from Bella and Tara. So they said, like to watch a nice film, relax in general, chat to friends. They particularly like the series Merlin. That's quite classic.
It's a great one. It's a good one.
For people in our sort of age bracket. And another one was sort of do some drawing, like they have. I think Tara has a colouring book that there's like colouring for mindfulness. You can sit there, just listen to some music.
Yeah,
those
are really good. Personally, I can't draw, but I had one, especially I remember back in sixth form, and I would be stressed out about doing A levels, and then literally at the end of the night, I would probably take only like 30 minutes to just do some colouring.
Really? I love that. What were the pictures? Was it like?
It was a Game of Thrones themed one. Yeah. Although I wasn't really into Game of Thrones at the time, so I don't know why I had it. But
did you colour it? Did you colour it in the colours of like the browns and like?
Yeah, I tried to stick to what I already knew the colours were kind of anyway.
Okay.
I'd have to get it out, but I don't really want to.
Were you pen or pencil?
Well, it was pencil. It was like colouring pencils.
I see.
See, I have these fine liner.
Fine liner pens, you know. Oh yeah.
These nice, what they call scribblerish. They are quite nice, yeah. But I never used them.
Well, you better get using them, George.
I used like the red and the blue one and stuff. Yeah. But, you know, other than that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was that one. I mean, yeah, drawing again.
Drawing
is a nice, interesting one. I have some more. Do you want to carry on? Do you want to?
Please do.
Yeah, and then Izzy can give us one whilst we do a practical one, which we are going to do on the stream. Especially more. But we'll get to that, George. You give another one. Give us another one.
Okay. So this is entry from a friend called Jess. She wrote quite a big thing, so I'm just going to read it out. So the best thing to do when you know someone else is down is to figure out what they love doing and just do an easier version of that. So that's in terms of, you know, that could apply to yourself as well. You know, make sure that you do something you love. You know, it's basically the message what we're getting at here. Making sure that you keep on top of the little things so that they don't snowball into larger things is also important. So, you know, we've all got these little tasks we need to do, whether it's with our degree or whether with just general life or things that come in. You know, it could be anything. Try and keep on top of them. You know, use a list maybe. Make sure that you're aware of what stuff you got to do, and then so long as you keep on top of those little things, they won't snowball and you know, like a deadline. You know, if obviously the snowball's getting bigger as it approaches the deadline, so try and keep that. You know, try and keep it a bit. You know, work on it sort of throughout rather than just at the end or something.
Yeah,
might help you be a bit more clear-minded, a bit less stressed and stuff.
100%.
Other bit. Focus on exactly what is getting you down. For example, if you're, you know, if she's got issues with college work, try to do as much work as possible, and then reward yourself with something nice at the end, like a bath and candles, etc. That's an important one. I'll draw on that in the end. Make sure your bedroom is tidy and have eaten well that day. And if something larger is getting to you, something a bit more serious, chat to someone professional or chat to a friend or family member. So yeah, that's some really good advice there, I think. Really good advice. The reward oneself thing is important.
I was going to say that's the one that sort of specifically I think it's good to do. And that links back to looking forward to something. Like, I especially find it so useful. If I am getting stuck with work and stuff, I'm like, well, I'll do another hour or I'll do another half an hour, and then hopefully I've been productive enough that I can go, you know, now I'm going to take an hour to do, whether that be go on a walk or read my book or, you know, just hang out with some friends and stuff like that, like rewarding yourself.
Amazing.
And that sort of reinforces the whole self-care stuff as well. It makes the self-care.
It's like
feel even more positive.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, go on, sorry.
Well, no, I was going to say I have been looking at these face masks, and I feel very excited by the prospect of seeing you guys do these face masks.
I think that's a good cue.
Okay.
I think it's a good cue.
Yeah.
Why
don't you? Has bought these face masks because face masks, and that's quite a classic self-care. I think, like being clean. I remember you talking about having a shave.
Yeah. I enjoy like having some, you know, myself. If I enjoy, you know, if I'm feeling down, sometimes it's a strange one. Sometimes I'll go to the bath and shave my beard off and put some moisturiser on and get the hair out of my eyes and stuff. You know, make sure I feel. You know, it makes me feel good. I don't know. I can't explain it, but
no, I get that as well. I especially like taking a shower.
Yeah.
It feels like recently, if I have been getting like stressed with work, I'm like, okay, I'll take a shower and then I'll sit back and do the work, and it'll almost feel like a new day. And it'll feel like I'm starting again.
You're washing all of the bad.
Yeah, and it sort of
reinvigorating.
So yeah, no, definitely.
And this was a suggestion from one of your friends, was it?
This was a suggestion from many people. One that definitely stands out, mainly because it's the only thing she told me, was my cousin, who I asked, and she said face masks. So we went.
I think it's a great idea.
We went and bought face masks to test them out. Yeah.
So we're gonna show you.
Founded by Freya.
Vote in chat now. What's better?
The panda is a brightening face mask.
Tiger.
While the tiger is a firming.
I was about to say tiger being aggressive, but that does not look aggressive in the slightest.
Would you rather be a panda?
Innocent face mask.
Do you identify more with a tiger or a panda?
I think simply because of my sort of old nature and being tired, probably the panda. You know, you're more young and you know you've got more vim and verve in you. You know.
So I do.
I'm a bit of an old crone.
It's true.
We should probably use the water. It tells us to.
I don't know how to do these, so
we must.
Wash your face, prepare your skin, unfold the sheet and apply to your face.
We have got water on hand.
So this is I expect absolute chaos for the next 15 minutes.
Izzy, in the meantime, can you give us some more?
I would love to give you some more mental health.
Yeah. Sorry, you have to that. Sort of like there you go.
So I've got Josh's list here with me, and we've got a lot. One of them is just the single word cat, which is very nice. Like adding, if you have a cat in your life, or a dog, or another animal, for example, a hamster.
Maybe grab that picture quickly.
Yeah.
Show the people. I forgot about that. Yeah, pets are amazing, aren't they, for mental health? In self-care. Because it feels like you're caring for them as well, and they love it, you know.
This is a dog.
This is Blue.
His name is Blue.
Yeah.
Welcome, Blue.
Welcome. He's the happiest dog ever, but I think all dogs are happy generally.
All dogs are happy except when they're sad.
Very
good point. Blue's down. Sorry.
Sorry, Izzy, I interrupted you.
So we, in our house where we live,
story time.
Yeah, we have. There's a cat. There's a black and white cat, because I maintain that all cats in Norwich are black and white. And the black and white cat, and we've named her Octavia to our house several times. And she's lovely. I think Octavia is quite a big source of my mental health. She, although it's chaotic, whenever you're trying to make any sort of food stuff in the kitchen, she will really meow at you.
Does that work?
It's brilliant. It's better than my wildest
dreams.
dreams.
This probably makes me look like someone from The Purge.
It's better than my wildest dreams.
Can you sort that bit out? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't really see it.
Yeah.
I can't see my panda face.
Yeah. It's good. Just gonna get it in myself.
Things we do for MH24 Live.
And
this is amazing.
George, where can we donate for this?
Where can we donate? Straight to the SU website.
SU website.
There's a link, a pinned comment in the Facebook chat. If you're on another live stream, yeah, you can go to UEA SU and type in Headucate, and then if you scroll down, there'll be different selections for the amount of donations you can do. I think the minimum, I think the minimum is like 50p or £1 or something. So it's not loads.
Really, it would.
Honestly,
it means a lot.
Any amount of money is greatly appreciated, and it will go towards amazing service Nightline, which is, and it's not got any funding this year, if I believe is what you say. So it's even more important that people. Sorry, I sound like I'm talking really weirdly, and I am because I have an odd lip, and I've just seen myself in the live stream, and I look horrific. It's like falling off my chin.
It's quite.
Could I have that? No, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there's many.
Thank you. I'm just gonna wipe my hands.
George, do you feel?
Josh, you look absolutely amazing.
Do you feel brightening? Do you feel like you're brightening?
I feel I am caring for myself in a way that I've never done before.
You are.
And this is actually making me laugh, which is again a form of self-care.
Okay.
Guys look fantastic.
Well, no, this is all part of self-care. So.
Absolutely.
So this was a
fun.
suggestion, you know, like pampering yourself. You've done your
So a little time
your
for
little
yourself.
routine.
You know, you take time for other people. You should take time for yourself as well.
Yeah, it's a little victory, you know. Little victories add up to make a big victory.
Yeah,
it's very true.
You know, if you can do lots of little things.
Yeah,
they seem small in when you're looking at them individually.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I just put on a face mask. So it's hardly a massive achievement, but
yeah,
I mean, it's a part of my life now, and I have to accept that.
Exactly. Okay, let's go.
Sorry. Another one of mine?
Yeah, please do.
Yep. From Jack, and Jack's from Bath.
Hello, Jack from Bath.
Hello, Jack from Bath. Meditation has always worked very well for me, and I think that's at the core of my coping mechanisms. So other things like playing guitar, running, or just going for a walk all have an element of focusing the mind and there being at least a partially meditative state.
Yeah.
Very interesting. The other thing is recognizing you are on a downward spiral, because for me, a lot of totally aware that was happening until it was too late. So understanding triggers that may affect you and learning to recognize them so you can step away from the situation or learn to cope with that trigger can really help you. Because for me, it was rarely one thing that caused myself to spiral, more of a succession of small things that caused me to spiral. So that's the two things there. I mean, when I saw this come in, I was like, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I love that answer.
Yeah.
Because it's like the first bit, meditation, mindfulness, people, you know, I think I asked this question to Izzy a few weeks ago, and I said, when was the last time you did nothing? And she was like, by nothing, what do you mean? I was like, no, not going on your phone or like, you know, or like reading or anything, like literally nothing, like sitting there, just letting your mind go free.
Yeah.
And that really is important about just clearing your brain, getting rid of all the clutter around there, you know, and making sure that you can think clearly and stuff. And that kind of goes towards caring for yourself, doesn't it? Because going on walks and things, you know, they can boost dopamine.
Well, that's the thing, it's like when people think of meditation, it's not just all about, you know, sitting cross-legged on your bed and listening to people talk. Like, meditation comes in many different forms, and one of those forms is sort of through, thank you. It is sort of through, you know, many different forms, such as, you know, going for a run. Like, personally, when I go for a run, I don't listen to music or anything. I just sort of run, and it does allow me to sort of think and everything. And, you know, I think that's an important thing to remember, is sort of don't feel like if you are going to meditate, you have to, you know, do it the typical way, which of what you assume it is.
It's very true. And I think for me, meditation is an example of where the sort of like societal image of like self-care and looking after yourself it's not really like fitted with my own personal experience. Like, I've definitely tried to do the whole like sitting in silence and trying to clear your mind, and it just hasn't really worked. I've not felt able to do that.
It's difficult.
It works for certain people.
And also sort of, you know, we do live in a society where our phones are literally, and social media is right there, like 24/7. So like, don't feel horrendous if you can't sit in silence by yourself. Like, at least for me, if I'm going to do something like that, be out on a walk, or I want to be out on a run, like, I need to be doing something at the same time. But you shouldn't feel bad about shouldn't feel bad about the fact that, like, you can't have the patience to sort of sit and sort of think by yourself.
Definitely. And I think the second thing you drew upon there was recognizing when you're in a
down mood and when you're on the way down, because like you said, it's not. It doesn't. I mean, unless you have obviously a horrible circumstance, there doesn't tend to be one big thing that gets you down, does it? It tends to be one little thing, and then maybe a few days later you take something else, and and then eventually you're on a sort of down spiral. Making sure you can figure out, right, I'm feeling bad and I need to do something about it. Go to X, go to this person, or go to this book where I can look at things to do or something that I've written down that I really enjoy. Making sure that you nip it in the bud and get yourself in a positive mindset is you're not going to do it all the time. You're not going to hit it every time, but as long as you have those things in place that you can turn to, I think it's very important. Yeah, 100%. Very important. 100%. I like that answer. I really did like that answer. But yeah,
that's very good. Do we have another one?
Yes.
Izzy?
Sure. Well, so Josh has collected very many great answers. One that I liked especially was cleaning room and up. I think it's a nice one. I think cleaning is an interesting one.
Cleaning.
Tidying. I like to tidy, not so much to clean. But yeah, just having things in order.
Organising.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
a massive fan.
Exactly. And that is definitely self-care, because you're like making a nice space for yourself.
Definitely. Well, you mentioned earlier today about
making your bed
in the morning and sort of starting your day by doing cleaning or some form of cleaning of your room.
This was one that actually is the next one online, which conveniently ties into it.
Segue.
One my mum suggested, and it was something that I also do, and it was, if you can get up in the morning, and first thing, obviously after you've done all your morning routine, go back to your bed, make it nice, tuck the sheets in under the thing, make it all tight, and make the pillows fluffed up and everything. And then if there's two things, the first thing that's done is you've completed the first task of the day effectively, and then you're more likely to go on and think, I can do another one, and it does actually, for me at least, because obviously everyone's different. For me at least, it's like the first domino. When you hit the first domino over, they're like the rest of them just follow. For others, it might not work, but also there's that thing where if I've had a bad point in my day, at least the environment around me, like my bedroom and my bed and everything, it's all like nice and tidy, and I can always just jump back into bed and I'll be comfy, and hopefully that will go back to the sleep thing. So yeah, there's two things there, and I don't know, what do you guys think about that? Have you got any opinions on that?
I do. I definitely agree. Make your bed in the morning. It's always good. I remember hearing that Michelle Obama, when they first went to the White House, told the White House staff not to make the beds of her daughters, because she wanted her daughters to get into that habit themselves. So she was like, you've got to make your own beds.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Michelle Obama.
Probably for that reason. It's like,
absolutely.
it's just a silly little task. It doesn't take 2 minutes, but it sets off a chain of reaction, and it makes you feel good about the fact that you've done one task. And even if that's the only task you get done in the day, like even if it's literally the only thing you do, and the rest of the day you're watching YouTube or having a chill time, because it's not bad that you do that, that's fine, and at least you've completed something, and at least you've done something in your day that you can say that you've achieved. So
Joshua, I've heard on the street there's a really great organisation that works for like mental health. And could you tell me something about that?
I believe they're called Nightline.
Nightline.
Which is what this whole thing is here for. If you've just tuned in, if you have no idea what's going on.
If this is your first introduction, I'm so sorry.
Firstly, we apologise.
We do
Secondly,
have
this
4
is
people
all
on the stream.
This is all. There's more on other platforms, George.
Sorry. I have some comments.
Nightline is incredibly important, especially to not only this uni, but many unis, especially in the current state where we are living in a way where everything or everyone doesn't really have as many people to talk to as we normally would in a normal functioning society, which not only increases the amount of potential mental health issues and people having issues with mental health, but also their ability to talk to other people. So I believe there's never a more important time to have something like Nightline in place where you can call someone up and just speak to them in general. So if you can, look in the chat, whatever platform you're on, look in the chat. If it's Facebook, I can see it now. I don't have my glasses on, but I know it's there.
Yeah.
There are plugs for Nightline, where you can donate as much as you want, but any donation really helps. I know that's a very cliche line to say, but
absolutely.
There's a reason it's cliche. If you can't donate, if you can just share this live stream, if you can share this, the hashtag MH24 live on any social media platform, just to raise awareness, to basically showcase Nightline and the amazing stuff that they really do. So yeah,
and that's what this is all about.
Which is what it's all about. If you are still tuning in, you have no idea what's doing. You have no idea why we look like a tiger and a guy with a pasty man with 2 black eyes.
I feel like you look like an Edwardian woman.
You remind me of a Tim Burton movie.
Oh yeah.
Like you look like you're from Coraline.
I think it's the chin that just goes straight down.
Yeah, and it's so rough under.
Give it a rat.
We're talking about self-care and how individually personal it is. So what works for someone doesn't work for another. So one suggestion I had, which I thought was a brilliant suggestion, and I don't personally do it enough, and you've already said this is one of the first things you said on the stream, that you don't personally do it. Yoga is an incredibly important thing, suggested by Freya. It's one of the first suggestions I got, and I thought, that's a brilliant one, because personally, although I'm not good at it, I'm probably the most least flexible person you'd ever meet. I find it incredibly useful. I can't really do any of it, but when I do it, I do feel better after doing it.
What sort of yogas do you do?
What poses or?
Yeah, like when you sit down to say I'm going to do some yoga.
So I'll get a YouTube video up. Normally it's found for me, and that's quite convenient. But I will just look up, and I won't do long ones. I'm not going to do 30 minutes, 45 minutes. But I will. You can find ones that are literally 5 or 10 minutes, either in the morning or the evening. Evening ones are quite good, because I feel like I get into bed and I just feel a lot more relaxed. My shoulders feel a lot less tense, because I think that's the thing that people don't realize. Like there are times in the day where I'm like, wow, my shoulders are so scrunched up, my teeth are clenched for no apparent reason. I'm not in like fight or flight. I'm not about to get chased down by a predator or anything. But yoga sort of helps sort of de-stress that. And I understand it doesn't work for everyone. That's the whole point of this discussion is, yoga personally kind of works for me. I'm no good at it, but it doesn't really matter. It works amazingly for other people that I know.
Makes you feel good though.
It makes me feel good. It may not make other people feel good. They may not enjoy it. They may just find it a bit pointless. But that's completely fine.
I think that's great. That's absolutely amazing.
Do you yoga? Are you a yoga?
I do yoga. Yes, not here obviously, but like when I'm back at home. I'll probably do a few classes with my mum and my brother.
Do you do a class?
Yeah, we used to have one at our old primary school. It's in the village. And I do enjoy it. I do want to do what you do, Josh, and get a video up sometime.
They are very good. There's so many. I'll send you some over.
I'd appreciate that. I'd appreciate that.
Speaking of yoga, just maybe.
Absolutely.
On Monday, I believe it's the 23rd of November is what Monday is, the date. There is a sort of cross between Headucate and the Yoga Society is a yoga session, sort of raising awareness yet again for mental health, and in particular I'm giving a quick little discussion on men's mental health and the importance of men's mental health. So if you want to do some yoga virtually,
what time is it?
It starts at, put me on the spot, it's between 6 or 7. If you look on the Headucate website, Headucate Facebook page, if you type in UEA Headucate, if you go through the many events that they have going on, there is one for Monday the 23rd of November is the month. Yoga, which is brilliant. I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to be awful at it, and I will probably pull many muscles in many different places. But we're going to give it a go because I'm quite excited for it. I'm looking forward to it. So
I love it.
So I'd 100% get involved. Yoga's
definitely back yoga, definitely. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Back yoga.
Back yoga. No, I back it. Sorry, I back.
Right.
I thought you
see,
were talking about
George,
specific
yeah.
kind of yoga. Which
No.
focuses-
There is. I mean,
Yoga for your
God, I
back.
did yoga recently, and it was like an extreme session, and it was the first one I did.
Extreme.
Yeah, no, it was. Well, I say
You can
recently,
really get a
it was
sweat on
3 or
doing
4.
yoga
Yeah,
as well.
it was like, oh, we're gonna like, because I went with my mum because there was a space spare, and it was my first time going, and it was like, it was like today's session is gonna be a bit harder than usual, and I was like, oh my god, it's my first time here. And she did this one where you like twist your legs out, and I was like, I feel like my hip's gonna break or something. And then I had to put all my weight on my front foot, and I kept falling over.
Sure.
But it was good fun, and I
I
had a
can
laugh.
picture
Yeah.
it. I can picture it as we speak.
Okay, should we move on to George? Have you got
Yeah,
another
yeah,
one for
that
us?
sort of ties in to the next one, because yoga, I suppose, is a form of exercise as well. And it's, my brother said, one thing, picking up the phone and speaking to someone, that's a good one in general that we've touched on a few times, or messaging them if you don't feel comfortable. Exercise boosts dopamine. It's scientifically, known, and without you can't have a positive mental health without physical mental health as well. And self-care is all about both of those things. So combining the two, the yoga is a great one, because you can do it with friends and family. It clears your mind. There's a bit of meditation in there with yoga, and it's physical activity. So that's a perfect one. And I'll that sort of ties into mental health and exercise. A friend called Jamie, he said he invested in a paddleboard for the summer. Very unique.
Wow,
Very unique.
that's
I really
amazing.
liked it. And he said it's applied because of COVID, and he was a bit bored as well. And so he used to go out on that occasionally, maybe every week or so, and
so
learned
cool.
a bit of paddleboarding. I think that's really cool.
That's
yeah.
really
I think
cool.
doing exercise, going somewhere specifically to do exercise. So when I'm back home in Sheffield, because of how hilly Sheffield is notorious for being, I'll have to sometimes drive out to go run somewhere where it's less hilly. That's sort of a bit of a better running route. And the fact of like just getting out of the house completely, driving somewhere, parking up, doing the run, driving back. And that's the only way like I get out of the house, obviously during lockdown and stuff, and getting outdoors and stuff like that especially helps. So I think doing exercise sort of in a completely different place.
Definitely.
And that sort of links into sort of one or two that I think you've had one like that, and one that I personally relate to, sort of just going for a drive. Obviously if you can't drive, it's a bit
getting at somewhere
unfortunate,
new.
but if you can drive, I think just getting in your car and going somewhere, or going to do an errand or something, pick something up, or go on drive somewhere where there's a local walk or whatever like that. Like driving in particular is a very good one to do.
That ties into my next one nice as well.
my God,
really good. I love this seamless transition.
So good.
Friend Andrew, he did another one. He said, go and do an extreme sport. So recently he's done some, I think he's done some whitewater rafting over the last few months at like the Olympic Whitewater Rafting Centre in London. And he's also done, I think more recently, before lockdown, he did some ice climbing.
What?
That's pretty cool.
Where's he getting the ice from?
So that's like
Iceland.
It's one of those
centre
like
in London
cubes that they have in the supermarket.
Yeah, it just climbs
the bag
over
of
it.
cubes. Yeah.
I like that. What is the most extreme sport you've done?
Probably whitewater rafting in Switzerland. That was really fun. That was in 2014. That was 6 years ago, with the Scouts.
Extreme.
Yeah.
Okay. Joshua?
And I enjoy atmosphere.
I once stuffed my toe and had to walk a short distance to the kitchen to carry on what I was doing. That counts as an extreme sport, surely. Okay.
Plus, I think it's been 15 minutes. I might take this
Yeah,
off.
I was about to
look like your
say
face is
my
amazing.
face is kind of starting to sting in
It's to
small
sting.
areas.
Oh, amazing.
That was
Do you
quite
feel
satisfying.
firm in your face?
I feel slimy. Is that an option?
You've got to
You
rub
do
it in.
look slimy.
You got to rub the rest of it in.
Oh gosh, do
In your
I?
face.
I enjoyed that, but I am not a massive fan of slimy things.
Okay.
I like my hand. I'm a bit of a I suppose I got a bit of OCD in the sense that my hands always have to be completely bone dry and clean.
Okay.
And things on my face that are too slimy. Like if I use a little bit too much moisturizer, it really annoys me. It's got this film on that will just stay the whole day. But that was very nice. That was
I'm doing that.
and I might do that more often.
Brightened.
TV firm.
Well, George's was fair.
I don't think we'll have the immediate effects today, but
No,
over maybe the
in
next
10 years' time.
No,
You'll look
I was
back
thinking the next few days.
The skin looks great today.
A long-term investment in our skin.
Yeah.
I'll
This
be
will
working
avoid
my
wrinkles.
9 to 5 job.
I know, like-
And I've just dropped the kids off at school.
All of a sudden, the wrinkles just recede. Perfect skin, you know. Oh,
Wow, I'm really glad I
Panda
got that
face mask.
tiger face mask I did 23 years ago.
Do we have any comments on that, actually? Let me just check in the chat.
Yeah, I haven't been reading,
No.
unfortunately, because I haven't had my glasses on.
Love yoga. Good to focus on the breath of life. That's good.
Yeah, yoga's a great one.
Tory said about the yoga sessions on Monday. 2 sessions.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, amazing.
One starts at 7 p.m. Monday. The other starts at 8:20 p.m. on
That's
Monday.
correct.
So 7
There's
p.m.
Yeah, sorry, there is 2 sessions.
At 8:20.
Tory said we look smashing. That was good. Freya said we look good. And then yeah, all good. It's all about the face mask, and it's all my brother and my mum.
Thank you for watching.
But yeah,
everyone.
thank
It's
you
really
guys
good
for
to
tuning in.
It's lovely.
We are continuing the talk about suggestions from our friends for another 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, do we want to
we
run through some of these because 10
Yeah.
minutes, and we've also got that last thing to go through,
which is conclusion. Yeah, that's
Oh, is that
we
just
can
the
easily do
conclusion?
that. We can easily do that. This one I'll draw on in the second part because it's
Okay.
quite good. Suggestion from Ella, if it's all right for me to do on
Yeah,
it.
no,
Josh,
go.
can you-
Sorry, I'm just looking to see if there's any
so
that I
I'll
wanna
read this one out.
specifically bring up.
So we're chatting about self-care, guys, for anyone who has joined, and we're just going through some things that our friends have sort of suggested to us, because self-care is different per person, and it's all about what you enjoy doing, what makes you feel good, and letting down, not feeling stressed about, doing these things, because this is natural and there's a reason why you like doing it.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Ella says, so my self-care methods are always just to take it easy. As human beings, things can always build on top of you. So when the world feels it's getting a bit heavy, I like to slow things down. So having a shower or bath, getting into comfy clothing, and doing something that makes me happy. Whether it be playing a game, watching a favourite TV programme or a movie, laying in bed doing iPad drawing. So that's quite a nice one. So doing a bit of sketching and stuff. Self-care to me is doing anything that makes me happy, to remind myself that your problems are only as big as you let them be. Very good point. It doesn't matter if it's the middle of the day or early or late, but getting into clothes that are comfy and doing something you love is the biggest form of self-care. A routine, even if it's a vague one, but that can help you feel in control of your situation and of what's happening around you. Going for walks and being outside is another way. It always makes me feel being outside and moving about. So great things in there, particularly your problems are only as big as you make them, and you let them be. I like that point. That is true.
And I think self-care techniques, to bring it sort of full circle with that,
Full circle.
I think they help to, for me, self-care techniques in particular, it is that taking a step back and like it allows me to look at my issues, take a step back, almost like a breath and just breathe for a few minutes, sort of doing whatever to enjoy myself a bit, and then have a look at my issues, see what they really are. Because if I'm going through my issues whilst I'm doing them, I often get caught up in them and over exaggerate them a lot. So yeah, it sort of helps me rationalize a bit by doing sort of self-care stuff. So yeah, definitely.
It's sort of like you said with the stepping back thing. It's like realizing that your issues aren't going to be solved by stressing about them and by carrying. If you're hitting a wall and if you're trying to power through it, and sometimes it's not working. Sometimes that's a signal that you just need to let it go and let yourself have a bit of self-care time. Just stop what you're doing because it's not working. Go away, do something you enjoy, have a break, come back to it with a fresh mind. I love that. I love that answer from you. Amazing.
Definitely.
Slowing things down when the world's getting heavy, that's an important thing. It's busy life nowadays. Compared to back in the old days where you just had to go outside and well, I say just had to go outside and till the fields. There's many other things, but I feel like with the modern technology and internet and everything, there's a lot going on, isn't there? And there's a lot of stuff to take in. So sometimes just taking a step back from that, maybe leaving your phone, because sometimes your phone can be like news alerts popping up all the time. Most of them are really bad. Most of them are bad, you know, and to get you down. So like giving yourself a breathe and reconnecting with self and nature and stuff is good.
Definitely.
Yes.
Is that last one you?
This was me. Yeah. I mean, perhaps we could talk about.
I was only going to say because I think for the final one we should all say one specifically for each of us, and then we'll go into the conclusion. Before we do go into that, just to halt you in your steps. Nightline, please donate. I assume you've seen it already. If you haven't, where have you been?
Where have you been? Great face.
Why are you here? Why are you here? The reason you're here is specifically to help raise awareness and a big appreciation for what Nightline does, because they do an amazing world of good, especially in the current life that we all live in. It's so important, and I also think it's a thing that everyone really needs to be doing. I'm a big advocate for everyone at some point in their life, whether they have issues or not, need some form of therapy to talk through their issues, because it's so understated how much good it can do to even just talk about them. I often have issues that I'll talk to people and they won't even be solved. Nothing will have happened aside from having a little discussion. We wouldn't have problem solved anything, but it still does an amazing world of good for my own stress and my own anxiety. And I think a service like Nightline, where you can just call up and speak to someone, you know,
definitely,
it's an amazing thing, and I think everyone needs to show appreciation. So 100%. In the link in the chat, you should be able to donate. If you can, any amount, it does a world of good. If you can't, or if you already have and you want to help support further, which you should be doing, you should be using the hashtag MH24 live on any social media platform, just to basically show as much support as you can.
And after this live stream, if you miss it, or if your friends miss it, tell them about it. Tell them about the charity.
Definitely
get the awareness out, because, like you say, all the things Josh pointed there give a really good overview of it. Amazing. It's really.
Whilst we go through our final ones, just people watching, if we can only really see on Facebook, unfortunately. If people want to put into the chat any ones they have, any self-care techniques, and we'll just quickly buzz through them, just after we discuss. So George, do you want to quickly give us your self-care technique?
I have many, but I would like to boil down to one, because we're just doing one quick one from each of us. So for me, sometimes when I'm feeling down or having a bad day, YouTube's an amazing thing, and I like watching. I like watching 3 specific YouTube channels which are based around huskies. I absolutely love these dogs, honestly. There's three channels, one called Millput Husky, I think, and it's Millie and Rupert, and they're like honestly the cutest huskies ever. There's one called Sherpa. He's a lovely dog, and he's always happy and he's always barking. And then there's Phil and Nico, who are life with Malamutes, and they're Malamutes, they're not huskies, but honestly, if you watch a video, I'd recommend Life of Malamutes, because they were on the radio as well. There was a viral video about the most woof sounding woof. Okay. So literally the word woof, it's exactly how the dog woofed. It was like woof. And they tried to get him to do it on BBC Radio, but he couldn't do it. But they sort of put a smile on my face.
I love that so much, and that's so niche.
It is niche,
and it's you. It's personal. It's you.
And I think I found it. Praise YouTube's algorithms. It must have been one of the recommended videos. And after I saw it, I was like, this has made me so happy.
I love that.
So for me, that's a specific one for me.
I love that.
Izzy, do you want me to go, or do you want to go first?
I can go.
Okay.
I like to like set the scene a bit. I turn my main bedroom light off, put a fairy lights on, and light a candle. And what I'll do is I'll put a film on and watch the film from start to finish, like completely. I'll put my phone away, all my attention on the film.
Yeah.
And it's just my time. It's like a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a film that I love. Sometimes it's a new film. It's just nice.
You have a
oh my goodness, this is a fun thing. We have a list of 100 movies, and they're kind of like best films of all time. They're like the most iconic films. We're talking like Godfather,
Shawshank Redemption,
Shawshank
best movie of all time,
great
my
film,
favourite.
Yeah.
Pan's Labyrinth.
Pan's Labyrinth.
What did we watch the other
Obscure
day?
Spanish
We
film,
watched
Fight Club. Fight Club's a great film.
Gladiator.
Great film.
Yeah, and that's just a really cool thing. And we're getting through it. When you watch a film, you sort of scratch off as kind of like a foil, and you reveal a little picture of the film, which is just a great time.
It's like an achievement, isn't it? Because you're like you're trying to
do.
get all 100, aren't you? And it
feel
probably feels
achieved.
pretty good when you've done all.
And a thing for me
Joshua, hit us.
is, and it may seem like a very sort of general thing, but I do personally feel like it is very specific to me, is getting a book and just sort of reading for however long. Often it's just a chapter. I'll sit on my bed, a chapter, and I'll have a coffee or a tea with it, and just something like that just sort of helps me escape whatever state I'm in, and sort of go somewhere else for a bit, and then I feel like I can come back. But just sort of that, and it's also a sense of progress. So I'm constantly obsessed with how far I've read in a book, and the fact that I feel like I've progressed, read however many pages in a day. Really is a great feeling.
It's an achievement.
So so that's it for me.
Amazing. So those are our self-care tips. And I suppose the next segment, we'll just merge into one. We will do, next we're going to do a bit about how you guys on the stream can implement self-care tomorrow, tomorrow,
today,
tonight, whenever.
Today, right now.
We'll give you some stuff. What was that, sorry? 3 minutes.
It's almost sorry. No, I'm getting the plans completely wrong. Yeah, no, I don't know why I'm getting.
So we've got 15 minutes where we're going to chat about that. Plug it now. Dun, dun, dun. MH24 Live.
It's a great place. It's a great place. It's a great service. They're doing great things. And I don't know, just this whole live stream, it's just people doing the thing. I think you can really tell the passion and commitment in the organisation of this.
The fact that all this has been set up in the first place,
exactly,
by Tory, by UEA TV, and everyone involved,
it
shows how many people actually care about it, and how important it is for UEA specifically.
Exactly.
Mental
how
health
incredible it is, and I just think that's amazing. The fact that we have this is 24 hours, and you're having people every hour or so, new people come onto the stream and talk about everything. I just think that's absolutely incredible. And if that doesn't show you the passion and the need for something like, I don't know what does. So why don't you just please donate in the chat? You should see it.
There's a pinned comment. It's at UEASU under opportunities and societies, Nightline. There's different options for you to donate. 50p, £20. You can select whatever suits you. Exactly, and that'll all go towards a charity that's that talks to people and gets people through mental health issues and such, and it is incredibly important. And we're on the Facebook live stream at the moment. We have 5 or so people. There are other live streams, so thank you for watching. And this segment is about self-care, and it's a big part of mental health. And the flow we're going to now discuss is how to implement self-care. And this is an important one because this can help you a bit about how do I go about making sure that self-care is part of my life. I'm going to kind of lead on this one, and I will pull in the other guys for discussion. I have 3 main pointers that will probably divide evenly. First one is a big one. I will leave that one. You could do a self-care plan, and this is like a 30-day thing where you get like a print of a calendar for the month, each week, 7 days, Monday to Friday, and you write down something in each box, something you enjoy doing, or something that will make you feel better, and that will give you that something to look forward to. We have mentioned so many different things on this call. There are so many different things you can do, and there are all everyone's different, and you may put the most crazy things. I like husky videos. Izzy likes watching films, and scratching them off a thing. Josh likes reading and running and yoga. And Izzy likes face. You like face masks? Yeah, we all like face masks now. We've just done a sort of horrific panda and a tiger. There are so many different things you can do, and literally. Like I say, write one in each box, and every day, after you've done, your work or whatever, or if you're having, a moment where, you've got a mental block, or even if you're just having a day which you're having the whole day off, which is amazing. Do that thing that makes you feel good, and make sure that you jot that down if you like it, or try new things. Try new things that you haven't done, and you might know that you don't know if it's going to make you feel good or not. So maybe bit of yoga, like if you haven't done yoga, definitely give that a go.
Yoga.
If you haven't, one of the ones that I picked up on, if you haven't had a day without maybe social media or something, that's an interesting one. That might relieve pressure on you or something. That's something you can try out. Just see what happens if you leave your phone for a day. We have a question in the chat. I have a question. What's your favourite comfort food?
Comfort food. That's a great.
I've got a new one recently.
That is a great question.
Is turning into a bit of an addiction.
Joshua, take it away.
Bourbon biscuits. I can eat at least half a pack each time. I have to find a way to restrain myself, because I will have like 2 and I'll be like, that's it.
What is your method for eating a bourbon?
I will specifically make a hot drink just to dunk it in the hot drink.
Okay. So would you ever have just a dry bourbon?
No, I don't think currently I would never have a dry bourbon. It would have to be sort of thick.
For me, there was always my brother always liked bourbons. I always liked custard creams. I was never much of a fan, which is great, because he could have all the bourbons, I could have all the custard creams. For me, comfort food, probably.
Great question.
I mean, I'll go sweet again. I love a pastry,
Yeah.
And Izzy's made some amazing pastries today that I can't wait to try. They are like cinnamon swells with amazing stuff on. Honestly, they smell so good. The smell came up into my room earlier on, and I was like, I was like running downstairs, like. But
pastries are a great.
What about you, Izzy? Anything comfort food that you?
Yeah, just the absolute classics. When you get to the end of like a long day, and you eat a fried potato in the form of a chip, or another like.
Are you on about just a chip?
I'm talking about chips.
Are you talking about crisps or chips?
Chips.
Oh, okay.
I'm also talking about just like a chicken nugget in like a wrap, and it's the most beige food you can imagine, but it just nourishes your soul.
But it's what works for everyone differently.
For everyone, exactly. Just give me a chip.
Do we want to quickly go, because I'm looking and I'm seeing some comments in terms of what people have suggested?
Yeah.
There's a few at the bottom. Just what's Freya put there?
Freya's put one in. Loving going for a walk with some Christmas music. Or with some friends.
I don't even really talk about like walks specifically, personally like listening to music. If you're into Christmas music, you're into Christmas music.
I think people like going by themselves. By themselves with other people. I think it's great going with other people. I think you should definitely also consider trying out a walk by yourself and clearing your mind. That way.
I think a walk does an amazing amount of good. So I think it's a brilliant suggestion in terms of sort of.
Do you know how I view it?
How do you view it?
So I view it. So we are effectively. I mean, this is kind of a weird thought of mine, but our brain is basically like a computer, right? And our brain's like a processor. And so if everyone has a laptop or they've been on a computer of some sort, occasionally it will get clogged up with certain things, odd files, Google Chrome extensions, all that, and you have to go and clean. Sometimes people clean it off and it makes it run better. That's how I think of going for like a walk by yourself, because my brain gets clogged up with lots of useless stuff and stuff that makes me feel, I can't think straight sometimes. And going for walks for me just gives me a time to sort of let ideas flow into my mind, and also just let all of the stuff that I shouldn't really be worrying about just goes. So that's my analogy.
Yeah,
so,
I like that a lot.
It's like refreshing your computer.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
The final thing, which will take us maybe 5 minutes, and then we've got 5 minutes before we switch over to the new batch of people.
Yeah.
This is another way to implement self-care, and this was from a friend of mine called Amelia. So she recommended a video that I had a quick watch, and it was a video called it's like a spaceship during the lockdown or something. And basically what it was a video that the analogy was, during lockdown we've all got like our own little spaceship, and we've been shot up into the night sky, and we're all sort of traveling around the earth. And we're all in our individual spaceships, and we're all looking back down at the planet and waiting for things to get better so we can go back down.
I like that.
And it's all about like our house is like the spaceship, and we have to keep the spaceship going, the core reactor going, in order for us to get through the flight and get back down again. And there were 4 things that came out of that, because there's 4 parts of the spaceship that you have to keep going in order to keep it running, and they were stations, they were called. Exercise, sleep, recreation, and creation. So, and it's important because some people have different boundaries around these, and they sort of overlap, which but it's really important you keep these 4 boundaries, in specific boxes that you can do. So exercise, that is going to do some yoga in your room, or doing like a little workout or such, that can really help. Doing, sleep station is something, like your bed is a certain zone that you should keep just for doing sleep. Recreation, that's like going to the living room, and so when you're on the sofa, you're always just relaxing. And creation, and that's when you're like on your desk doing some work, making sure that you're in the zone there. And it really like opened my eyes in certain things, because sometimes I do some work on my bed. Sometimes I come down. Sometimes I come downstairs and sit on the sofa, and I do some work on the sofa. And it's important to have each station separate from each other, so that you know when you're going to that thing, you're doing that activity, and you can just let everything go. Do you know what I mean?
You don't have to worry about different things. It helps conceptualize as well, I think.
It does.
Definitely.
And
I like that a lot,
that was something, I think was a good piece of advice. Having boundaries in terms of, your own house, because it is important. If we all had jobs and we had going into work, it'd be quite easy, because you obviously associate work with your work. But if you're up late at night and you haven't got any work done in the day, and you're still at your desk and you're trying to power through it, just let it go. Go downstairs, relax and reset, and use your bed station, use your sofa station and stuff for what they're meant to be for. And don't force it, is what is basically the advice that was. And I thought that was really good. I could link the video in, but
that's good. I like that a lot.
We've got about 7 minutes left.
Is there anything else we want to specifically highlight? Is there anything in the comments that we want to sort of discuss before we hand over?
Yes, to hand the baton over.
But I hope this has been incredibly useful. The main point we just want to get across is how individual and how specific self-care techniques are to everyone. What works for you will not work for another person, potentially, and vice versa. You just, don't worry if someone suggests something and it doesn't work for you. It's about what matters for you, what helps you take a step back and look at things and de-stress specifically. We've gone through
what makes you feel good, essentially.
And that's what self-care is all about. And I think that is probably one of, at least for me, in terms of mental health wise, that is the most important thing, because if I didn't have these self-care techniques in place, I don't think I'd struggle a lot more than I do. So I think they're incredibly important, especially sort of with uni, with the current situation we're in, finding self-care techniques which sort of help you go somewhere else, basically, sort of stop staying so grounded in the current place. So
definitely. I think we've had some really good suggestions, really interesting and
and each one has been so unique to the individual.
There's one I didn't say. Amelia also said she likes doing knitting and crochet. That's something I definitely wouldn't class as self-care for myself. Because I'd probably mess it up.
We do have a question. How has lockdown affected your self-care? We discussed this a little bit earlier. Personally,
it's interesting.
In terms of self-care, the biggest way is sort of the self-care techniques which involve hanging out with friends and stuff has obviously been really affected. So we're talking more about adaptability. So for me, from meeting up with people, I've had to adapt those kind of self-care techniques to more, going on Zoom and, quizzes have been popping up left, right and center for hanging out with friends ideas and stuff like that. And that's an example of sort of self-care, socializing with people in alternative forms. And I think the adaptability for that is is a great thing. So
Oh, we've just had a comment which says there is a interview on stitching and crochet and self-care earlier today from a Headucator.
Love that.
I actually love that.
So yeah,
Headucate's got it all covered.
they've all sorted
your
Headucated.
mental health needs.
They've done it all before us.
Locked it down, mate.
That's great. So I'm assuming people, it says here afternoon segment.
So
if people want to watch
rewatch
it,
this?
100% rewatch that, because
That sounds great.
crochet and stuff, I think it's a great way, and it draws on sort of the whole idea of creating something. And
yeah.
I think if your self-care technique somehow makes you progress in something, or develop more in a skill, let's say you want to practice an instrument, helps self-care, or progressing through a book personally, or crochet or stitching or whatever, like that specifically is such an amazing thing, and I think so definitely please check that out.
Absolutely.
And all the other segments that have been going on, because
Definitely.
they've been amazing, incredibly.
4:30 p.m. There you go.
4:30 p.m. if anyone wants to go craft, arts and mental health. So definitely check that out.
But most importantly,
That
donate to Nightline.
is the most important thing.
To take away.
I will.
It's a great
that is
thing.
the biggest thing.
And when you go to see tonight,
I mean,
just go around your head.
we
donate
can't
to
plug it
Nightline.
enough, can
Donate
we?
to
No,
Nightline.
if you wanted to know where is this magical link that you can find to help donate to Nightline, where is it?
Where is the link? It's in the chat. All in the chat. It's
Any
in the
chat you want to
comment,
go on, you will
Facebook.
see the link to Nightline, and you should donate, because they do an amazing world of good towards helping everyone with their sort of mental health. I think everyone needs to talk to someone at some point, and in the current, with coronavirus and everything, and student stress in general, I think it's overlooked sort of how much it's affecting students. So the fact that there's literally something in place which you can go to and talk through your issues with just someone, just call them up or text them or however, there's literally a service for that. Why not? Why not do that? And to be able to do that, we need, they need the proper funding. So please donate. If you can't donate, or if you have already donated, then use the hashtag MH24live. Lovely, synchronized. MH24live, and that will just help spread awareness, and it'll help get people to sort of see and appreciate Nightline for what it does to help students. I know people personally who have benefited a tremendous amount from something like Nightline.
Definitely.
And that should definitely be in place, and that's what all this is about.
Yeah. Shall we leave, if there's one thing you could leave the viewers with from this segment on self-care and mental health, what would it be? What would it be? One tip or one thing that you do?
I would say the most important thing for me in my mental health is realizing that you can be completely in control of how you feel and how you want to be. And I think with self-care, that is a great way to manifest that. I'm so sorry. Doing things actively to, making the decision to do something for yourself and increase your mental health and make a positive difference in that way.
Definitely.
It's really small. Joshua just left to try and find the cat.
Yeah, we have a cat in the house.
The cat is unfortunately not around currently.
She's busy donating to Nightline.
Yeah, she's gone to the computer currently.
To donate to Nightline.
I would say one thing I can leave everyone with.
Yes, George.
Something I did a few weeks ago to help myself with self-care. Get a little list, a little book, write down a list of just things that you love doing, things that put a smile on your face, things that give you a bit of a happiness boost. And try, if you can, when you're anticipating yourself in a bad, having a bad mood or on the down or something, go into that book and close your eyes, and point on the page, and
that's nice.
do whatever you land on, or if you change it, it's the whole point. But write down what you love and do it.
In our closing minute.
Self-care, two things quickly. One, self-care, the techniques that work for you can change over time. Something that might have worked personally for me, I can't think of anything very quickly, but something that might have worked at one point doesn't really work now, and vice versa. I like reading a lot more now. I'm finding that I'm making time for it, which is amazing. And the second thing is just remember how individually personal it is to you. What works for you might not work for someone else. So have a think of what works for you. Think of it as a breath of fresh air from whatever stress you're experiencing or anything like that. And it's just so important to take care of yourself. That's brilliant. A brilliant thing.
Thank you for tuning in.
But
Thank you for having us.
very glad. Up next, I believe you have the Headucate members.
We have
Well,
some
hey,
lovely
I'm trying to make
people
sure
coming in.
we've definitely got the names.
Whose
Do we have the
names?
names?
Sorry, we do have the names.
sorry.
I just saw them.
Oh no, scroll down. I think they've just put it in again.
Yeah. There we go.
There you go. So
Nicholas, Anna, and Mariam. So we'll hand over, I believe.
Thank you to the charity Headucate for doing this and having us on. We've loved it.
Everyone, it's been amazing, and
Care for
it
yourself.
shows how passionate everyone is about Nightline. If you want to donate, you should find it in the chat.
Okay, we've overrun.
Please do.
Plug it one last time. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that off? How does that work?
I think we're still.
Wait, we've got thumbs up. we've got.
I think we are okay to talk now. So thank you again to everyone that just joined us. I'm sure everyone enjoyed that a lot. But now we've got Nicholas and Anna and me again. I hope everyone is doing well. How are you guys?
I'm good. I'm just chilling. I lit a scented candle and my fairy lights, and I made my room very wholesome. So I'm actually motivated to stay up.
Your room looks very cozy.
Yeah, I do like my sleep. So yeah, I'm good. How about you, Mariam? How are you holding up?
I'm okay. I'm not too bad. It's very warm in this room because my housemates love to have the house really warm. So that's the only thing that's kind of making me a little bit drowsy, but I'm doing okay. How are you, Nick?
I'm sort of downstairs in the living room because my housemates are upstairs. But I got like cozy blanket with me, everything. Getting well prepared for today.
I've got like a stash of snacks next to me as well.
They're hiding underneath the table.
Yep, same.
A few energy drinks here and there. Scattered.
But yeah, for this portion, we're just gonna have like a little bit of chit chat, just chill. But then we've got some good stuff coming up later as well. I think we've actually got Tory is going to be speaking to someone from Headucate Cambridge, which is really exciting next. And then later on as well, around 2:30, we've got a talk about insomnia, which is going to be really good. So yeah, make sure you guys stick around for that. Like the previous group said, make sure you guys are donating, and thank you to everyone that has donated so far. It really does a world of wonder. You'd be surprised at how much the smallest donation can make a difference. So yeah, do keep donating. I'll let you guys speak as well because I feel like I'm just rambling on.
Well, I don't know. I feel like we should talk about Headucate a bit more, in case someone joined us a bit late and didn't hear what we're all about and what we're doing, and what we've been up to. So yeah, I'm just gonna start with the workshop stuff because I'm one of the workshop leads along Mariam.
Yep.
So yeah. As most of you probably know, we used to go into secondary schools and give mental health literacy workshops to students, but obviously during lockdown, we kind of just swapped to Blackboard and Zoom, and we focused more on well-being and how to take care of ourselves, which is very relevant to the past segment that we had. And yeah, it was a journey with ups and downs. We learned a lot about how this whole online thing is working. It prepared us a lot for online teaching, I think.
Definitely. All the Zoom trials and havoc. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun to see how we could transform something that was so physical, so face-to-face contact into something that could reach more people at the end of the day. I feel like the biggest one that we had was almost 70 people.
Yeah.
Which was crazy. It didn't really hit us until the end of the workshop when Tory told us that was almost 70 people. Just because by that point we were just like getting in, doing a workshop, trying to engage as much as possible and not really concentrating on the numbers.
Yeah.
Which is another advantage of online. You don't really grasp how many people are actually listening to you.
Yeah. You don't have all the faces staring back at you as well.
True. But yeah, what about you guys? What would you like to mention from all that we've been up to?
I was gonna say, Nick, do you want to like introduce yourself and your role and stuff?
Yeah. So obviously I'm Nick. I'm the fundraising lead. So I'm basically just coming up with ideas, different ways to fundraise and things. But yeah. Really.
I think like Becky said earlier, we kind of all just chip in and do little bits here and there. So we kind of all just share roles in a way as well.
Yeah. If there's something to do, just always try and like jump in wherever you're needed.
Exactly. I think we have some things that we can actually talk about. So when you guys were at school, what was mental health education like for you?
Nick, do you want to start on this one?
I took for A levels, I took psychology, and that was sort of the only really like mental health training, like, or just knowledge that you ever really got, really. Although it was quite useful, you're not really looking at it from like a general perspective, are you? You go focusing on one little thing.
Yeah.
I don't really remember any other the actual like mental health education at school. Not really. I think maybe it's changed over the years, especially when I was at school. I can't really remember anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it was like for you guys, though.
What about you, Anna?
Well, well, I experienced two educational systems. I experienced it in Romania, and I've experienced it here. And in Romania, mental health and mental well-being is not really discussed at all. So when I came here, for me, it was a really huge jump of, oh, look, the teachers need to look out for you to see if you're doing okay or not, because there's a whole concept of safeguarding and stuff like that. But actively speaking, I don't remember being taught how to take care of my mental health. Or even, I'm a psychology student, and I did psychology A level, and I never looked at psychology as a tool for my mental health. We just looked at it as, this is what depression is, this is what the causes are, and this is how you treat it if you're a professional. So it's certainly lacking, and I think that's why what we do is really important, and for some people it could actually be the only sort of mental health education that they get.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with both of you. I didn't get any like formal like mental health education. I'd say if anything, my secondary school, not to put them on blast, but they'd probably like, rather than like caring, they probably did the opposite. So yeah, it wasn't the greatest.
That's a nice way to put it, Mariam. I respect that.
Trying to be diplomatic and choose my words carefully. But yeah, I think honestly, I think I've learned more about mental health through Headucate than I have anywhere else. And I think that's one of the most like amazing things about Headucate is, as much as our work is aimed towards, or people would think that it's aimed towards like students, like primary school, secondary school, it's surprising how much we can actually learn from that as well. And I think especially now that we've branched out and we've got that sort of wider coverage with primary school, secondary school, and even university students now, I think we're covering such a broad range of things. And I think it's a really amazing thing that we can actually like help that many people as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And let's not forget about the fact that a lot of us actually got mental health first aid training.
Yeah.
So I feel like that was such an amazing opportunity for us in such an
100%.
accessible way in a moment where a lot of people needed it. And that opened my eyes to a lot of things. Like I thought that doing workshops and working with Headucate educated me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But then I realized that I was not using my knowledge in a helpful way, like a fully helpful way. So
Yeah.
that
I kind of didn't know how to use what I knew as well, which is one thing I think I learned a lot from the mental health first aid training. It was just like how to apply that knowledge, because it's all like well and good having the knowledge, but if you can't put it to good use, then it's like, I know what this is, but I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, I think what I really found useful as well was when they were discussing like how to show empathy and how to be empathetic rather than sympathetic. I had to literally think and go, oh, I've made those mistakes before. It was really good to like have that training, so I can probably like actually do a bit better next time.
I agree.
Yeah, it's like how to help someone in a way that actually helps and not in a way that you think helps.
Not giving advice.
Like directing them to the help they can go and find.
Yeah. I think when we were doing the workshop training as well, I think that was one thing that we had come up quite a lot. People were kind of coming at it from the angle of how do we help people? But I think the thing that we kind of have to remind everyone is that you're not delivering these workshops, or you're not helping someone as a trained professional. You're essentially like a stepping stone in the right direction. And I think when you go at it from that angle, there's less pressure on you on doing like everything right, rather than, okay, this is where you can get hope and this is what will help you. Because if you take that weight off your shoulders and that responsibility off your shoulders, then you're not as likely to sort of direct them in the wrong way or give them the wrong advice or say something that isn't going to help them in the long run.
Yeah, I think what can you do that is best in your ability to help someone in the best way, and that is like giving them the tools.
Exactly.
The actual help, and that was what I learned from that, because it was like
yeah, because I think
give advice to a friend.
I think that's the one thing that a lot of us said was our first instinct is like, how do I fix this?
Yeah, like how do I fix the problem? But it's not about fixing the problem really. It's about like just being there and listening and showing empathy again.
Yeah, exactly.
I found that even just by coming back to university, just coming to university in general after finishing A levels and everything, that just speaking about mental health and how you're doing is more part of day-to-day life. Which kind of made me think, why isn't that a thing earlier on?
Mm-hmm.
Because yes, we do have quite unique struggles as students. We do have to cope with certain things that are just specific to us, like being on our own for the first time and like having to start over basically. But at the same time, you hit milestones all throughout your life. So why are we not helped to be more comfortable, to bring it up? Hey, I'm struggling today. Could you help me with this? Or I'm gonna have to say no to this today just because I have too much on my plate. Why is that not normalized earlier? And I feel like, as Mariam said, yes, we're not helping. I mean, we are helping, but not in a direct way that people would think of. But we're informing, and we're starting that conversation, and it's like any other lesson if you think about it. You go into it, and even if you just passively listen, you pick up on that one thing, and then afterwards, when you get out of the classroom, you do bring it up to someone, and that just sparks conversation, and it makes stuff a bit more open, and it just opens avenues of looking into things and self-reflecting and just, I don't know, just making it more normal and more part of day-to-day life. Because for me, it was a very big jump from like maybe telling my inner circle about how I feel to being able to reach out to any of the people that I know and being like, I'm struggling with my course today, or I have this job for the committee, but I also have 3 deadlines. Could you please do it in my place or something like this? But yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
No, I think you raised some really good points. I think that's exactly what we do, is just raising that awareness and kind of showing people that it is okay to not be okay. Like it's okay to struggle. Like that's completely normal. There's nothing wrong with you. You can ask for help, kind of thing. And even just like planting that seed, so that when the next time that they are struggling, the next time that someone else is around them that is struggling, they can sort of have that thought process of like, okay, this is okay, we can deal with this, rather than this is not okay, this is not normal, my life's over, kind of thing.
I think I definitely learned a lot more going into uni about like, because I used to live in Germany for a while, and from memory I was often told like, maybe this is why people don't really speak about how they're feeling a lot of the time. It's often told like you should put on like a coat of tolerance and that you shouldn't really express your emotions that much. But I think coming here and like learning a lot more, I'm actually becoming a lot more ready to go, actually, I'm feeling like this today, and it's okay to say that, and it's better to say that. I think it helps a lot more than you think it does. Like just being able to get it off of your chest. Also, very important just to tell your friends and your support network how you are. Yeah, definitely a lot. Like,
Yeah.
A lot.
I think it's important for yourself as well, just to acknowledge those feelings and honor them as well. Because like at the end of the day, that is how you're feeling. And to try and suppress that and pretend that it's not happening is almost like denying yourself the right to have emotions and to be human.
Like important for everyone as well. Just thinking, it's your feelings are valid and it's okay to feel that way. It's not like you shouldn't be feeling, not like an emotional thing. We're very emotional beings. Yeah.
Exactly.
Not to mention that just repressing those feelings can create even more problems that create even more feelings, and it's just like a vicious cycle that would just never end. So yeah, it is important, and it's important to have a support network around you. And I feel like that's a big problem in school, because I feel like a lot of people don't reach out because, oh, what if everyone finds out? What if everyone knows? But at the same time, because the community is so involved what everyone else is doing and how they're doing and stuff, it should be looked more as a community rather than an audience. So these people are not here to judge you and to watch me. These people are here to live the same sort of life that I'm living, with different experiences, but at some point in our lives we felt the same thing or very similar things, so we can accept that, oh, okay, this person needed help, or this person had a very bad day. But yeah, I think it's genuinely one of those things that needs to be talked about so much until the whole idea around it needs to be changed, because just by how by people knowing everyone in the school, knowing everyone in the school, you can have that connection of, oh, I can reach out to any one of my acquaintances and tell them, look, this is how I feel, exactly like we can do now at university. It's just like changing the whole dynamic to a community, which they already are.
Yeah. I think especially at a young age, there's so much like competition, and I feel like for some reason kids get really like mean at some age. And I don't know why it is, but I think everyone goes through it. But I think just in general, there's a lot of like hostility and hatred and negativity in the world. There's enough of that. And I feel like everyone just needs more compassion. And if there's a way to teach compassion, I feel like that's what needs to be focused on.
Because when the kids go through that mean stage, I think it's like if they're not really told how to work through those emotions, so it just comes out like that. Especially if like every child is different, they all have different circumstances. If no one's ever really taught how to really manage those things, it just comes out as like hostility or like just, yeah.
Definitely.
I think it's really great what Headucate does.
Yeah.
Really, really inspiring.
I'm so glad that we can all be a part of it.
I think it can help a lot of people in the long run as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's exciting though to see how many people we can reach and how people get engaged with a lot of the stuff that we do, from workshops to panel discussions to this. It's great. It's great, and there's a lot of effort going into it, and all of the backstage planning and everything. But at the end of it, it's so satisfying. You just kind of like all of your muscles just go, we did it. On to the next one. Let's see what we have next. It's good. It's satisfying.
Yeah. It's definitely rewarding at the end of a workshop when you can just take that final breath, like, okay, we've got through it, we did it, we've like impacted these people's lives, and hopefully they actually took something from it. I think it's really rewarding when you see that people are engaging as well, and they're asking the questions and they're giving you the answers, and they're actually and they're actually interested in what's going on. But I think even those that don't necessarily engage as much, they're still taking the information in passively, which is why I think even if someone seems like they're not interested, especially at a younger age, because everyone goes through that kind of stroppy, angsty teen, like, I don't want to listen to what you're saying. But even just having that conversation playing in the background, they still take it in, and it still plants that seed. And at some point down the line, it will come in handy to them, and they will like be grateful that they did have that opportunity. Because I feel like a lot of people, like we've only just got to university age, and we're like, wow, there's so much out there that you can actually like look into, and mental health is so much like, it's so much wider than anyone would ever imagine. And if that was started at a much younger age with us, then we'd have that understanding and that exposure to like know how to deal with things better ourselves, but also how to better deal with people around us when they need help as well.
Like in the end, mental health is like can affect your physical health as well. It's sort of like interchangeable.
Mm-hmm.
I do think definitely like we should be taught a lot more throughout our lives in different life periods. I think you'll go through stages where we're more at risk of different like all the stresses in life.
Mm-hmm. Mental health is there throughout your life. It's not like you get to a certain age and all of a sudden it's like, here you go, you have this now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, and nor does it suddenly go away. It's different.
Yeah, it doesn't just go bye.
Exactly. I've done my job now.
If
See
you
you later.
haven't given the tools to understand it, and you're told like it's abnormal to feel a certain way, you're gonna like sort of repress it a bit more. It's really good that like you do like we do offer education and that for children like that.
Yeah. I think especially for children, they go through so many changes at a young age as well. And obviously they find it a lot harder to understand things as well at certain times. So in that sense, it's like they need that education and that understanding even more than ever. Because it's not like kids don't go through things. And as much as people might want to put it down to just like they're being a teenager or they're doing this or they're doing that, like no, there's things going on in their brains.
Yeah.
I feel like as a teenager, that's when most of the things are going through your head.
Exactly.
Like there's so much confusion and so much, everything is so intense all the time. I feel like that's the population that needs the most support and most open conversation about it, because
Yeah.
that's when you close in anyway. That's when you think that you need to do all of this by yourself, because you're an adult now, and people think that you should be independent, but being independent doesn't mean that you need to do everything by yourself.
Yeah.
Like reaching out for help when you need it is part of being independent.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, yeah. And that's the most difficult thing. And we're not sitting here saying that, oh, we've got it all sorted out. We're doing everything that we're saying is really good to do right now, because I struggle with this sometimes. I don't always like say, yeah, today I'm gonna ask for help and today I'm gonna speak about my feelings, because it doesn't always happen, and it's a learning process and it can be difficult. But it's good to be conscious about it and sit back sometimes and be like, right, get off your
This
high
needs
horse.
addressing, yeah.
You need someone today.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's really humbling to ask for help as well. It kind of reminds you that you're not the only person in the world, and you're not the only one that has issues, and you're not the only one that's going through things. Like, again, it makes you human. It makes you perfectly normal, and like other people are struggling as well, and it's not just you that's struggling. So it brings back that like idea of normality and the fact that you're not abnormal and there's not something wrong with you.
Mm. Yeah, nor is it like something you feel like you should hide. Like, it's not something to be ashamed of.
Yeah. I feel like there's so many people that are ready to help, and there's so much help available. It's literally just taking that step to find it, to ask for it. I think that can be quite daunting to people. I think a lot of people get thrown off by the idea of just accepting that something doesn't feel right, or that you do need help.
It's also the fear of rejection, I feel, because
Yeah.
people often look into the process of everything, and they look at the good stories and the bad stories, and because they're already half-hearted about reaching out, the bad stories are gonna stick to them, and they're always gonna think, oh, if I'm reaching out to this service, they're gonna be dismissive of what I say, and what's the point? Like, it's only gonna make me feel worse, and I feel like that puts off people a lot, but that negative feedback that you get from, I don't know, a service could happen in any area of your life ever. So if people would go with this mindset about everything, they would not do anything ever.
Yeah.
And it's a very difficult step. But once you do that first step, that's very difficult. Everything just kind of settles into place, and you have a path of either recovery or coping, which is very important. And it's important to not only have your support network and your friends and family, but it's nice to have different types of help that you can reach out to when you need it.
I think what you were saying about finding a service that like someone has a bad experience with, I think it's important to highlight there as well that there's not one size that fits all when it comes to mental health and when it comes to finding help. Like, if something works for some person, it might not work for someone else. So it's even that, like, going through the process of finding something that does work for you, as much as it can be disheartening, you're still making progress. You're still trying at the end of the day, and there is something out there that will help everyone. Like, everyone has something that will help them. So it's like, don't give up, essentially.
Yeah. I think progress is not like this. It's
Yeah.
like all over the place.
It really is.
You need to go right back and stuff, but it's still progress at the end of the day.
I'm just mindful of time.
Yeah.
I think we should be handing over to Tory.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Are we ready? But yep, last reminder again, make sure you're donating. Check out all of the social medias. There is posts up that will show you exactly what your donations are doing and can do. So keep donating, help us get to the goal, and help us keep Nightline as amazing as they always are.
Thank you, girls. And Nick, thank you so much for helping me out, giving me a little break and a rest, because gosh, it has been such a journey. I don't even know where I would start, but I'm gonna just invite my next guest. I think it will be our last official live new guest that we're gonna have joining us. And it's quite a special one, to be quite honest. This is a special guest that is really close to my heart, and I'm really excited to introduce the president of Headucate University, James. So feel free to unmute yourself and welcome.
Hi there, Tory. Great to be joining you all there at UEA.
Thank you so much for joining us. And I know it's late, and gosh, yeah, we really appreciate you joining, so that I'm not here like blabbering on just on my own, because that's what it would have been. So yeah, thanks for joining us at this late hour. And you know, if you do need to go at any point, just just shout. But
Sure.
just for those that don't know, because I obviously know a lot more about Headucate Cambridge than everyone else, do you want to tell us a bit about how it all started?
Yeah, so it was Tory who reached out to us about last year about setting up a branch of Headucate here at Cambridge. It's a great success at UEA, then at Birmingham and UCL as well, and so we were really happy to be the fourth university to come along. Then yeah, we started up. The first term was a lot of the admin, all trying to get the society papers in check, get everything official set up. And then the second term, we were reaching out to schools, getting a few workshops organised, and then COVID hit. So then everything got cancelled. We then had to run elections over lockdown, and of course we hadn't had all that much time to really get the name out of the society. So then that was a little bit hectic, but we had actually quite a bit of good interest for the elections. Got a new committee sorted, and now this term we've been up, our first proper term as a society set up, and yeah, it's been going pretty well. On Tuesday, we've got our first workshop that we're doing ourselves, all in house, and yeah, it's looking good after that. We've got quite a few more schools lined up, queuing around the block.
That's amazing. I'm so happy to hear, and it's really, like, as I said, like kind of personally close to my heart, because I mean, I would love to have kind of left a legacy when I've left medical school and Headucate, and to have managed to help you guys set up a branch at Cambridge. Like, I hope that it keeps its full steam ahead after you're gone.
Absolutely, I'm hoping so as well. Yeah, that it can be part of my legacy as well at Cambridge.
Yeah, and I know that you've been running quite a fair few events since you kind of started up officially. Do you want to tell us a bit about some of maybe your highlights?
Yeah, sure. So where to start? Well, towards the start of term, we had a talk from a consultant psychiatrist here in Cambridge who often deals with a lot of students, and particularly medical students, in terms of their mental health issues. And she gave a talk on mental health more generally as a concept, and then how we can look after ourselves in a world of increasing pressures, and especially with COVID-19 and all the other things that we're facing at the moment. So that was a really nice introduction to the term and to the society, what we do, what we're about. Then shortly after that, we had our own BME panel. Not long after you guys had your minor melanin discussion on the 20th. That was really useful as well. I got a lot of good conversation flowing here at Cambridge. We had 6 panelists who were either current students and ex-students, and they spoke on how their identities have affected their mental health, or the struggles that they've faced while here, and the unique experience that people of minority ethnic backgrounds face while here. Then after that, we've had also an event in collaboration with the Mindfulness Society here. That all happened over Zoom as well, but it was nice to get a good 20-30 people together, all for a bit of a meditation and a little bit of time out from everything, just at the time that lockdown was starting. So yeah, that's been everything so far. Now we're looking forward to more this term and next.
Yeah, thank you for that really detailed little plan. I have been to a few of the different events. One of them that was really, really great, and I don't know how much of it we're allowed to share on the live, but some really important conversations that we're hoping to bring more to the forefront regarding, like, for one, men's mental health, and also people of colour. And so hopefully we can bring that to the forefront. I don't want to give too much away right now. But yeah, we've got a few things that we're hopefully plan to do. So I'm looking forward to working alongside you guys with that. And tell us about your workshop that you've got organised for Tuesday. What kind of stuff will you be running with, and what kind of age group is it for?
So that's for a sixth form college, and so we are just running it across the year 12s, mainly the year 13s. They have some mock exams around the time, so we won't be doing it with those. So it'll be with a group of year 12s, and we're running 2 sessions, 50 students in each one, so it's quite a large workshop to start with. The school is really good. They've got lots of tech for the students. All the students have their own iPads as well, so we'll be able to actually get a good conversation going, which is one of the things that I think we've all been quite worried and intrigued as to how lockdown, the online versions of the workshops will affect how much conversation you can get going, and it's really good to have that, to make sure that we get as much participation as possible. Besides that, yeah, we're running a similar workshop to everything that you guys have going at UEA. Our own little twists and spins based on what we feel is most appropriate in the area here, and of course the support services that we signpost to are more Cambridge specific. But yeah, it's quite a similar thing overall, and yeah, there's no better example that we can follow than that of UEA.
Oh, that's so nice of you to say. I'm so impressed to hear that you've got like 50 students each workshop for your first school. Like, that's amazing, and that should hopefully set a precedent for the rest of them. I think the girls, the workshop leads, Anna and Mariam, were talking earlier that over lockdown we had a workshop that had nearly 70 students in it all at once, and I think it was the last one that we did during kind of the school term at the end of July. So it was like a really nice kind of fireworks at the end to kind of celebrate all the hard work we've done kind of during lockdown to produce everything. But yeah,
it's a really interesting balance to try and find between, you want to deliver the workshop to as many students as possible to try and spread as much awareness and destigmatization as much as possible. But then, if you take it too large, then you just can't get a good discussion going. There are just too many people. It becomes either too unruly, or there's just not the personal touch that means that you can actually get a rapport going with students. So yeah, that's going to be quite interesting to find that right balance over the coming weeks, particularly given that we haven't also been doing the workshops in person before lockdown. So yeah, we'll see how we perform in comparison to.
I think we worried about the engagement from students with it being online via virtual platforms. We use Blackboard Collaborate, but they really do. They do warm to it, and if you give them a little bit of time and a little bit of encouragement, and what I try and always say, and I always try and encourage volunteers to say, is there's no wrong answer. It's anyone's opinion of, for example, if we're talking about what good mental health is, it's what it is to you as a person. It might not be the same for 2 different people. Like the guys before doing a self-care segment, and they tried loads of different self-care techniques that loads of different people had recommended, and they're all different for everyone.
Yeah. How have you guys found lockdown has affected the workshops that you've been doing with schools?
Oh gosh. I mean, I did a few workshops pre-COVID. I'll admit, while I was president last year, before lockdown happened, before we went online,
Just at the time.
I didn't manage to go into a school to do a workshop. But in the year prior, when I was I was the research officer. It seems like such a long time ago. I was research officer in second year, and then in first year I was just a generic member, and I did a few workshops there. So I thought within those workshops you would always have kind of 1, 2, 3 students that were always answering all the questions, but you'd be able to like walk around the classroom and speak to people and find out their thoughts, even if they were too shy to speak up. Within the virtual sessions, I don't know, I think as they see a couple of other people typing in the chat, I think people feel more encouraged to, if they feel like they know the answer, they will share. But yeah, I've really enjoyed it, and I think using different ways for them to interact, like polls. I think you guys are thinking about using Mentimeter or something like that. People can give their response anonymously as well and get to take part without feeling like they're being singled out. One of our UEA TV UEA TV committee, Charlie, says, "Big up Leeds, yo."
Big up Leeds.
Yeah. I don't think he's not from Leeds.
But he can hear it in my accent.
You're from close by.
I'm from Leeds myself. Yeah, or like a little suburb of Leeds. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a northerner as well.
Nice, represent.
So she's just expressing her approval. But yeah, she hears it in the accent.
Yeah, it's a good ear. Good ear.
We've talked about this accent. I think it's a really nice accent. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
So yeah, that's what I think. I think that moving on from that. Tell us what plans you have apart from like the workshops and anything that we're not allowed to divulge. What kind of things do you hope for Headucate Cambridge in the coming months and I guess until the end of this year?
Well, largely I just want to make sure that we get a decent following from the student body and the student committee in order to make sure that there's enough support that once I've left, next year will be my last year at the university, and so hopefully I'll still be part of Headucate then, but I'd like to be able to step back from the president's role next year and allow someone else to take it up and to lead it on so that it endures longer than when I'm here driving things forwards. So that's going to be my real focus over the next 6 months, really, to try and make sure that there's enough momentum that the younger years will definitely take up the mantle and keep it going. In terms of actual events that we've got planned, we've got a few things that we don't want to talk too much about because we've not solidified all the details on all of them. But there's the I think it's World Sleep Day or something like that, or World Sleep Week, and for that there is a book which many people might have read about sleep and the importance of it, which I don't want to mention, but we're in talks at the moment in order to try and get the author to give a talk on what inspired him to write the book, how has that helped him, how does he envisage that fitting in with well-being on the wider spectrum, and so that's something that we're quite looking forward to. And yeah, on that kind of branch, that kind of note, we're hoping for more speaker events like that where we can get people who are known or notable names from different places to come along, and hopefully do some events in collaboration with our union, which will of course get a bit more pull to get names like UEA is able to get with the size of your society, like your Stephen Fry's and all of that would be great.
Well, I think we've really grown over the past couple of years. I think the word about mental health awareness has grown, and I mean, around this time last year, I would be speaking to people and saying, "Oh, I'm president of Headucate," and people would be like, "What's that?" And it was like my mission after I had that from maybe 10 people. I was like, by this time next year, people are going to know the name. It's going to be everywhere. People will not be able to miss it. And now when people talk to me about Headucate, they say, "Oh yeah, it was everywhere." Like during Freshers Week and Welcome, you couldn't miss it. And I was like, great, that's what I wanted.
That's been one of my like little proudest moments of the last few months when I said, "Oh, I'm president of Headucate" to a new friend, and they were like, "Oh, Headucate! Oh, yeah, I follow you guys on Facebook." I'm like, "Oh, yes!" As someone who I've not invited to the page, who already knows all about us, and they've turned up to some of the events. I'm like, "Oh, great!"
Yeah, amazing. And on that note, please do make sure to share the stream on the Headucate Cambridge Facebooks so that we can reach a wider audience.
Yes, absolutely.
But I completely get what you were saying about trying to leave the society in a good place, like when you leave.
Hands, yeah.
And I'm feeling the same thing. I mean, I'll be still at the university for one more year as well, but it'll be my 5th and final year of med, and it's going to be very busy. And so I don't know how much input I'll be able to have. And so I'm hoping that my lovely committee that won't be graduating will be hopefully, taking on everything that we've been doing, and hopefully I've been giving them enough of all the grunt work and the admin work so that they know all of the ins and outs, and so that when I'm gone, there will be someone still here to carry the torch.
A little subtle hint there to everyone listening in that, hey, you guys better step up.
Yeah. I mean, like there's a few, there's a few people that have really been incredibly helpful. Like I couldn't have done anything for Headucate without them. So it's really, thank you to everyone, and like you guys know who you are. Anyway, so James, I was gonna say, you guys don't have an Instagram handle, do you guys? You don't have Instagram yet?
We don't know. No, we're still confined to Facebook so far.
That's fine. Yeah, they're just on Facebook, just because we were like trying to see if we could like tag you out there, but it's all good. I was gonna say, we're both med students, and I mean, I'm at the moment in the midst of my psychiatry placement, which is quite fitting. So I was wondering, like, have you had any psychiatry teaching yet?
We've had a bit of psychiatry teaching at points through the last year, though that's coming. We have, in between our placements, we have these review and integration weeks, which are 5 days of non-stop 9 till 5 lectures every day. Each one has a certain theme to it. So there'll be a cardio R&I, there'll be an endocrine R&I, all that kind of stuff. And the psychiatry one is still to come next term. At the same time as my psychiatry placement, so that'll be nice that they come side by side. Sadly, no, we've not had too much of that, and it is a bit of a shame that it gets left so late. Some people might be aware that Cambridge is a 6-year course for medicine rather than 5. That's because in your 3rd year it's like a forced intercalation, you do something else for a year. So I did psychology, surprise, surprise, and so part of that was a lot of the modules that I took were largely psychopathological lectures as well, rather than the necessarily developmental or cognitive modelling lectures. So I've had a fair bit of that already from that perspective, but less so in terms of the treatment and management side.
Yeah, and do you know what you want to specialise in at all?
Psychiatry is looking like a strong choice. There's also GP is still in the running, but then surgery on the other end of the spectrum is really, really promising. And it all depends on how the next few years fall.
Yeah.
How about yourself?
I mean, similar-ish to you, apart from definitely not the surgery part of things. I
know why.
Surgery, I mean, I've had some not great experiences pretty much every time I've been in surgery for various reasons. Because you know, it is still late in the stream, but we are still live, and I know people will watch this back, so I don't want to go into any gory details, but I'm sure people can imagine. But I'm very much interested in psychiatry, and the teaching I've had and the placement that I've had has only reaffirmed that I want to pursue that. Although as well, GP, there is so much of psychiatry and so much mental health within GP, and GP is a slightly different environment. Although psychiatry, there's so many different environments that you can work in within psychiatry, which is what I've only just kind of realised within my placement, and there's so many different specialties within psychiatry, and different things to explore. There's forensic psychiatry that I'm going to be spending some time doing that in a couple of weeks, and I'm really excited. I've been told I get given an alarm to wear around my neck, but you shouldn't wait to use the alarm because, like, before someone punches your teeth out, because by that time it's too late to do anything. So it's sounding really exciting. But yeah, GP maybe as well. Who knows? But I'm interested to hear from the perspective of someone from Headucate Cambridge and someone that's a Cambridge student, what you think it's like stress-wise and mental health-wise for someone at Cambridge.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to have, kind of a comparison, because it's all that I've known being here at Cambridge, and so in terms of like how stressful the medicine course is, it may be quite similar stress levels to other universities. It may be that it's a little bit more pressure. I'm not really sure. I feel like I think a lot of the damaging and the kind of pathological pressure that comes is often self-generated, and it's one that or if one does feel it from other people, they internalize it, then that's where it becomes destructive. I think the course itself is a lot of work, of course, and that's the case with medicine anywhere, and then with the fact that we have so many essays that we write in the undergrad as well. You have to write essays on all the medical stuff rather than just pass the exams, pass or fail. For the first few years, that adds an extra level of intensity to it. I feel quite often the type of person who not necessarily gets into Cambridge, but just would apply for Cambridge. There are so many people who would be able to get in, but never think themselves good enough to apply when actually they absolutely could be. And so that's one thing that I do a lot of work on as well outside of Headucate, is the access and outreach. But so a lot of people who do apply are those who really push themselves throughout their time at school, and they always hold themselves to a certain standard. I've never been like that, and that's one of the ways that I've actually found a lot of pressure myself being here at Cambridge, that I feel surrounded by people who are often quite studious, that they're great fun, and there's absolutely nothing like the kind of stereotypes that you think of before coming to Oxford. I'm from the North, I'm from a state school that never really sent anyone to Oxbridge, so I had all those stereotypes reinforced onto me before coming here, and then all of them were broken down, so that's great. But one thing that is true is that people who come here are often, not all the time, but about 80% of students are those who would gone for the highest grades and put a lot of pressure on themselves. They would motivate themselves hard to do that. I would always be like, okay, if I can get 91% to just get, 90% is what I need to get where I need to be. So I'll aim for 91, 92%. Anything beyond that is too much work, and then it doesn't improve my grade. I've still got the highest grade. So it's then any work that I've done beyond that is then time that I've spent not spending time with friends, which I could have done. Which does put me, a little bit, I out. What the cat among the pigeons, is that the phrase? So that's another form of pressure, but I think a lot of it is self-generated here. You finally come to a place where you're among people who are just as smart as you, and also pushing themselves just as much as you are, which was never the case through school. And yeah, that competitive mentality might sometimes come out. You know, you don't feel like there's that much competition between people, but you feel it internally, and I think that's what particularly drives our sometimes higher mental health rate.
Yeah, I feel like I relate in certain ways in terms of medicine, in that way that everyone at school had to have been like high achieving in some form or another to be where they are, but when you get to medicine, everyone is that higher proportion of the population. So if you were at the top before, like you might be at the bottom now, but you just kind of have to accept that. But it's not, there's nothing you can, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just the way that things are, and you just have to, I don't know, accept it. And you don't even need to try harder. I mean, if you are working at like your ability and that's the best that you can do and you're trying your best, then maybe the thing that you're doing just isn't for you. But yeah, there's this kind of underlying competitiveness within med students. I don't think people would like necessarily out and talk about it, but there is kind of, I don't know, something about us as people, maybe. I'm not sure.
I think it's not necessarily competitiveness in that I want to do better than everyone else, or I don't want anyone to do any better than me. It's more I want to do as well as I possibly can, and when everyone's got that same mentality, everyone's trying to push in that same way. Some people are going to do worse than others. You could have everyone getting 80%, but then the person who gets 70%, that's still a great grade and well above the pass mark. But they feel like, oh, I've underachieved in comparison to the cohort, which is not the case. And I think what you were saying about being comfortable knowing, okay, I've done the best that I can, that is often plenty to get you through the exams. You don't need to be getting the highest grade. You don't need to be in the top 10th, in the top 10% like you were all the way through school. It's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, I mean, I feel quite lucky. I mean, I don't think I was in the top 10% at school, so I feel like very lucky to be where I am. But I guess maybe as a graduate medic, it's slightly different. But I just always feel like to be like number one, to be like appreciative and like thankful for like the good things that you do have kind of in your life, even if there's loads of things that are going wrong. And in regards to like what you can achieve, like self-reflection of like in just every sense of the word. You can tell I'm getting tired and slow. I'm going off on these, like my thoughts are kind of slowly leaving me as I'm talking.
Have you been on the whole 24-hour call from 9 a.m?
So I've not been like live, but I've been watching
Overseeing.
on or kind of not camera on but not live, or camera off and typing and texting people and contacting everyone. But I might go for a slight nap around 2:00, 2:30. I'm not 100% sure if I can nap for a little bit. I wouldn't mind, because I am actually meant to be working. I mean, like online tutoring for my part-time job. I'm meant to be doing that at 10 a.m. So I don't know exactly. Yeah, I don't know how exactly that's going to go. I mean, it's with a really, really lovely boy, and we're doing like maths. He's really bright for his age, but it's maths. It's basic-ish maths, but I will have to do like trigonometry. So
it'll be fine.
Yeah, I hope it will be all right. But I'm glad that I will be joined, or I won't be joined, but there will be some Headucate UEA committee joining us very soon at 2:00, and they'll be taking over for a while, and they're going to be joined by Charlie Sykes, who was on earlier today as part of the Wizards of Oz team. If anyone didn't see that, we played the 1 in 4 quiz show with UEA MathSoc, which was all to do with like mental health and statistics. And yeah, we won. Woo, woo, woo. But yeah, Charlie, she also joined us to play Smelly Cat and a little guitar and sing along late at about 10:30 tonight. And she's going to be joining us at 2:30 to talk about insomnia and the struggles of insomnia. Yeah, and it's fitting that it will be at 2:30 in the morning.
I was just thinking that myself, yeah.
Yeah, it was a very last minute addition to the schedule. And Mariam from our Headucate committee is also going to be there because she also is having some sleep troubles at the moment. And she said, well, you know, I have to put my sleep troubles to good use. And so she'll be on from 2 till 8 a.m. if she can cope. We will see. We will very much see. And to finish off the stream for the last hour from 8 till 9 a.m, we'll be joined by Jake, who is the external coordinator for Nightline, and he's also vice president of Headucate. And it will be Jake, Phil, who is UEA TV station manager, who he did go for a nap at around 9:30, 10 p.m, so he can come back at 4 a.m. He did wake up around an hour ago to help us with something, and he's just messaged to say he'll be back at 3:45. So just shout out to Phil. I hope you had a good nap, and I'm looking forward to my nap. And James is yawning. Like, if you do want to go at any point, do let me know.
No. I like mentally. I'm now here, and I've woken up a little bit on having a little bit of stimulating conversation. But yeah, I can't actually see my own screen here, so I have no idea how I look. I woke up, like, thankfully on time, about 15 minutes before the call. Literally right here on my desk. I'd fallen asleep for about 2 hours in a little nap, which hopefully will now keep me going through this call. But yeah, I need to sort out my sleep schedule as well.
Really?
Get that in place before we have that sleep event next term.
Yeah.
I'll be being a hypocrite now, can I?
Sleep is really interesting, and I was having this discussion. I don't know if you know a lot about it. Maybe it can give us some insight. I'm not sure. You seem quite intelligent and you might know these things. To do with your...
I give that impression. I can't promise there's any substance whatsoever behind it.
Well, you know, even if you don't, like, this is food for thought for anyone watching at home, and they can give it a little Google and see what they find. But if there is any link between... So we know that seasonal depression is a thing. Yeah. But there's potentially a link between daylight saving hours and sleep and mental health, because it's something to do with the way that our body clocks and our circadian rhythms aren't meant to be, like, put forward and put back by hours.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds really interesting. And a friend of mine who's intercalating fourth year med student, he is hopefully going to write a blog post for the Headucator blog about it, because he's got a special interest in loads of different wacky things, but he's really intelligent, and hopefully we'll get to read a little bit about it. But yeah, I guess, why do you think your sleep is important for mental health?
Well, why do I think my sleep is important for mental health?
Yeah.
Well, I feel for me, a lot of my mental health comes from how well I feel like I'm coping as a person. Like, how to say successful sounds that's not quite the right word, but like how much I have my life together. How much do I actually feel like I'm a competent adult? And part of that comes from work and socializing and actually just getting myself to bed at a reasonable time, and not feeling absolutely dreadful in the morning. And so that's, for me personally, why sleep really matters a lot for my mental health, because if I get that down, then everything else will fall into place easier than if it's not there. If I'm feeling absolutely shattered through the day, then it's so much harder to actually get myself motivated to do X, Y, and Z throughout the day, especially if then you're in surgery in theatre for surgery for 8 hours or so through the day, and you're having to stand up all the way through that. It is so hard to decide, okay, no, I am going to stay through. I'm going to see this interesting operation. I'm going to help out. I'm going to get X, Y, and Z ticked off and signed off. If you just have not got the energy or or you're falling asleep there at the operating table.
Yeah, I think for me, something that's quite, and something I think other people have expressed as well with sleep is the worry about getting to sleep, like, gives me anxiety. Like, I worry that I won't get to sleep, so I'll go to bed like really super duper early, try and get to sleep, but then because I have this worry, I'll keep worrying about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I self-perpetuate, and it ends up that I won't be able to sleep. And yeah, I just wonder if there was any way of I always try like counting sheep and trying to like stop my thoughts kind of ruminating, but that's kind of a hard one for me sometimes.
I can absolutely recommend, there's a type of pucker herbal tea. It's like lavender and chamomile or something like that, and that is a really nice thing. I'll like put on some music or just like something easy to watch for half an hour and have that just before bed, well tucked about on top of the covers, so I'm not getting the inside too warm, and then that kind of gets me nice and mellow, so that then I can put the phone down, get to sleep a little bit easier. So I don't know, that works for me normally. I don't know if it will for you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not a fan of tea with plants like lavender and chamomile in them.
I never used to be. It was about 4 months ago or so. I got some stressful news from home, and that I've never had a panic attack, it turned out to be, before. But then, later on in the day, I ended up presenting to A&E. I didn't have any actual emotional, psychological feelings of anxiety, or stress, or fear, or anything like that, or any kind of panic. I think often because when I have a kind of acute stress, I compartmentalize, and my mind goes into a focused mode, which is good for medicine, but not so good for attending to what else is ruminating around in your mind. And so I had all your fast heart rate, palpitations, arrhythmias, breathless, sweaty, all that kind of stuff. Was listening to my own heart with my stethoscope, being like, but maybe this doesn't sound right. But this certainly isn't an irregular rhythm. So I went and checked myself into A&E. Didn't occur to me that it could be a panic attack, because I was feeling perfectly calm all the way through the day, and even at the time that it was happening. So it was on that, and they said, it'll be stress induced, stay off the caffeine. And so then I was like, okay, I love my coffee, and I have so many I did have so many coffees a day, but I was like, okay, I need to try and cut that out and replace it with something else that I'll also enjoy. And a friend recommended herbal teas, and I got into them, and there are a few that I really quite like. And I have now become a tea wanker, and I don't know how I got here really, but I think it's something
try not
here
to
to
use
stay.
those kind of words.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
I've become one of those who's a bit into the tea. Sure. On my way to being one.
Yeah, I went through a little phase where I ordered like loads and loads of different flavored teas, and I got like a box of each. Apart from I got like 10 boxes of salted caramel flavored, because I thought, that one's going to be yummy, and so I got a few salted caramel flavored, a few chocolate flavored. But
caramel these would be any good.
It was a green tea. It was. I think it's nice. I think I overdid it, and so I just I kind of went off it. So I think I still have like 4 boxes of unopened tea from like 2017, or maybe even before that, because it was when I was living in Liverpool, so that was a while ago. But yeah, if anyone wants to try, hit me up, and I'll set you a salted caramel green tea. Maybe if I can find them, if I'll fish them out from somewhere. But yeah, maybe I should try your lavender and chamomile if I'm feeling anxious.
Yeah, that one's a good one for kind of calming you down and for before sleep. Can also recommend like a vanilla chai, and another one, a caramel rooibos as well. those two are probably my favourites. So can highly recommend those.
That sounds good. And thank you for sharing your story about, going to A&E and your anxiety and everything, because it's like lovely that we've had people sharing like honestly and openly throughout the 24 hours. And
yeah, absolutely.
For me, yeah, exactly. I'm still working on that in like some aspects, but yeah, with anxiety, I know it. I'm just like, I can feel my heart in my chest. And again, like I'll go sweaty, but how do I deal with it? I don't know. Deep breathing like does actually work for me. Some people think that's like a bit silly, but for me, like taking a few calm, deep breaths really does help, and trying to put some situation into some kind of perspective, because ultimately, like, an anxiety attack is something that we've evolutionarily evolved to have in response to like fight or flight to like escape from danger. So I just try and put into reality, like, it's not a lion, it's not a shark, it's a medical school exam. It's not gonna harm me, and like I've done these kind of things before, so to just try and not rewire my brain, use my own kind of self-help CBT, but try and show myself that it's not something to be afraid of.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and as I said, yeah, it's been really nice to hear some different stories during the 24 hours. We had a friend of mine sharing her story about borderline personality disorder, which is something that mental health already has stigma attached to it, but personality disorders especially.
Yeah,
and if anyone would like any recommendations of any mental health related movies that are good to watch, Girl Interrupted is a movie that is based in the 1960s, set in a psychiatric hospital in America, and it's got Winona Ryder and Angelina Jolie in it, and one of them gains the diagnosis of borderline personality disorder. There's trigger warning. I must warn that there is some suicide attempts and self-harm and eating disorders, and it's a good movie to watch, but not probably if you're feeling a little bit low. But it gives you a really nice insight into how mental health has changed through the years. Only in the past 60 years, in the 1960s, things were so different, and the attitude towards mental health again was so different. So it's an awesome movie. And James, do you have any recommendations of any movies, by the way?
I'm thinking not off the top of my head. No, I've not got prepared with one like that. Not seen it myself, so I'll definitely add that to my list. I was just checking it out. I don't think it's on Netflix or Amazon Prime, sadly, but it'll hopefully be somewhere else that we can get hold of it.
Yeah, I know. It used to be on Netflix. Now it's only on the American Netflix. I was really hoping I'd be able to do a Netflix party for Headucate at some point for that movie, but I can't. But there is one movie on Netflix that you can find, which is called A Beautiful Mind, and it is around a really famous, known, I think he was a mathematician, and he suffered with psychosis, but he was really successful. I don't want to give too many spoilers or cross wires of that movie with another movie, because I'm tired, but it is another one that you should put in your list of things to watch. And I know that the Cinema Society did a film review for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest this evening as well. So if you haven't already seen that, definitely check that one out. I think I don't actually think.
Is that the Jack Nicholson one? Is that the Jack Nicholson one?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it. It's one that's definitely on my list of things to watch. But yeah, do you guys have a nightline at Cambridge?
Yes. Yeah, we do. We do as well. Yeah, I think also in terms of other movies or shows to recommend, can highly recommend Afterlife, actually, on Netflix. The Ricky Gervais show is not so much a sitcom, it's like a dark comedy, a comedy drama. Gervais is not known for his sensitive material, and yet he comes along and just blows everyone out of the water with something like Afterlife. The 2 seasons are, there is dark or more abrasive comedy in there, but his understanding of depression, of grief and loss is phenomenal. And there are several different issues that are touched upon or explored through the show. And I thought, has he gone through this kind of situation himself to understand it so well, and to be able to write characters who deal with this so empathetically. And yet, the premise just struck him, one day, the idea of someone who, has lost all reason to live, and so, sees that as a kind of a gift to be able to do whatever the hell he wants, because it doesn't matter. So then after that, he looked more into depression and loss and grief. It is a fantastically it's an empathetic show, and cannot recommend that highly enough. You'll both laugh and cry a hell of a lot through it, so that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I can say that I have seen that one, and I'm pretty sure there's 2 seasons out already.
There are. And the 3rd one's coming, so.
Yes, there is a 3rd coming. It is, I can vouch for that. That is a great show, and it gives like real insight into someone that really, he's funny, and it is a little bit kind of dark humor in some ways. But I think it's for anyone that has gone through any grief, like, may be able to relate to it in some way. Do you have any last thoughts, any pearls of wisdom for us, James?
Any pearls of wisdom? Not at this time of night. But I'd just like to really thank everyone at Headucate UEA for, originally those who first set up the society, and then all of you who have continued it on and have taken it from strength to strength, and to be able to bring on another university, other universities, Birmingham, UCL, and now Cambridge on board, and to keep the work going further and further. So thank you all. You're doing a great job. I'm glad to be part of the team.
Thank you so much. And honestly, I don't think we would have Headucate Cambridge without you. So thank you so much for taking that on, and I'm really looking forward to working with you more in the future. And I will let you go and have a bit of sleep now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, James. That was James from Headucate there, and that was lovely to have a nice chat. And gosh, I'm quite tired now. But for anyone that is still tuning in, please make sure that you do donate to Norwich Nightline, even if it was just a little bit. We've got a little bit of time to just fill at the moment. So what we're going to do is first we're going to show our singer-songwriter. Oh, just before we show this, just a little mini announcement. And I think this is a little bit creepy or spooky in some ways. So Phil told Nav, who we heard play a little bit earlier on today, some of her own original songs. He told her to submit her work to BBC Introducing, which is a radio show, BBC Norfolk, where they play new and upcoming artists. And she submitted that a few weeks ago. And then she got an email tonight to say that they played one of her songs on the radio tonight, which is quite a coincidence, or just you couldn't write it. She performed here live, and then she was on BBC Introducing less than 2 hours later. So yeah, well done to Nav, and I wish you all the best with your music. And So now we're going to play Comfortable by Nav, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
So the next song I have for you is called Comfortable. So make yourselves comfortable. No, but it is about losing friends. It's about losing friends at university, which, you know, I feel like no one ever sings about. So here we go. One person I wanted to talk to isn't free on the phone to talk to you. I wanted to get to know you again, 'cause it seems like years since we've been friends. One person I wanted to talk to won't pick up the phone. Maybe she doesn't feel as much since she takes Lexapro. You got comfortable in the silence. She got comfortable in the silence. The one person I wanted to talk to isn't free on the phone. I need nicotine like she needs time alone. Maybe she's better, maybe she's happy, maybe she's better away from her family. Maybe she learned how to love her boyfriend. Maybe she learned how to be a person. You got comfortable in the silence. She got comfortable in the silence. Thank you. This song is called Midnight. Light stars and all above us. Taken before they've even begun. Feels like the same road all along. Isn't it all because they wanted something more than what we got? The tension running through my hands, and I see my reflection. Tension. Don't take the night, don't take the night. It's just another day. It's not goodbye, it's not goodbye. How love you will leave you. So yeah, that was Midnight. I actually wrote it about depression, really, because I think it's very hard to manage mental health while at university, and sometimes it just gets too much, and that's what I wrote it about. So yeah, I hope you felt something there, or I hope you enjoyed it.
And we're back. I had myself muted. Thank you so much, Nav, for providing us with another one of your original songs. You can tell that I really need a little bit of a break at this point. But we are going to, what we're going to do now, because we were going to do start a new restream. So we're going to do that soon, in a few moments. I'll let you know exactly when, and then we'll be restarting a new stream. For all those on Twitch, YouTube and Periscope, you can just refresh the page, and within a few minutes we'll be back. And for everyone on Facebook, I'll be starting a new watch party everywhere that you could want to watch it, and it will be also shared on the Headucate and UEA TV Facebook. So we will see you in a minute.